fall asleep to the entire story of the Ottoman Empire, the rise and fall of an empire. Imagine, for just a moment, that it is a cold spring evening sometime around the year 1299. The wind carries the scent of damp earth across the hills of northwestern Anatolia. Somewhere in the darkness, wolves call to one another from the forests. Small campfires flicker beneath worn leather tents, their smoke twisting into a sky filled with more stars than anyone alive today is likely to see. Horses shuffle quietly, their breath rising like ghosts into the cool night air. Men wrapped in wool cloaks sharpen swords that have already seen too many battles for such humble pieces of iron. Children sleep while mothers whisper prayers in voices almost lost beneath the crackling fire. No one around these fires believes they are standing at the beginning of one of history's greatest empires. They're simply trying to survive another night. History is wonderfully unfair like that. The people who change the world rarely know they're doing it. If they did, they'd probably sleep less. Tonight, we're following the story of the Ottoman Empire, not just its victories or its famous sultans, but its entire life. From a tiny frontier principality balancing on the edge of oblivion to a sprawling empire stretching across 3 continents, and then, slowly, almost painfully, toward its long farewell. It's a story that lasts over 6 centuries. 600 years. To put that into perspective, if someone had been born when the Ottoman state first appeared, their distant descendants would still be living when airplanes flew over the battlefields that finally ended it. Empires often seem permanent while they exist. The Romans probably assumed Rome would last forever. The Byzantines thought Constantinople was protected by heaven itself. The Ottomans believed their dynasty had been chosen by destiny. History, meanwhile, quietly smiled and kept turning the pages. So settle in. Lower the lights. Perhaps pull the blanket just a little closer. Tonight, we're traveling back to a world where kingdoms rose from horseback, where cities were worth entire lifetimes of war, and where one family's ambition reshaped Europe, Asia, and Africa. But before we meet the man called Osman, we need to understand the broken world that allowed him to succeed. Because empires are almost never born from peace. They grow in the cracks left behind by collapsing civilizations. At the end of the 13th century, Anatolia looked less like a country and more like a shattered mirror. Pieces of old kingdoms reflected fragments of forgotten glory. Nothing quite fit together anymore. Several centuries earlier, this land had been the heart of the Byzantine Empire. Roman roads stretched across mountains and valleys. Marble churches overlooked prosperous towns. Merchants traveled safely between ports carrying silk from China, spices from India, and silver from Europe. Constantinople glittered at the center of it all. It wasn't simply a city. It was the city. If medieval people had spoken of the city, everyone knew which one they meant. Its massive walls had turned away invaders for nearly 1,000 years. Inside those walls stood churches with golden domes that reflected sunlight like fire. Markets overflowed with goods from nearly every known civilization. Scholars copied ancient Greek manuscripts while sailors unloaded cargo from Venice, Egypt, Crimea, and beyond. To many Europeans, Constantinople seemed almost magical. To others, unbelievably wealthy. Which, as history repeatedly demonstrates, is often an invitation for trouble. Unfortunately for Byzantium, trouble arrived with remarkable consistency. Internal rebellions, civil wars, religious disputes, ambitious generals, foreign invasions. It became difficult to determine which was causing more damage, the enemies outside or the politicians inside. Sometimes both worked together with surprising efficiency. Then came the Seljuk Turks. Originally nomadic peoples from Central Asia, they had traveled westward over generations, gradually entering the Islamic world and eventually becoming one of its most powerful military forces. In 1071, they defeated the Byzantines at the Battle of Manzikert. The battle itself lasted only a day. Its consequences lasted centuries. After Manzikert, Byzantine control over much of Anatolia began unraveling with astonishing speed. Entire regions slipped away. Turkish tribes settled valleys, hills, and plains that had once belonged securely to Constantinople. Greek villages suddenly found themselves under new rulers. Mosques appeared beside churches. Turkish became common alongside Greek, Armenian, Persian, and Arabic. Anatolia transformed into one of history's great cultural crossroads. It was messy, confusing, dangerous, and oddly creative. When civilizations collide, they often produce extraordinary things alongside extraordinary violence. For a time, the Seljuk Sultanate of Rum brought relative stability. Cities prospered again. Trade flourished. Caravanserais, those magnificent roadside inns, welcomed merchants traveling thousands of miles across Asia. Imagine arriving after weeks crossing dusty plains, your camel exhausted, your boots worn thin, then suddenly seeing enormous stone walls offering food, shelter, water, fresh animals, and safety. The medieval equivalent of discovering a luxury hotel after hiking through the wilderness, except with more camels and considerably fewer complimentary towels. Life settled into something approaching normal, which naturally meant history prepared another disaster. Because of course it did. Far to the east, another storm had begun gathering. It started with a man named Temujin. The world remembers him by another name, Genghis Khan. The Mongols exploded out of the Eurasian steppe with terrifying speed. Cities vanished beneath their armies. Kingdoms collapsed. Entire populations fled westward carrying stories almost too horrifying to believe. Some claimed the Mongols never lost battles. Others insisted they were supernatural punishments sent by God. The truth proved frightening enough without embellishment. Their discipline was astonishing. Their cavalry moved faster than anyone thought possible. Their intelligence networks stretched across continents. Resistance usually ended badly. Very badly. By the 1240s, Mongol influence reached Anatolia. The Seljuk Sultanate became a shadow of itself. Its rulers survived, technically, but increasingly they answered to Mongol overlords. Real power fragmented. Local governors became independent. Military commanders carved out territories. Tribal leaders defended their own lands. Authority dissolved into dozens of competing principalities. Historians call them the Beyliks. Tiny Turkish states scattered across western Anatolia. Some lasted decades. Others disappeared almost immediately. Many fought one another constantly. Borders changed with every successful raid. One month your neighbor paid taxes to one ruler. The next month someone else arrived demanding taxes instead. Medieval accounting must have been absolutely exhausting. Among these little principalities stood one so small that almost nobody outside the region noticed it. Its territory wasn't especially fertile. Its population wasn't particularly large. Its army certainly wasn't impressive. Its leader wasn't born into immense wealth. It was simply another frontier beylik, one among dozens. Its ruler was named Osman. Exactly when Osman was born remains uncertain. Medieval record-keeping often left historians with frustrating mysteries. Dates blur. Stories become legends. Facts mingle comfortably with folklore. It's rather like trying to reconstruct your great-great-great-grandparents' daily routine using only family stories told at weddings. Interesting. Sometimes true. Occasionally involving dragons. What we do know is that Osman inherited leadership from his father, Ertugrul, around the end of the 13th century. The territory he governed lay directly beside Byzantine lands. This location would become his greatest advantage. Frontiers create opportunities. They also create endless excuses for fighting. Osman's followers were known as Ghazis, warriors motivated by faith, adventure, wealth, or some unpredictable combination of all three. Not every soldier fought for identical reasons. Some genuinely believed they defended Islam. Others hoped for land. Some sought glory. Many simply needed food. Human motivation has always resisted neat categories. Osman seems to have understood something important about leadership. People rarely need identical dreams. They simply need a shared direction. His little principality welcomed newcomers. Turkish tribes, former Byzantine subjects, escaped peasants, experienced soldiers, religious scholars, craftsmen, merchants. Anyone willing to contribute found opportunities. Instead of building a society around rigid ethnic identity, Osman built one around loyalty. It proved remarkably flexible. As Byzantine authority weakened, villages increasingly preferred peaceful surrender over destructive resistance. Osman often offered surprisingly generous terms. Keep farming. Pay taxes. Continue living. Just acknowledge new leadership. For exhausted communities surrounded by endless warfare, This arrangement sounded refreshingly reasonable. Better predictable taxes than unpredictable destruction. Pragmatism, as it turns out, wins many more empires than dramatic speeches. One of the most famous stories surrounding Osman concerns a dream. Whether it happened exactly as described is impossible to know. But the legend reveals how later generations understood his destiny. According to tradition, Osman spent a night in the home of a respected religious scholar named Sheikh Idbali. Out of respect for a copy of the Quran hanging on the wall, Osman remained awake rather than stretching his legs toward it while sleeping. Eventually, he drifted into sleep sitting upright. In his dream, a moon rose from Idbali's chest and entered Osman's zone. Then from Osman's side grew an enormous tree. Its branches spread across mountains and rivers. They shaded entire continents. For great rivers flowed beneath its roots. The Nile, the Tigris, the Euphrates, the Danube. Cities flourished beneath its leaves. People found shelter under its immense canopy. When Osman awoke, Idbali interpreted the vision. God had chosen Osman. His descendants would rule a mighty empire. His dynasty would spread across the world like that magnificent tree. Whether literal prophecy or later political mythology hardly matters. Every successful empire eventually tells stories explaining why its rise was inevitable. The reality usually feels much less certain while events unfold. Osman almost certainly experienced far more muddy campaigns than glorious visions. He negotiated alliances, managed quarrels, collected taxes, solved disputes, organized supplies, waited through long winters, worried about harvests. Leadership rarely resembles paintings commissioned centuries later. Most rulers spend far more time discussing grain than destiny. Yet slowly, almost invisibly at first, Osman's territory expanded. Small forts fell. Strategic roads came under his control. Nearby villages accepted his authority. Every success attracted new followers. Every new follower strengthened future campaigns. Momentum became its own form of power. The Byzantine Empire, meanwhile, struggled elsewhere. Civil wars consumed precious resources. Imperial officials argued endlessly over succession, taxes, and theology. Local governors often received little support from Constantinople. Frontier defenses weakened year after year. The contrast grew increasingly obvious. One side centralized but exhausted. The other small but energetic. One clung desperately to old prestige. The other embraced opportunity. History often favors whoever adapts fastest, not necessarily whoever begins strongest. By the early years of the 14th century, neighboring rulers had begun noticing Osman. The tiny frontier Beylik no longer seemed quite so tiny. Its cavalry appeared more frequently. Its influence reached farther. Its confidence grew, without anyone fully realizing it. The foundations of the Ottoman Empire had already been laid. No grand declaration announced its birth. No trumpets echoed across Anatolia. No one paused history long enough to write, "The empire begins here." Instead, a handful of villages changed allegiance. A few castles opened their gates. Families settled new farmland. Children grew up speaking languages shaped by multiple civilizations. Life continued. Quietly, patiently, and beneath those ordinary moments, something extraordinary was beginning to take root. Like the first shoots of a tree that one day would cast its shadow across 3 continents. The campfires still burned beneath the Anatolian stars. The horses still breathed softly in the darkness. The wolves still called from distant forests. But somewhere beyond the horizon, history had already started moving. Slowly, almost silently, toward an empire that would outlive kings, crusades, dynasties, and entire ages of the world. And the man who inherited Osman's modest frontier domain would soon transform that fragile beginning into something no one, not even the dreamers around those quiet campfires, could have imagined. The heir who built more than a kingdom. Morning arrives gently over northwestern Anatolia. Mist hangs low over the valleys, softening the outlines of distant hills until earth and sky seem to blend together. Dew clings to tall grasses, and the first rays of sunlight catch countless spiderwebs stretched between shrubs like tiny silver bridges. Somewhere nearby, a shepherd whistles to his flock. A blacksmith has already begun his work, each rhythmic strike of the hammer echoing across the village. Smoke rises from clay ovens where flatbread is baking, and the smell drifts lazily through narrow streets that are still more dirt than road. Life, despite all appearances, feels ordinary. Children chase chickens. Merchants argue over prices. Old men complain that things were better 20 years ago. History changes surprisingly little in that regard. Yet beneath this peaceful morning lies a world in motion. Because while most people are thinking about breakfast, somewhere a messenger is riding toward another town, carrying news that will alter the future of continents. Empires rarely arrive with fireworks. They arrive one decision at a time, one road at a time, one carefully negotiated surrender after another. When Osman died around 1324, the state he left behind was no longer just another frontier principality. It was still modest by the standards of the age, certainly no rival to the mighty kingdoms of Europe or the ancient prestige of Byzantium. But it had something those larger powers increasingly lacked: momentum. Momentum is a dangerous thing. Once it begins rolling downhill, stopping it becomes rather difficult. Fortunately for the young Ottoman state, Osman's son happened to possess exactly the kind of patience required to keep that momentum alive. His name was Orhan. Unlike the legendary image that later surrounded his father, Orhan appears less like an adventurous frontier warrior and more like a careful builder. History often celebrates conquerors. It should probably celebrate organizers just as much. After all, anyone can capture a city. Keeping it functioning after everyone stops cheering is the truly difficult part. Orhan understood this instinctively. Instead of chasing glory at every opportunity, he focused on turning conquest into permanence. It's not the most exciting strategy. It is, however, an excellent way to build an empire. The greatest prize awaiting him was the city of Bursa. Nestled against the slopes of Mount Yaludag, Bursa was unlike the scattered villages and wooden forts that made up much of the Ottoman frontier. It possessed stone walls, bustling markets, bathhouses, churches, gardens, workshops humming with skilled craftsmen. Water flowed from mountain springs into elegant fountains. Fruit orchards surrounded its outskirts. Silk merchants passed through on their journeys between east and west. Compared to Osman's rough military camps, Bursa must have seemed astonishingly sophisticated. Unfortunately for its inhabitants, sophistication has never guaranteed safety. The city had already endured years of isolation. Ottoman forces gradually tightened their grip around it, cutting roads and limiting supplies. Rather than launching reckless assaults against formidable walls, Orhan's commanders displayed remarkable patience. Sieges in medieval history are rarely dramatic. Movies tend to compress them into exciting battles lasting perhaps 20 minutes. Reality often meant waiting. Waiting while food disappeared. Waiting while disease spread. Waiting while morale quietly evaporated. It was warfare measured not in heroic charges, but in empty grain stores. Eventually, in 1326, Bursa surrendered. Legend claims Osman died just before hearing the news. Whether that story is literally true hardly matters. It carries poetic weight. The founder never entered the first great city of his dynasty. Instead, that honor belonged to his son. Bursa became the first true Ottoman capital. And with that decision, something subtle but enormously important happened. The Ottomans stopped behaving merely like successful raiders. They started behaving like rulers. The transformation could almost be felt in the streets. Government offices appeared. Markets expanded. Mosques were built alongside existing churches. Caravan routes became safer. Tax systems grew more organized. Coins bearing Ottoman authority entered circulation. A treasury developed. Records were kept. Judges settled disputes. Schools welcomed students. An empire isn't created simply by winning battles. It's created when people begin expecting tomorrow to resemble today. Stability. That elusive treasure every civilization seeks. Orhan invested heavily in precisely that. His administration remained surprisingly practical. Christians generally continued practicing their religion. Greek-speaking communities carried on with daily life. Local officials were often retained because, quite frankly, they already knew how everything worked. Replacing every administrator simply because they served previous rulers would have created chaos. And chaos, while occasionally entertaining in historical documentaries, makes for dreadful governance. Instead, Orhan chose continuity. Taxes still arrived. Roads still functioned. Farmers still harvested wheat. Merchants still crossed the countryside. Only the banners above government buildings changed. For many ordinary villagers, life probably altered far less dramatically than later historians sometimes imagine. Most peasants throughout history have possessed an extraordinary ability to survive political change. Kings come and go. Harvests remained stubbornly necessary. Bursa flourished. Soon it became famous for silk. Imagine walking through its marketplaces during spring. Bright fabrics hang from wooden stalls, shimmering in shades of crimson, emerald, sapphire, and deep gold. Perfume merchants display tiny glass bottles filled with rose oil and jasmine. Copper workers hammer intricate designs into shining trays. The scent of roasted lamb mingles with fresh bread, spices, leather, beeswax candles, and wood smoke. Conversations fill the air in Turkish, Greek, Armenian, Persian, Arabic, and Italian. The city sounds almost musical. Every civilization leaves its own rhythm. Bursa found harmony in diversity. The Ottomans, still small by global standards, occupied an unusually strategic location. Europe lay just across the narrow waters of the Dardanelles. Asia stretched endlessly toward Persia and beyond. Trade naturally flowed through this crossroads. Where merchants gather, money follows. Where money follows, power quietly accumulates, sometimes without anyone noticing until it's already too late. While Bursa prospered, the Byzantine Empire continued struggling with itself. One almost begins to sympathize. Almost. Imagine trying to defend one of history's greatest civilizations while simultaneously arguing over succession disputes, tax revolts, aristocratic rivalries, regional rebellions, foreign alliances, and theological controversies. At some point, someone surely suggested perhaps solving one crisis before creating another. Apparently, no one listened. Civil wars became almost routine. Different claimants fought for the imperial throne. Powerful noble families backed competing emperors. Cities switched loyalty. Armies marched against fellow Byzantines rather than external enemies. It was rather like watching someone attempt to repair a leaking roof while enthusiastically removing the supporting walls. Predictably, things deteriorated. The Ottomans observed all this with remarkable patience. Sometimes the best military strategy involves allowing your opponent to exhaust himself. Why storm heavily defended castles when politics might open their gates for free? It isn't glamorous. It is extraordinarily effective. One civil war in particular changed everything. In the 1340s, Byzantine Emperor John VI Canisinos sought allies against his rivals. Among those allies stood Orhan. The arrangement seemed perfectly sensible at the time. The emperor even strengthened the alliance by marrying his daughter Theodora to the Ottoman ruler. Political marriages have always fascinated historians. Imagine being informed one morning that your future spouse lives hundreds of miles away, speaks another language, belongs to another religion, and represents a power your ancestors fought for generations. Royal weddings have rarely been romantic comedies. Still, the alliance worked. Ottoman soldiers crossed into Europe to support their Byzantine partners. Initially, they intended only temporary campaigns. Afterward, presumably, everyone would return home. History enjoys mocking such assumptions. Because once armies discover favorable territory, leaving becomes surprisingly unpopular. The opportunity arrived almost by accident. In 1354, a powerful earthquake struck the Gallipoli Peninsula. Stone walls cracked. Fortifications collapsed. Entire sections of defensive structures crumbled into rubble. The earth itself had become an unwitting ally. Residents fled damaged towns. Confusion spread. Ottoman forces moved quickly. Before Byzantine authorities could restore control, Turkish troops occupied Gallipoli. The Byzantines demanded its return. The Ottomans politely declined. One imagines the conversation being rather brief. Gallipoli became the first permanent Ottoman foothold in Europe. At the time, few appreciated its significance. After all, it was merely one peninsula, one fortress, one crossing. Except history often changes through just one of something. One assassination. One treaty. One marriage. One earthquake. One bridge between continents. From Gallipoli, Ottoman settlers began arriving steadily. Families crossed the narrow straits. Farmers established villages. Soldiers secured roads. Merchants followed. Mosques rose beside churches. A new society quietly emerged. Europe had gained a new neighbor. It simply hadn't realized how ambitious that neighbor would become. Imagine standing on the shore near Gallipoli one calm evening. The sea reflects the colors of sunset, turning gold, then orange, then deep crimson. Fishing boats drift lazily in sheltered waters. Across the strait lies Asia. Behind you stretches Europe. It seems impossible that such peaceful scenery could become one of history's great gateways of conquest. Yet geography often decides history before generals ever arrive. The Ottomans now possessed something priceless. A permanent bridge between continents. Troops could cross regularly. Supplies flowed more easily. Communication improved. Expansion no longer depended on temporary expeditions. It became systematic, organized, deliberate. Very few people in Europe grasped what this meant. Most kingdoms remained occupied with familiar concerns. England and France continued the 100 Years' War. Italian city-states competed for wealth. The Holy Roman Empire argued enthusiastically with itself, which, to be fair, was one of its favorite activities. The Balkans remained divided among numerous kingdoms, principalities, and ambitious nobles. Nobody looked at the modest Ottoman state and thought, "There's the future master of southeastern Europe." If someone had predicted it, they probably would have been laughed out of the room. History has an excellent sense of irony. Orhan himself grew older. His beard turned white. The young frontier commander became an experienced statesman. He had inherited a promising principality. He would leave behind something much larger. His reign established institutions that future sultans would refine for centuries. Professional administration, stable taxation, urban development, diplomatic flexibility, religious tolerance rooted more in practicality than idealism. A growing military capable of both siege warfare and rapid cavalry campaigns. He proved that the Ottoman state could survive the death of its founder. That may sound obvious. It wasn't. Many successful kingdoms collapsed immediately after losing charismatic leaders. Alexander the Great conquered half the known world. His empire fragmented almost instantly after his death. Genghis Khan's descendants maintained unity longer, but eventually divided as well. Founders inspire. Successors determine whether inspiration becomes permanence. Orhan succeeded brilliantly. As his reign approached its end, another generation prepared to take command. The Ottoman frontier was no longer a forgotten corner of Anatolia. Its banners now flew in Europe. Its cities prospered. Its population expanded. Its reputation spread. Neighboring rulers began paying close attention. Some with admiration, others with growing concern. And concern, as history repeatedly demonstrates, usually arrives several years after it would have been genuinely useful. Far to the west, church bells still rang across medieval Europe. Farmers harvested vineyards beneath ancient castles. Kings quarreled over borders. Monks copied manuscripts by candlelight. Life continued almost unchanged. Few realized that across the sea, a dynasty born from little more than tents, horses, and determination had quietly crossed into their continent. The crossing had taken only a few miles. The consequences would last for centuries. The road ahead now led into the Balkans, into kingdoms divided by rivalry, into battlefields where legends would be born, into cities whose names would echo through history. The Ottoman Empire had learned how to survive. Across the water, when Europe became the frontier, the first thing you notice is the silence. Not the complete silence of an empty world, but the gentle quiet that settles over the countryside just before dawn. The stars are beginning to fade, though the sun has not yet climbed above the eastern hills. Moisture clings to the fields, turning every blade of grass into a tiny mirror. Somewhere nearby, an owl finishes its final hunt before retreating to the forest. A horse snorts softly as soldiers tighten leather saddles, careful not to wake those still sleeping around the dying campfire. Ahead lies Europe. Behind lies Asia. Between them, only a narrow stretch of water that seems almost too insignificant to separate entire civilizations. The soldiers boarding small wooden boats cannot know that historians will one day call this one of the great turning points of medieval history. To them, it is simply another crossing, another assignment, another uncertain morning. History often disguises itself as routine. By the time Orhan died in the early 1360s, The Ottoman state had transformed beyond recognition. It was no longer an experiment, no longer merely one ambitious Turkish principality among dozens. Its foundations were solid. Its treasury was healthier. Its cities were growing. Its armies had become increasingly disciplined. Most importantly, it possessed something every expanding power desperately needs: confidence. Confidence is remarkably contagious. Success convinces people that tomorrow's impossible dream will eventually become next year's ordinary achievement. And few rulers embodied that confidence more completely than Orhan's son, Murad I. If Osman planted the tree, and Orhan watered its roots, then Murad would begin stretching its branches across Europe. He inherited opportunity. He intended to make full use of it. Europe during the 14th century was, to put it kindly, somewhat distracted. The Black Death had swept across the continent only a few years earlier, carrying away perhaps a third of the population. Entire villages vanished. Monasteries stood empty. Fields returned to wilderness because no one remained alive to harvest them. The psychological scars were immense. Imagine living in a world where nearly every family had buried loved ones within the past decade, where churches overflowed with prayers and graveyards expanded almost faster than towns themselves. People searched desperately for explanations. Some blamed divine punishment. Others blamed foreigners. A few blamed unlucky planets. Humanity has always been remarkably creative when explaining disasters. Scientific accuracy generally arrived much later. As Europe recovered from plague, its political landscape remained deeply fragmented. The Balkans, especially, resembled a patchwork quilt stitched together by rulers who frequently disliked one another. Serbia had grown powerful. Bulgaria remained influential. Various Greek states struggled to preserve independence. Hungary watched events nervously from the north. Venice and Genoa competed fiercely for commercial dominance along the coast. Everyone possessed ambitions. Few possessed unity. This suited Murad perfectly, because fighting one united enemy is difficult. Fighting 10 divided enemies, well, history suggests that tends to go rather better. Murad wasted little time. Rather than launching reckless invasions deep into Europe, he advanced methodically. One fortress, one valley, one river crossing, one alliance, one surrender, then another. The Ottoman army became increasingly skilled at combining military strength with political flexibility. Some local rulers resisted fiercely. Others accepted Ottoman authority in exchange for retaining their lands. Still others switched sides whenever circumstances changed. Medieval loyalty could occasionally be flexible. One should probably avoid judging too harshly. When survival is involved, principles sometimes develop surprisingly elastic qualities. The Ottoman state itself remained equally pragmatic. Conquered Christian nobles were not automatically removed. Many continued governing local territories as Ottoman vassals. Taxes flowed. Peace largely returned. Life resumed. For countless ordinary peasants, changing rulers mattered less than ending constant warfare. If the harvest survived and the family remained alive, politics became someone else's concern. Then came Adrianople. Known today as Edirne, the city occupied one of the most strategically important positions in southeastern Europe. Roads from Constantinople met routes leading toward the Balkans. Merchants passed through constantly. Armies inevitably followed. Capturing Adrianople meant controlling one of Europe's great crossroads. Around 1369, the Ottomans achieved precisely that. Murad made an extraordinary decision. Instead of ruling Europe from Asia, he moved his capital. Edirne became the new Ottoman seat of power. Pause for a moment and consider what this meant. The rulers who had once struggled merely to survive on the Byzantine frontier were now governing from the European continent itself. This wasn't simply expansion. It represented a psychological transformation. The Ottomans no longer viewed Europe as foreign territory. It had become home. The implications were enormous. Palaces rose. Markets expanded. Mosques appeared alongside churches. Scholars, craftsmen, merchants, and diplomats filled the growing city. Edirne hummed with energy. Imagine wandering its streets at sunset. The call to prayer echoes through warm evening air. Church bells answer from distant neighborhoods. Greek merchants bargain with Turkish traders. Armenian jewelers display delicate gold necklaces beneath flickering oil lamps. Children chase each other through narrow streets without much concern for the languages they speak. Civilizations overlap naturally, not always peacefully, but often more practically than later generations imagine. Military success required organization. Murad understood this better than most rulers of his age. As Ottoman territory expanded, temporary tribal warriors could no longer meet every challenge. Empires require permanent institutions. Among the most famous, and eventually controversial, was the early development of the Janissaries. Their origins remain debated by historians, but during Murad's reign, the foundations of this remarkable military corps took shape. Young Christian boys from parts of the empire would eventually be recruited through what became known as the Devshirme system. Taken from their families, converted to Islam, educated rigorously, and trained as elite soldiers or administrators, many rose to astonishing heights of influence. To modern readers, the system feels deeply unsettling. And indeed, it involved profound personal loss for countless families. Yet historical reality remains complicated. Some boys eventually became grand viziers. Others commanded armies. Many achieved wealth impossible within their villages of birth. Parents sometimes resisted fiercely. Others, surprisingly, hoped their sons would be selected. History seldom offers simple moral categories. It prefers uncomfortable complexity. The Janissaries would, in time, become among the most disciplined infantry in the world. Feared, respected, exceptionally loyal to the Sultan, at least for several centuries. Because, naturally, that relationship would eventually become much more complicated. But we'll save that particular headache for another night. Murad's greatest challenge came from Serbia. The Serbian Prince Lazar recognized what many neighboring rulers increasingly understood. Individually, none could stop Ottoman expansion. Together, perhaps they could. Coalitions formed. Messengers rode between courts. Old rivals attempted cautious cooperation. It's one of history's recurring patterns. Nothing encourages alliances quite like the appearance of a larger threat. The confrontation became inevitable. It arrived in the summer of 1389. A broad plain known as Kosovo. Even today, the name carries extraordinary emotional weight throughout the Balkans. History there never truly became past. It continues living in memory. Picture the battlefield. The morning air already feels warm. Dust rises beneath thousands of marching feet. Armor catches the sunlight in countless flashes of silver. Priests offer blessings. Imams recite prayers. Banners flutter gently before the wind strengthens. Some soldiers stare quietly across the field. Others joke nervously. Veterans sharpen swords one final time despite having done so twice already. A few young men are almost certainly wondering whether they will survive until evening. Most will not admit it aloud. Across the plain stand two worlds. Not Christianity against Islam in any simplistic sense, despite later nationalist storytelling. Reality contains far more nuance. Christians fought on both sides. Muslims fought on both sides. Political alliances rarely respected neat religious boundaries. The battle itself remains difficult to reconstruct with certainty. Contemporary accounts conflict. Later legends expanded dramatically. What seems clear is this: the fighting proved brutal. Hours of desperate combat swept across the field. Charges, counterattacks, confusion. Victory seemed uncertain for much of the day. Eventually, Ottoman forces prevailed. But triumph carried terrible cost. Murad himself was killed. According to tradition, a Serbian nobleman named Miloš Obilić gained access to the Sultan's tent and assassinated him. Whether every detail happened exactly that way remains uncertain. The legend became almost as important as the facts. Murad became the first Ottoman Sultan to die in battle. An empire expanding with extraordinary speed had paid dearly for another victory. His son Bayezid reacted immediately. Perhaps ruthlessly, certainly decisively. Before rivals could challenge his succession, Bayezid secured power with astonishing speed. The Ottoman state had learned an important lesson. Civil wars destroy empires. Future sultans would remember that lesson, sometimes in ways both effective and horrifying. Bayezid soon earned a nickname, Yildirim, the Thunderbolt. It suited him perfectly. Where Murad had advanced carefully, Bayezid often moved with breathtaking speed. Campaigns followed one another almost without pause. Fortresses surrendered before relief could arrive. Kingdoms found themselves overwhelmed before alliances fully formed. His cavalry became legendary. News of Ottoman victories spread throughout Europe with increasing alarm. The mysterious frontier warriors had become a genuine imperial power. Kings who once ignored them now studied maps very carefully. Meanwhile, Constantinople still stood. Magnificent, ancient, proud. Its walls remained among the strongest ever constructed. Yet the city itself felt increasingly isolated. Imagine standing atop the Theodosian walls and looking outward. Centuries earlier, Roman territory stretched beyond every visible horizon. Now, Ottoman lands surrounded the city on nearly every side. The great capital of Byzantium had become an island, not surrounded by water, surrounded by history. Its emperors negotiated carefully, paid tribute when necessary, balanced diplomacy against survival. The city endured. But each passing decade made its future seem a little more uncertain. Few realized just how much longer those famous walls would hold. As evening settles across the Balkans, campfires once again begin appearing beneath darkening skies. The same stars shine over Europe and Asia alike. Soldiers eat simple meals. Messengers continue riding dusty roads. Merchants calculate profits by candlelight. Monks copy manuscripts. Imams lead evening prayers. Children fall asleep without knowing that the maps surrounding their lives are quietly changing. The Ottoman Empire has crossed from possibility into permanence. It now stretches across continents. Its armies command respect. Its rulers think not merely about survival, but destiny. Yet destiny possesses a curious habit. Just when an empire begins believing itself unstoppable, someone unexpected often appears over the horizon. Far to the east, beyond mountains, deserts, and endless grasslands, another conqueror is already gathering an army. Like a storm still hidden behind distant hills. His name is Timur. And before long, the thunderbolt himself will discover that even the fastest lightning can be swallowed by a greater tempest. The thunderbolt and the storm from the east. There is a peculiar calm that settles over the Anatolian plateau just before sunrise. The air is cool enough that every breath becomes briefly visible. The grass bends beneath a gentle wind carrying the scent of wild thyme and damp earth. Somewhere beyond the hills, horses graze quietly, unaware that by evening many of them will be racing into battle. Ravens circle lazily overhead, their dark shapes drifting against a pale blue sky that seems almost too peaceful for the history about to unfold. If you had wandered through one of the Ottoman military camps on such a morning around the year 1395, you might have felt something unusual. Confidence. Not loud, boastful confidence. Something quieter. More dangerous. The confidence of people who have won so often that victory begins to feel inevitable. History has a remarkable way of punishing that feeling. By the end of the 14th century, Bayezid I had become one of the most feared rulers in Europe. His nickname, Yildirim, the Thunderbolt, was no exaggeration. He moved armies with astonishing speed. Campaigns that should have taken months were completed in weeks. Enemy rulers barely had time to gather their forces before Ottoman cavalry appeared on the horizon. Imagine being a medieval governor standing atop your castle walls. One afternoon, a rider arrives with alarming news. The Ottomans have crossed the river. You nod calmly. Good. That gives us several weeks to prepare. The following morning, another messenger arrives. They're outside the city. You blink. I'm sorry, what? That, in many ways, was Bayezid's greatest weapon. Speed created confusion. Confusion created fear. Fear often opened city gates long before battering rams ever reached them. His empire continued expanding across the Balkans. Bulgarian kingdoms gradually submitted. Serbian rulers became Ottoman vassals. Fortress after fortress accepted the sultan's authority. Every campaign strengthened his reputation. Every victory attracted new allies and new enemies. Because successful empires have an unfortunate tendency to make everyone else nervous. Europe watched with growing concern. The Ottoman frontier no longer felt like a distant problem belonging to the Balkans. Now it threatened the balance of power across the continent. Something had to be done, or at least discussed extensively during expensive meetings. Medieval diplomacy, much like modern diplomacy, often involved remarkable quantities of discussion. Eventually, however, discussion turned into action. A crusade was declared. The call spread through Christendom. Knights from France, warriors from Burgundy, German nobles, Hungarian forces, Hospitallers, volunteers seeking glory, forgiveness, or perhaps simply adventure. Thousands gathered under banners decorated with bright crosses. Some genuinely believed they were defending Christianity. Others hoped for fame. Many younger knights viewed the expedition almost as an opportunity to prove themselves. Youth has always possessed a touching confidence regarding warfare. Old soldiers tend to be considerably less enthusiastic. The crusading army assembled under King Sigismund of Hungary. It looked magnificent, armor polished until it reflected the sun, colorful standards fluttering above thousands of soldiers, war horses adorned with embroidered cloth, trumpets sounding proudly across the camps. One contemporary observer remarked upon their confidence, perhaps even overconfidence. There is an old saying often attributed to medieval chroniclers. The French knights supposedly boasted that if the sky itself fell, they would hold it up with their lances. History listened quietly and made a note. The two armies met near the town of Nicopolis in 1396. Picture the battlefield. Rolling hills overlooking the Danube. Early autumn sunlight warming the grass. Morning mist slowly disappearing as thousands of soldiers arranged themselves for combat. Across the valley stood the Ottoman army. Disciplined, experienced, patient. Bayezid had fought dozens of campaigns. Many crusading knights, by contrast, possessed tremendous courage but relatively little experience working together. Different languages complicated communication. Different commanders possessed different plans. Different ambitions pulled the coalition in different directions. Unity looked impressive. Maintaining it proved rather harder. King Sigismund urged caution. Allow the experienced infantry to begin. Advance methodically. Coordinate the attack. The French nobles had another idea. Charge immediately. Because naturally they did. Waiting was apparently far less exciting. The heavily armored knights thundered forward. At first, everything seemed to go wonderfully. They smashed into the Ottoman front lines. Enemy soldiers fell back. Victory appeared almost within reach. Then the ground changed. The charge slowed. Hidden obstacles disrupted formation. Exhausted horses struggled uphill. The knights reached the crest, only to discover fresh Ottoman troops waiting calmly beyond. Bayezid had anticipated exactly this. His reserve forces surrounded the isolated crusaders. Archers filled the sky with arrows. Cavalry attacked from multiple directions. The confident advance became desperate survival. By afternoon, the crusading army collapsed. Thousands died. Thousands more surrendered. King Sigismund escaped by ship down the Danube, reportedly remarking that they had been defeated not by the Turks alone, but by the pride of the French. That may or may not be exactly what he said. It certainly sounds like something a disappointed ally would mutter. Nicopolis sent shockwaves across Europe. The Ottomans had defeated one of the greatest crusading armies assembled in generations. Their reputation soared. The thunderbolt seemed unstoppable. After Nicopolis, Bayezid turned his attention toward the greatest prize of all, Constantinople. Again, the ancient capital had survived for over 1,000 years. Roman emperors had ruled there. Byzantine emperors still ruled there. Its walls remained legendary, yet the city now stood almost completely surrounded. Imagine living inside Constantinople around the year 1400. You wake each morning beneath magnificent church domes. Markets still bustle. Ships still cross the Golden Horn. The bells of Hagia Sophia continue echoing across the city. But beyond those enormous walls, Ottoman banners fill the countryside. Villages once loyal to Byzantium now answer to the Sultan. Roads become increasingly dangerous. Food grows more expensive. Hope becomes harder to find. The emperor appealed desperately to Western Europe. Please, help us. Once again, Europe sympathized. Mostly. Actually organizing another major crusade proved considerably more difficult. Governments have always been remarkably good at agreeing that someone ought to solve a problem, preferably someone else. Bayezid tightened his blockade. He even constructed a fortress overlooking the Bosporus to control traffic entering the city. Constantinople felt increasingly trapped. Its future seemed measured not in centuries, but perhaps years. Then, everything changed. Not because of Europe, not because of Byzantium, but because of a conqueror approaching from the east. His name was Timur. In the west, He is often called Tamerlane. Born in Central Asia, Timur had built an empire of astonishing size. He admired Genghis Khan. Though not descended directly from him, Timur consciously modeled himself after the great Mongol conqueror. His armies swept across Persia, Mesopotamia, the Caucasus, northern India. Cities that resisted often suffered catastrophic destruction. Timur cultivated terror as a military strategy. Stories of pyramids built from human skulls spread across Asia. Some accounts were undoubtedly exaggerated. Many were not. Entire regions surrendered rather than risk testing the rumors. His empire expanded with frightening speed. Eventually, his frontier reached Bayezid's. Two ambitious conquerors. Two enormous egos. One inevitable collision. At first, they exchanged letters. The correspondence quickly deteriorated. Imagine diplomatic messages written less like careful negotiations and more like increasingly elaborate insults. Each ruler questioned the other's legitimacy. Each demanded submission. Each assumed victory inevitable. Neither possessed much interest in compromise. As if that could ever go wrong. War became unavoidable. Bayezid marched east with his army. Timur advanced west. Their forces converged near Ankara in the summer of 1402. The Anatolian plain stretched endlessly beneath the scorching August sun. Heat shimmered above dry grass. Dust rose beneath tens of thousands of marching soldiers. Both armies were immense. The Ottomans possessed experienced infantry, disciplined cavalry, Serbian allies, and seasoned commanders. Timur brought battle-hardened veterans from across Central Asia. Horse archers. War elephants captured during Indian campaigns. Engineers. Generals who had conquered half the known world. Neither side underestimated the other. This would not resemble Nicopolis. No overconfident crusaders. No divided coalition. Only two military giants. The Battle of Ankara began beneath relentless summer heat. Timur had prepared carefully. He controlled local water sources. His troops remained relatively fresh. Bayezid's soldiers arrived exhausted after long marches. The battlefield itself favored Timur's mobile cavalry. Then came disaster. Several Anatolian contingents serving Bayezid changed sides during the battle. Many had once ruled independent principalities before Ottoman expansion. Their loyalty had always been uncertain. Now, facing Timur, they defected. Suddenly gaps appeared within the Ottoman lines. Timur exploited them immediately. His horse archers surrounded isolated units. Arrows darkened the sky. The Ottoman army fought stubbornly. The Serbian knights under Stefan Lazarevic launched repeated counterattacks to protect Bayezid. Their courage impressed even enemy chroniclers. But courage cannot always overcome collapsing strategy. By evening, the battle was lost. Bayezid attempted escape. His horse reportedly stumbled. Timur's soldiers captured him. For the first time in Ottoman history, a reigning sultan became a prisoner. Stories about Bayezid's captivity quickly spread throughout Europe and Asia. Some claimed Timur carried him around inside an iron cage. Others described elaborate humiliations. Modern historians debate these tales. Many appear exaggerated or entirely fictional. Victorious rulers have always enjoyed encouraging colorful rumors about defeated rivals. Reality was probably less theatrical. Still, the psychological impact proved enormous. The seemingly invincible thunderbolt had fallen. Constantinople erupted with relief. Its siege ended overnight. Europe celebrated. Church bells rang. Prayers of thanksgiving echoed through cathedrals. The Ottoman Empire appeared finished. Looking back, it seems obvious that the dynasty would recover. Living through the moment, almost no one believed it. The empire shattered. Bayezid's sons immediately began fighting one another. Civil war erupted. Governors declared independence. Former vassals seized opportunities. Neighboring rulers reclaimed lost territories. The mighty Ottoman state fragmented almost as quickly as it had risen. History can be breathtakingly cruel. Decades of careful expansion. Years of astonishing victories. Undone in a single catastrophic campaign. It almost feels unfair. Then again, history has never promised fairness. Only change. As darkness falls over Anatolia, abandoned camps lie silent. Broken wagons scatter across empty fields. Discarded shields rest half buried in dust. The wind moves gently through tall grass where thousands fought only hours before. Somewhere, survivors begin the long journey home. Others never will. In Constantinople, candles burn late into the night. Citizens celebrate deliverance. The ancient city has survived once again. Perhaps they dare to hope. Forever. They could not know that this reprieve was only temporary. Far away, Bayezid's sons are already gathering supporters. Brother will soon fight brother. The empire will stand on the edge of extinction. And yet, sometimes the most remarkable chapter in a civilization story is not its rise, not its greatest victory, but its refusal to die. The empire that refused to die. The rain falls softly across Anatolia. Not the violent kind that lashes rooftops or floods rivers, but a slow, steady rain that seems determined to wash the dust from the land after years of war. Droplets gather on the branches of oak trees. They slide down weathered stones that once marked forgotten Roman roads. In the distance, a lone rider disappears into the gray morning, his cloak soaked through long before he reaches the next village. Around him, the Ottoman world is falling apart. Or at least, that's how it appears. Cities no longer know which prince they serve. Tax collectors carry letters bearing different royal seals. Soldiers who fought together only months earlier now find themselves facing one another across muddy fields. Merchants hesitate before opening their shops because no one is entirely certain whose coins will still be worth something next week. Empires, it turns out, are remarkably fragile. From a distance, they look like mountains. Up close, they're held together by people making thousands of ordinary decisions every single day. And when those people stop agreeing, the mountain begins to crumble. The defeat at Ankara in 1402 had shattered more than Bayezid's army. It had shattered certainty. For decades, Ottoman expansion had seemed almost unstoppable. Every campaign pushed the frontier farther. Every victory strengthened the dynasty. Now, almost overnight, all of that confidence evaporated. Timur had done what no European king had managed to accomplish. He had broken the empire's rhythm. And rhythm, in history, matters more than we sometimes appreciate. A successful state develops momentum. Victories lead to recruits. Recruits lead to larger armies. Larger armies lead to more victories. Commerce expands. Cities prosper. People begin assuming tomorrow will resemble yesterday. Then one disaster interrupts the pattern. Suddenly, everything becomes uncertain. The future feels negotiable again. Neighboring rulers sense the opportunity immediately. The Byzantine Empire regained territories around Constantinople. The Serbian despotate strengthened its position. Venice reclaimed influence along the coast. Old Anatolian principalities reappeared almost as if they had been patiently waiting backstage for the Ottoman performance to end. For a brief moment, it genuinely looked as though the Ottoman Empire might become little more than a fascinating historical footnote. One of those kingdoms historians mention with a thoughtful sigh. They showed great promise. And then, the greatest danger, however, came from within. Bayezid had left behind several ambitious sons. Unfortunately, he had neglected to leave behind a universally accepted succession plan. This would become something of an Ottoman tradition, not a particularly healthy one. Each prince believed himself the rightful heir. Each possessed loyal supporters. Each controlled different territories. And each understood one uncomfortable truth. Only one of them could wear the crown. The struggle that followed became known simply as the Ottoman interregnum. 11 years of civil war. 11 years of uncertainty. Imagine being an ordinary farmer during this period. One spring, Prince Suleiman's officials arrived to collect taxes. The following autumn, Prince Musa's soldiers appeared demanding the same taxes again. Next year, perhaps Prince Mehmed claims authority. Who exactly is the Sultan? The honest answer depends almost entirely on where you're standing. For ordinary people, ideology mattered less than stability. Most peasants throughout history have never dreamed of glorious conquests. They've dreamed of surviving winter, keeping their children healthy, harvesting enough grain, avoiding armies altogether. The Ottoman princes, however, had considerably larger ambitions. The eldest, Suleiman Çelebi, established himself in the European territories. Educated, diplomatic, and closely connected with Byzantine rulers, he initially appeared the strongest contender. He negotiated treaties, strengthened alliances, presented himself as the natural successor. Across Anatolia, another brother, Isa Shalebi, attempted to hold western lands. He found himself challenged almost immediately by Mehmed, the youngest serious contender. At first glance, Mehmed did not seem the obvious choice. His resources were limited, his territory relatively modest. His personality lacked the dramatic flair often associated with legendary conquerors. If Bayezid had been lightning, Mehmed resembled steady rain. Quiet, patient, persistent. History occasionally favors precisely that kind of person. While his brothers rushed toward quick victories, Mehmed practiced something rather unusual. He learned. He negotiated. He waited. He watched rivals exhaust themselves. Perhaps the greatest lesson from Ankara had become painfully clear. Raw military brilliance alone could not sustain an empire. Institutions mattered. Diplomacy mattered. Patience mattered. One by one, circumstances shifted in Mehmed's favor. Isa was defeated. Suleiman gradually lost support. Then came Musa. Aggressive, energetic, often ruthless. He captured Edirne and briefly controlled much of the European Ottoman territories. For a time, Musa appeared unstoppable. Unfortunately for him, appearing unstoppable and actually being unstoppable are two entirely different things. His harsh treatment of allies steadily undermined his position. Even those who admired his courage began questioning his judgment. Leadership requires more than winning battles. It requires convincing people that following you tomorrow will be better than following someone else. Musa struggled with that particular challenge. Mehmed did not. The decisive confrontation arrived in 1413, near the town of Kemerlu. Appropriately enough, the name roughly means muddy. History has always possessed an understated sense of humor. After years of civil war, after brothers had fought brothers across fields and fortresses, after countless villages had endured uncertainty, the fate of the Ottoman dynasty would be settled in the mud. The battle itself proved decisive. Mehmed emerged victorious. Musa fell. The civil war ended. After 11 exhausting years, the empire possessed one ruler once again. Mehmed became Sultan Mehmed I. His title sounded impressive. His inheritance, less so. Imagine entering the throne room after more than a decade of civil conflict. The crown is yours. Congratulations. Now comes the difficult part. Treasury, partially depleted. Army, needs rebuilding. Provincial governors, some loyal, some suspicious, some quietly considering independence. Neighbors, watching carefully, waiting for another opportunity. It resembles inheriting a magnificent house immediately after a hurricane. The walls remain standing. Mostly, everything else requires attention. Mehmed approached the challenge with remarkable restraint. Rather than immediately launching grand campaigns, he focused inward, repairing administration, restoring finances, rebuilding trust, strengthening institutions. Modern historians sometimes overlook rulers like Mehmed because they produced fewer spectacular conquests. Yet without builders, conquerors rarely leave lasting empires. One of his greatest achievements involved restoring confidence. Merchants gradually resumed long-distance trade. Roads became safer. Judges returned to regular administration. Taxation stabilized. Farmers planted crops knowing someone would likely still govern the region by harvest season. These may sound like ordinary accomplishments. They are. That is precisely why they matter. Civilization depends far more upon ordinary success than extraordinary heroics. A functioning bridge often contributes more to history than a famous battlefield. Though admittedly, the bridge usually receives fewer paintings. Mehmed also recognized another important truth. The Ottoman state had changed. It could no longer operate purely as a frontier warrior society. Its population now included millions of Christians, Muslims, Jews, Greeks, Turks, Armenians, Slavs, Albanians, and many others. Different languages echoed through its marketplaces. Different customs shaped everyday life. Holding such diversity together required flexibility. Rigid rule would eventually fracture. Practical rule offered greater hope. The Ottoman administrative tradition continued evolving toward accommodation rather than forced uniformity. Communities often retained religious leaders. Local customs survived. Taxes mattered more than cultural conformity. It was not modern equality. Far from it. But compared to many medieval states, it proved remarkably adaptable. Still, dangers remained. One challenge arrived wearing the robes of a holy man. His name was Sheikh Bedrettin. Scholar, mystic, political visionary, depending on whom you ask. Rebel, heretic, idealist, or perhaps all four simultaneously. Bedrettin gathered followers from astonishingly diverse backgrounds. Muslims, Christians, Jews, peasants, dispossessed soldiers, people exhausted by years of civil war. His movement preached ideas that challenged established authority, shared wealth, greater equality, religious coexistence. To some, these sounded inspiring. To the Ottoman government, they sounded suspiciously like revolution. Rebellions erupted. For a time, officials genuinely worried that the fragile empire might collapse yet again. Mehmed responded firmly. The revolt was crushed. Bedrettin was executed. The message became unmistakable. The civil war was over. The dynasty intended to remain. By the time Mehmed died in 1421, the transformation was extraordinary. He had not dramatically expanded the empire. He had done something arguably more important. He had ensured there still was an empire to expand. Future generations would remember Mehmed II as the Conqueror, Suleiman as the Magnificent, Bayezid as the Thunderbolt. Mehmed I rarely receives equally dramatic titles. Perhaps he deserves one. The Restorer. Without restoration, there would have been no conquest. Without patience, there would have been no greatness. History often reserves its loudest applause for those who charge forward. Sometimes the quiet figures repairing broken foundations deserve it even more. As autumn settles across the Balkans, caravans once again move safely along familiar roads. Children born during the Civil War are now old enough to help harvest grapes in hillside vineyards. Church bells ring across valleys. The evening call to prayer drifts from newly restored mosques. Markets fill with laughter instead of anxious whispers. The empire breathes again. Not quite as confidently as before Ankara. Perhaps wiser. Certainly more cautious. Yet history is already preparing another remarkable chapter. Because the young prince who now inherits this restored realm possesses extraordinary ambition. He is curious, intelligent, restless. His name is Murad II, and his son, a boy not yet born, will one day stand before the towering walls of Constantinople and accomplish what emperors, caliphs, crusaders, and conquerors had failed to achieve for nearly 1,000 years. But before that legendary morning arrives, the Ottomans must first prove they have truly recovered. And Europe, once again, is beginning to pay attention. Murad II and the last chance to stop the Ottomans. The morning fog drifts slowly across the fields of Thrace. It rolls over vineyards, old Roman roads, abandoned watchtowers, and quiet streams that have witnessed more armies than fish. In the distance, church bells ring from a hillside monastery. A few miles away, the first call to prayer rises gently over the rooftops of Edirne. The two sounds overlap for a brief moment before dissolving into the cool autumn air. Neither interrupts the other. For now, the frontier has become something stranger than either side expected. It is no longer simply a border. It is a place where worlds meet. Merchants cross it every day. Pilgrims travel through it. Spies quietly disappear into it. Armies, unfortunately, seem especially fond of it. The Ottoman Empire has survived its greatest crisis. Now it faces an even more difficult challenge, convincing everyone else that it is impossible to destroy. When Mehmed I died in 1421, his son Murad II inherited a kingdom that had been carefully stitched back together. The wounds of civil war were still visible. Some provinces remained only cautiously loyal. The treasury had recovered, but not completely. Neighboring rulers still hoped another succession crisis might undo everything. History has a habit of testing new rulers almost immediately. Murad would receive very little time to settle comfortably into the throne. Within weeks, problems began arriving from nearly every direction. One claimant appeared claiming to be Mustafa, a surviving son of Bayezid. History remembers him as Duzmis Mustafa, Mustafa the Pretender. Whether he genuinely believed himself the rightful ruler or simply recognized an opportunity remains difficult to know. Either way, he attracted supporters. The Byzantine emperor, perhaps sensing another chance to weaken the Ottomans, offered assistance. From Constantinople, this probably seemed like excellent strategy. After all, Helping rival Ottoman princes fight each other had worked before. Why not try again? Because, as history occasionally reminds us, yesterday's successful plan can become tomorrow's spectacular mistake. Murad defeated Mustafa. The pretender was captured and executed. The message reached every corner of the empire. There would be no second interregnum. Not if Murad could prevent it. With internal rivals subdued, Murad turned toward the Byzantine Empire. Relations between Constantinople and the Ottomans had always been complicated. Sometimes enemies, sometimes allies, occasionally in-laws, often all three within the same decade. The emperor had gambled on supporting Mustafa. Murad intended to ensure that gamble became an expensive lesson. Ottoman armies surrounded Constantinople once again. Imagine standing atop the massive Theodosian walls. Below you stretches a sea of tents. Thousands of campfires flicker after sunset. The sound of axes echoes through nearby forests as soldiers cut timber for siege equipment. Engineers measure distances. Archers test bowstrings. Messengers ride endlessly between commanders. Inside the city, life continues. Markets still open. Bread is still baked. Priests still celebrate liturgy beneath the golden dome of Hagia Sophia. Children still play in narrow streets. But everyone knows those walls are once again all that separates them from an empire growing stronger each year. This siege ultimately failed. The walls held. Supplies remained sufficient. Murad eventually withdrew. Yet something had changed. The Byzantines had survived. Barely. Each siege reminded everyone that Constantinople's survival depended less upon its own strength and increasingly upon Ottoman decisions. Murad spent the following years doing something that rarely receives dramatic music in documentaries. He governed. Cities expanded. Roads improved. Trade flourished. Justice became more predictable. Tax collection became more efficient. It sounds wonderfully ordinary. An ordinary administration is precisely what transforms kingdoms into empires. Edirne continued growing into one of the great cities of southeastern Europe. Imagine walking through its markets on a bright spring afternoon. Silk from Persia hangs beside wool from the Balkans. Venetian merchants bargain loudly with Turkish traders. Greek fishermen unload fresh catches from nearby rivers. Jewish goldsmiths carefully shape delicate rings beneath open workshop windows. Arabic scholars debate philosophy over cups of sweet sherbet. Blacksmiths hammer horseshoes while children dart between crowded market stalls carrying warm bread. It is noisy, colorful, alive. Empires are often remembered for battles. Most people living inside them remember markets. Murad also continued strengthening one institution that would become synonymous with Ottoman power: the Janissaries. Their training became increasingly disciplined. Their equipment standardized. Unlike many European feudal armies, whose soldiers often served temporarily before returning home, the Janissaries became permanent professionals. Imagine the difference. One army gathers whenever local nobles decide to answer the king's call. The other trains every day. One depends upon seasonal obligations. The other makes warfare a lifelong profession. It doesn't guarantee victory, but it certainly improves the odds. The Janissaries lived under strict discipline. They trained relentlessly. Loyalty belonged not to local lords, but directly to the sultan. Over time, they developed extraordinary cohesion. European observers increasingly viewed them with admiration and concern, quite a lot of concern. Meanwhile, events in Europe continued unfolding in familiar fashion. Kings argued. Nobles rebelled. Dynasties quarreled. The Balkans remained divided. Hungary emerged as the principal power resisting Ottoman expansion. Its greatest military leader was a man named John Hunyadi. If Bayezid had been the thunderbolt, Hunyadi became the shield. Born into a noble family of uncertain origins, Romanian, Hungarian, perhaps both depending upon which historian you ask, he possessed exceptional military talent. He learned quickly, adapted constantly, inspired remarkable loyalty among his soldiers. Most importantly, he understood the Ottomans. Unlike many Western nobles who underestimated them, Hunyadi respected their discipline. He knew defeating them required planning rather than enthusiasm. That already placed him ahead of several crusading commanders. Throughout the 1440s, Hunyadi launched bold campaigns against Ottoman forces. Some proved remarkably successful. He defeated several Ottoman armies in the Balkans. News spread rapidly across Europe. Perhaps, just perhaps, the Ottoman advance could finally be stopped. Hope returned. The Pope encouraged another crusade. Hungary joined. Poland joined under the young king, the Ladislaw III. Wallachian troops arrived. Knights from across Europe gathered once more beneath banners bearing the cross. Murad watched carefully. He had seen crusades before. They tended to arrive with impressive speeches, and eventually, large cavalry charges. The two sides initially negotiated peace. A treaty was signed. Murad, believing the frontier temporarily secure, did something unexpected. He abdicated. After more than 2 decades on the throne, he retired. Retired. In the 15th century. Imagine that. Instead of ruling indefinitely until death or assassination, Murad withdrew to the city of Manisa. He devoted time to prayer, gardens, poetry, quiet reflection. One almost imagines him enjoying the first genuinely peaceful mornings of his adult life. His 12-year-old son became Sultan Mehmed II. Yes, that Mehmed, the future conqueror of Constantinople. At the moment, however, he was simply an intelligent teenager attempting to rule one of the world's fastest-growing empires. Needless to say, this arrangement would not last. The Christian coalition looked at the situation and reached an unfortunate conclusion. The Ottomans appeared vulnerable. Their experienced ruler had retired. A child occupied the throne. The recently signed peace treaty suddenly seemed negotiable. After considerable debate, the crusading leaders decided to march anyway. The Pope's representative reportedly assured them that breaking an oath sworn to Muslims would not offend God. History has preserved that argument. Whether wisely is another matter. When news reached Murad, the retired sultan received an urgent message from his young son. The wording has become legendary. If you are the sultan, come and command your army. If I am the sultan, I order you to come and command my army. Whether every word is authentic hardly matters. It perfectly captures the moment. Murad sighed. One imagines, set aside his peaceful retirement, and returned to war. Sometimes history simply refuses to let people relax. The armies met near the Black Sea coast. The place was called Varna. November 10th, 1444. Cold winds swept across open fields. Gray clouds drifted overhead. The sea crashed against nearby cliffs. The Crusaders fought bravely. King the Ladislaw personally led a charge toward Murad himself. For one astonishing moment, victory almost seemed possible. Then everything unraveled. The young king pushed too far ahead of his supporting troops. Ottoman guards surrounded him. His horse fell. Within moments, the Ladislaw was dead. His severed head was reportedly displayed upon a spear. The sight shattered Crusader morale. Panic spread. The coalition collapsed. Varna became another decisive Ottoman victory. Europe had gambled everything on one great crusade. It had lost. Again, Murad returned briefly to retirement. History, apparently finding this amusing, summoned him back once more after another rebellion. Eventually, he resumed permanent control until his death in 1451. By then, he had accomplished something extraordinary. He had defeated internal rivals, broken repeated crusades, strengthened institutions, expanded the empire, and prepared perhaps the most gifted successor in Ottoman history. The young Prince Mehmed had spent these years studying relentlessly. Languages, mathematics, military science, geography, philosophy, ancient history. He admired Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Islamic scholars, Roman emperors. He reportedly walked through maps of Constantinople with almost obsessive fascination. Some people dream about cities. Mehmed planned to own one city in particular, the greatest city, the city whose walls had resisted Persians, Arabs, Bulgarians, Rus, Crusaders, and countless others. Constantinople. For nearly 11 centuries, it had stood, magnificent, defiant, almost eternal, almost. As winter settles over the Balkans, snow begins dusting the hills around Edirne. The elderly Murad breathes his last. Church bells ring in distant monasteries. The call to prayer echoes through Ottoman cities. Merchants continue their journeys. Farmers prepare for another spring. Life goes on. Yet somewhere inside the royal palace, a 19-year-old sultan quietly unfolds a map of Constantinople once again. He studies every wall, every harbor, every hill, every gate. He has been thinking about this city for years. Soon, the world will discover just how carefully he has been planning. Mehmed the Conqueror and the fall of Constantinople. The city wakes before the sun. A faint blue light spreads across the waters of the Bosporus, where fishing boats drift silently between Europe and Asia. Gulls will overhead, crying into the cool morning air. The great dome of Hagia Sophia catches the first rays of dawn, glowing softly like a lantern above the sleeping city. Along the ancient walls, weary guards stamp their feet against the spring chill, pulling wool cloaks tighter around their shoulders. They have stood watch here for years. Their fathers stood here before them. Their grandfathers before them. Generation after generation has looked out from these same walls, believing them to be the strongest ever built by human hands. For nearly 1,000 years, they have been right. The Theodosian walls of Constantinople have defeated Persians, Arabs, Avars, Bulgarians, Rus, Crusaders, and countless ambitious kings whose names are now little more than dusty footnotes. The walls seem eternal. Cities often feel that way, until suddenly, they don't. When Murad II died in February of 1451, his son Mehmed inherited an empire that was stronger than it had ever been. He was only 19 years old. To many rulers across Europe, that sounded encouraging. Young rulers, after all, were expected to make young ruler mistakes. They were supposed to spend years learning, making poor decisions, listening to ambitious advisors, generally providing neighboring kingdoms with useful opportunities. The Byzantine Emperor, Constantine XI Palaiologos, hoped precisely that might happen. Perhaps this new sultan would prove less dangerous than his father. Perhaps diplomacy could buy another generation. Perhaps fortune would intervene one more time. History had saved Constantinople before. Why not again? The young Sultan Mehmed smiled politely during diplomatic meetings. He assured foreign ambassadors that he desired peace. He exchanged gifts. He sent courteous letters. He behaved exactly as everyone hoped he would. Meanwhile, he was quietly preparing for the largest siege Europe had witnessed in centuries. Mehmed possessed something rare among medieval rulers, an almost obsessive curiosity. He spoke several languages, studied Roman history, read about Alexander the Great, questioned engineers, consulted astronomers, discussed philosophy with scholars. He genuinely enjoyed learning, which, admittedly, can become slightly alarming when the person asking detailed engineering questions also commands one of the world's largest armies. He had one overriding ambition: Constantinople, not merely because it was wealthy, not merely because it occupied a strategic location, but because it represented legitimacy. Whoever ruled Constantinople inherited the symbolic heart of the old Roman world. The city was more than stone walls. It was history itself. To capture it would transform the Ottomans forever. Mehmed intended to do exactly that. His preparations began years before the siege. First came diplomacy. He secured peace with Hungary, reached understandings with Venice, calmed potential threats in Anatolia. He understood an important military principle: fight one enemy at a time. Remarkably sensible advice, frequently ignored throughout history. Then came the fortress. On the European side of the Bosporus, directly opposite an older Ottoman stronghold, Mehmed ordered the construction of Ramil-i-Hizari. Imagine watching it rise from the walls of Constantinople. Thousands of laborers, hundreds of stonemasons, engineers working almost day and night. Massive towers climbing steadily into the sky. Within only a few months, an enormous fortress overlooked the narrowest point of the strait. Its cannons could now control ships entering or leaving the Black Sea. The Byzantines understood immediately. This wasn't defensive construction. It was preparation. The noose around Constantinople had tightened once again. One incident demonstrated just how serious Mehmed had become. A Venetian merchant ship attempted to sail through the Bosporus without permission. The fortress opened fire. One cannonball smashed into the vessel. The ship sank. Survivors were captured. The captain was executed. The message echoed across Europe. The Bosporus now belonged to the Ottomans. Trade, diplomacy, war, everything passing through those waters would do so on Mehmed's terms. Yet perhaps his greatest advantage came from an unlikely source. a Hungarian engineer named Urban. Urban specialized in artillery. He approached the Byzantine emperor first. "I can build cannons unlike anything the world has seen." The emperor admired the proposal. Unfortunately, the Byzantine treasury was almost empty. He simply could not afford Urban's price. So the engineer crossed the frontier. He offered his services to Mehmed. The young sultan listened carefully, then reportedly replied with something close to, "Can you build a cannon capable of breaking the walls of Constantinople?" Urban smiled. "I can build one capable of breaking the walls of Babylon." That may have been a slight exaggeration. Engineers have occasionally been known to oversell their projects. Even in the 15th century, Mehmed hired him immediately. The result was astonishing. Enormous bronze bombards. Some weighed more than 16 tons. Others fired stone cannonballs weighing over 500 kilograms. Imagine such a weapon. It takes dozens of oxen merely to transport it. Hundreds of workers accompany the journey. Roads must be repaired in advance because ordinary bridges cannot support the weight. The barrel itself resembles a tunnel. Loading requires hours. Firing shakes the earth. The explosion echoes for miles. These cannons were not particularly accurate, nor especially fast, but they did not need to be. They possessed one purpose: destroying walls that had stood for 1,000 years. Inside Constantinople, preparations also accelerated. Emperor Constantine XI knew exactly what was coming. His situation, however, bordered on impossible. The city that once held perhaps 500,000 people now contained only around 50,000. Entire neighborhoods stood partially abandoned. Gardens filled spaces where grand Roman buildings had once stood. The Byzantine Empire itself consisted of little more than Constantinople and a few scattered territories. Its glory remained immense. Its resources did not. The emperor appealed desperately for help. Letters traveled throughout Europe. The Pope promised support. Venice debated intervention. Genoa sent volunteers. Some ships arrived. Some soldiers came. A brave handful of knights answered the call. Among them was Giovanni Giustiniani, a skilled Genoese commander whose experience in siege warfare would prove invaluable. Yet everyone understood the truth. No great crusade was coming. Not this time. Constantinople would largely stand alone. One of the city's greatest defenses stretched across the entrance to the Golden Horn. A gigantic iron chain, heavy enough to prevent enemy ships from entering the harbor. It had frustrated invaders before. Surely it would again. The Byzantines trusted that chain, almost as much as they trusted the walls. On April 6, 1453, the siege began. The Ottoman army surrounded Constantinople from land. Estimates vary enormously. Perhaps 80,000 soldiers. Perhaps over 100,000. The exact number remains debated. What is certain is that they vastly outnumbered the defenders. Inside the city, roughly 7,000 men prepared to resist. 7,000. Against one of the largest armies in the world. Imagine standing upon the walls that first morning. Looking outward, a sea of tents stretches to every horizon. Colorful banners flutter above endless ranks of soldiers. Engineers position enormous cannons. The smell of campfires drifts through the cool spring air. Drums beat slowly. Calls echo between commanders. The siege has begun. Then the cannons opened fire. At first, the defenders scarcely believed what they were seeing. The great bombard roared. Flames burst from its mouth. Smoke rolled across the field. A stone ball larger than many people crashed into the ancient walls. The impact shook nearby towers. Dust filled the air. Centuries-old masonry cracked. For the first time in nearly 1,000 years, the Theodosian walls faced a weapon they had never been designed to resist. Gunpowder. The defenders worked frantically each night. As soon as darkness fell, laborers carried stones. Monks helped move rubble. Women hauled baskets of earth. Children fetched water. Entire families repaired breaches before dawn. Each morning the cannons destroyed yesterday's work. Each night the city rebuilt it. The siege became a relentless rhythm. Fire. Dust. Repair. Repeat. At sea, the Byzantines initially enjoyed surprising success. The chain across the Golden Horn prevented the Ottoman fleet from entering. Several Christian supply ships fought their way dramatically into the harbor despite overwhelming odds. Citizens watching from the walls erupted with joy. Perhaps, just perhaps, the city could still survive. Mehmed watched the naval setback with visible anger. He reportedly dismissed commanders, punished failures. Then, he conceived one of history's most extraordinary military maneuvers. If the ships could not sail into the harbor, perhaps they could roll into it. Behind the Genoese district of Galata lay wooded hills. Steep, difficult, certainly not intended for naval traffic. Ottoman engineers covered the ground with greased wooden logs. Hundreds of oxen, thousands of soldiers, countless laborers. Together they dragged dozens of ships overland. Imagine waking inside Constantinople one morning. You glance toward the Golden Horn, and there, floating peacefully behind the supposedly impassable chain, is the Ottoman fleet. Ships, inside the harbor, where no enemy ships should possibly be. One can almost hear the collective silence, followed by a great many deeply worried conversations. The city had lost one of its greatest advantages. Mehmed had accomplished the impossible simply by refusing to accept the obvious. Sometimes history belongs to those willing to ask ridiculous questions. What if we moved the ships over the hill? Most people would laugh. Mehmed built a road. The siege tightened. Every day the bombardment continued. Every night repairs continued. Supplies dwindled. Fatigue spread. Still, Constantinople refused to surrender. Its emperor fought alongside ordinary soldiers. Its priests prayed continuously. Its citizens carried stones instead of sleeping. An entire civilization seemed determined to defend its final city. Spring gradually turned warmer. The walls grew weaker. The Ottoman trenches crept closer. The air filled constantly with dust, smoke, and the thunder of cannon fire. Everyone sensed the end approaching. No one knew exactly when. But after more than 11 centuries, the last chapter of the Byzantine Empire was drawing near. And before another sunrise had passed, the city that had once called itself the New Rome would face its final dawn. The last dawn of Constantinople. The night is strangely quiet, not silent. There is no such thing as silence during a siege, but quieter than usual. The cannons have finally stopped. The hammers that have echoed against broken stone for nearly 2 months rest beside unfinished repairs. Even the wind seems reluctant to disturb the darkness as it drifts over the towers of Constantinople. The stars shine brightly above the city. They have watched Romans march beneath them. They have watched emperors crowned beneath golden domes. They have watched Viking traders sail into the harbor. They have watched crusaders betray fellow Christians. They have watched earthquakes, plagues, triumphs, and betrayals. Tonight, they watch a civilization preparing for what may be its final morning. Inside the city, candles flicker in thousands of homes. Families eat together quietly. Some speak in whispers. Others say very little at all. There comes a moment before great historical events when words simply stop being useful. This is one of those moments. By late May of 1453, Constantinople had endured 53 exhausting days under siege. The walls, though still standing, had been battered almost beyond recognition. The enormous bombards fired day after day. Each thunderous blast echoed through churches, markets, monasteries, and narrow streets lined with aging stone houses. The defenders repaired what they could, but they were running out of everything. Stone, timber, food, sleep, hope perhaps, though not courage. That somehow remained. Emperor Constantine XI walked the walls almost every day. He spoke with soldiers by name whenever possible. He thanked exhausted workers. He inspected damaged fortifications himself. Unlike many rulers in history, he had no intention of escaping. If Constantinople fell, he would fall with it. His advisors urged caution. Some quietly suggested there might still be time to flee by ship. The emperor reportedly rejected every suggestion. He had been crowned to defend the city. That duty ended only with death. History remembers many emperors. Very few remain beside their people until the very end. Across the Ottoman lines, Mehmed prepared for the final assault. He had become increasingly impatient. Not reckless, simply determined. His commanders gathered beneath richly embroidered tents illuminated by lantern light. Maps spread across wooden tables. Messengers arrived and departed continuously. Engineers reported the condition of the walls. Janissary officers inspected equipment one final time. Imams moved among the camps, offering prayers and encouragement. The atmosphere felt different. Everyone sensed the decisive moment had arrived. Mehmed addressed his army. Contemporary chroniclers describe speeches promising glory, reward, and eternal honor. Whether every word has survived accurately is impossible to know. What matters is this: his soldiers believed him. Many had spent weeks digging trenches beneath constant arrow fire. Others had dragged artillery across impossible terrain. Some had lost brothers, fathers, or friends during repeated assaults. Tomorrow, they believed, would end everything. Inside Constantinople, something extraordinary happened. The city's divisions briefly disappeared. For centuries, theological disputes had divided Christians. The Great Schism had separated Eastern Orthodoxy from Roman Catholicism. Arguments over doctrine had lasted generations. Some had proven remarkably bitter. Yet on the evening of May 28th, people gathered together inside Hagia Sophia. Orthodox, Catholics, nobles, merchants, soldiers, monks, ordinary citizens. Imagine entering that magnificent church. Hundreds of candles illuminate towering marble columns. Golden mosaics shimmer high above in the dim light. Incense drifts gently beneath the enormous dome. Voices rise together in prayer. Some people kneel. Others weep quietly. Many embrace relatives they may never see again. Outside, the greatest army in the Islamic world prepares for battle. Inside, the last great congregation of the Byzantine Empire asks heaven for one final miracle. Even those who had argued fiercely over theology stand together. History has a curious way of reminding humanity which disagreements truly matter, and which do not. Elsewhere throughout the city, life continues with surprising normality. Bread is baked. Water is carried from wells. Armor is repaired beneath flickering lamps. Children, too young to fully understand the danger, eventually fall asleep. Some soldiers write brief letters. Others sharpen swords that have already become worn from weeks of fighting. Veterans sit quietly upon the walls, staring toward thousands of Ottoman campfires stretching across the darkness. One imagines the conversations. Do you think they'll attack before sunrise? Probably. Do you think we'll hold? No one answers immediately. Just before midnight, Mehmed issued the order. The final assault would begin before dawn. Drums echoed across the Ottoman camps. Trumpets answered. Thousands of soldiers rose almost simultaneously. Armor buckles tightened. Helmets lowered. Banners lifted. The massive army slowly assembled beneath the fading stars. Imagine looking from the walls. Campfires extinguish one after another. Dark shapes begin moving in disciplined formations. The entire landscape seems to awaken. Like an enormous creature preparing to move. The defenders knew exactly what they were seeing. This was not another probing attack. This was everything. Shortly after 1 o'clock in the morning, the first wave advanced. Irregular troops surged toward the damaged sections of the walls. Their task was brutally simple. Exhaust the defenders. Force them to reveal weak points. The fighting became immediate. Arrows filled the darkness. Crossbows answered. Stones crashed downward from the battlements. Boiling liquids. Spears. Axes. The walls became scenes of desperate hand-to-hand combat. The first assault failed. Bodies covered the ground before the fortifications. The defenders cheered weakly. Not because victory seemed certain, but because they had survived another attack. Then came the second wave. More experienced soldiers. Better equipped. More disciplined. Again they pressed against the breaches. Again fierce fighting erupted. Again the defenders somehow held. For a brief moment, it appeared impossible. How could so few continue resisting so many? The answer lay partly in the walls, partly in determination, and partly in exhaustion. The Ottoman attackers rotated fresh troops forward. The defenders could not. Every casualty mattered. Every wounded soldier left another gap. Then came the Janissaries. Fresh, disciplined, silent. Unlike earlier assaults, they advanced in organized formations. No wild shouting. No reckless charges. Only steady movement beneath the first faint light of dawn. Behind them stood Mehmed himself. Watching. Waiting. The moment had come. At almost exactly the wrong possible time for the defenders. Disaster struck. Giovanni Giustiniani, the brilliant Genoese commander whose leadership had inspired much of the city's defense, was severely wounded. Accounts differ regarding exactly how. Perhaps an arrow. Perhaps cannon fragments. Perhaps a bullet. Whatever the cause, he could no longer fight. His men carried him away toward the harbor. The psychological effect proved devastating. Rumors spread instantly. The commander has fallen. The Italians are retreating. Confusion rippled across the walls. In desperate defenses, morale often matters almost as much as stone. And morale had just suffered a terrible blow. Then another incident occurred. Small. Almost insignificant. One forgotten gate, known as the Kirka Porta. Some later chroniclers claim it had accidentally been left open after a sortie. Others dispute the story entirely. Historians continue debating it even today. Whatever happened, a group of Ottoman soldiers gained access to part of the inner defenses. Suddenly banners appeared where they should not have been. Cries spread rapidly. The Turks are inside. Panic began. Not everywhere. Not immediately. But enough. Enough to unravel weeks of extraordinary resistance. The Janissaries pressed forward relentlessly. Breaches widened. Defensive lines fractured. The walls that had protected Constantinople for nearly a millennium were finally overcome. Emperor Constantine XI refused to flee. According to later tradition, he removed the imperial insignia from his armor. If he was going to die, he would die simply as another soldier defending his city. His exact final moments remain unknown. No one can say precisely where he fell. His body was never conclusively identified. There is something strangely fitting about that. The last Roman emperor disappears into the chaos of battle. Not beneath a golden throne. Not inside a palace. But sword in hand among ordinary defenders. The Byzantine Empire ends not with ceremony, but with courage. By sunrise on May 29, 1453, Constantinople had fallen. After 1,123 years, the Byzantine Empire ceased to exist. Church bells fell silent. Ottoman banners rose above the towers. The great gates opened. Soldiers poured into the city. As was customary after medieval sieges, looting followed. For several hours, chaos spread through streets that had once been among the richest in Christendom. Homes were entered. Churches stripped. Citizens captured. It was a brutal reality of warfare in that era. Victorious armies expected reward. Mehmed, however, understood that a ruined Constantinople served little purpose. Before long, he ordered the looting to stop. The city was no longer an enemy fortress. It was now his capital. Destroying it further would mean destroying his own future. Later that day, the 21-year-old sultan rode through the gates. Imagine the scene. The streets are strangely quiet after the morning's violence. Smoke rises from scattered fires. Broken weapons lie abandoned beside shattered carts. Church bells no longer ring. Instead, the sound of horses' hooves echoes through nearly empty avenues. Mehmed rides slowly toward Hagia Sophia. He pauses outside the enormous church. For nearly 1,000 years, this building has symbolized the Christian Roman Empire. He enters. Dust hangs in beams of sunlight filtering through the great dome. The vast interior stands almost silent. According to several accounts, Mehmed stoops to gather a handful of earth. He lets it fall slowly through his fingers. A reminder: kings conquer cities. Time conquers kings. He orders Hagia Sophia converted into a mosque. Yet he also commands that much of the city be preserved. Its churches, its walls, its markets, its aqueducts, its people. He does not wish to inherit ruins. He wishes to inherit an empire. He soon adopts a new title: Kaiser I Rome, Caesar of Rome. To many Europeans, the claim sounded outrageous. To Mehmed, it made perfect sense. He ruled Constantinople, the ancient imperial capital. In his eyes, the Ottoman dynasty had become the legitimate successor to Rome itself. Whether others accepted the claim mattered less than one undeniable fact. The map of the world had changed forever. News spread across Europe with astonishing speed. Churches mourned. Kings worried. Merchants recalculated trade routes. Scholars wondered whether the end of one age marked the beginning of another. Many historians would later point to 1453 as the close of the Middle Ages. History, of course, rarely changes overnight. But some mornings feel as though they do. As the sun climbs higher over the Bosporus, its light falls upon a city with a new name in a new empire. Constantinople, soon increasingly called Istanbul. The new Rome has become the Ottoman capital. and the young man who captured it is no longer merely Sultan Mehmed. From this day onward, history will remember him as Mehmed the Conqueror. Yet conquering the greatest city in the world is only the beginning, because the empire he now commands has outgrown its frontier origins. It is about to become one of the greatest superpowers the world has ever known. The city between two worlds. The sun rises slowly over the Bosporus. Golden light spills across calm water where fishing boats drift between two continents. The morning mist clings to the hills before dissolving into the warmth of early summer. Along the waterfront, sailors unload barrels of olive oil beside crates of Persian silk. A few streets away, the scent of fresh bread escapes from stone ovens while coffee, still a relatively unfamiliar luxury to much of Europe, begins filling narrow courtyards with its rich, earthy aroma. Church bells no longer dominate the skyline. Neither do the calls of soldiers preparing for siege. Instead, another sound gradually becomes the heartbeat of the city. Construction. Hammers striking stone. Sawyers cutting timber. Carpenters raising roofs. Masons rebuilding walls. After centuries of defending itself, Constantinople was learning how to grow again. Or perhaps, more accurately, it was becoming Istanbul. The conquest of 1453 ended one empire. It also presented Mehmed II with an enormous problem. Winning a city and governing it are very different skills. The Constantinople he inherited was magnificent, but wounded. Centuries of war, plague, political decline, and economic hardship had reduced its population dramatically. Entire districts stood nearly empty. Ancient Roman forums had become overgrown with weeds. Elegant palaces crumbled slowly beneath vines. Some neighborhoods felt strangely rural, with vegetable gardens growing where crowded streets had once stood. Imagine walking through the city only weeks after the conquest. You pass breathtaking churches covered in gold mosaics, then abandoned houses collapsing inward, then bustling markets already beginning to reopen, then silent streets where grass grows between cracked paving stones laid by Roman engineers 1,000 years earlier. The city resembled an aging giant. Its bones remained magnificent. Its strength needed rebuilding. Mehmed understood this immediately. He had not conquered Constantinople simply to possess another fortress. He intended to make it the heart of the Ottoman world, perhaps the heart of the world itself. His first priority was people. Cities without people are museums. Beautiful, silent, economically disappointing. So Mehmed encouraged migration on an enormous scale. Families arrived from Anatolia. Merchants came from the Balkans. Greek craftsmen returned. Armenian communities settled in new districts. Jewish families found opportunities unavailable elsewhere. Arab scholars accepted invitations to teach. Persian artists traveled west. Some came willingly, others less enthusiastically. The Ottoman government occasionally relocated populations by official order, believing that empty neighborhoods served no one. To modernize, forced resettlement feels deeply unsettling. For 15th century rulers, it often appeared entirely practical. Within years, life flowed back into the city. Children once again filled streets with laughter. Markets overflowed. Workshops reopened. Ships crowded the harbors. The old imperial capital breathed again. One of Mehmed's most remarkable qualities was his fascination with knowledge. Unlike the popular image of medieval conquerors as men interested only in battle, Mehmed eagerly surrounded himself with scholars. He invited mathematicians, astronomers, philosophers, poets, historians, artists. He reportedly spoke Turkish, Arabic, Persian, Greek, Latin, and Serbian to varying degrees. Whether perfectly or imperfectly hardly matters. His curiosity was genuine. Imagine entering the palace library. Shelves hold works copied from ancient Greek philosophers beside Islamic legal texts. Persian poetry rests next to Roman histories. Maps of Europe lie unrolled beside charts of Central Asia. The Sultan asks questions continuously. How did Alexander organize his campaigns? Why did Rome endure so long? Can new cannon designs improve siege warfare? What causes eclipses? How should cities collect taxes more efficiently? It must have been both exhilarating and exhausting to work for someone whose curiosity never seemed to sleep. He also began constructing a new palace. Not within the old Byzantine imperial complex. Something entirely new. Topkapi Palace. Standing above the meeting point of the Bosporus, the Golden Horn, and the Sea of Marmara, its location seemed almost impossibly beautiful. Imagine standing in its gardens on a cool autumn morning. Below, hundreds of ships glide across sparkling water. Beyond them rise church domes, mosque minarets, bustling markets, vineyards, and distant hills fading into blue mist. Peacocks wander through carefully tended courtyards. Fountains murmur quietly. The scent of roses drifts on the breeze. From these terraces, Ottoman sultans would govern an empire for nearly 4 centuries. Not from one enormous building, but from a series of elegant courtyards connected almost like a peaceful village. Power, surprisingly, can sometimes be very quiet. Administration became increasingly sophisticated. The Ottoman state now ruled peoples speaking dozens of languages, practicing different religions, following different legal traditions. Uniformity simply wasn't realistic. Instead, the empire developed a system that emphasized loyalty and taxation over cultural sameness. Muslim communities followed Islamic courts in many matters. Christian communities often settled family issues through their own religious authorities. Jewish communities retained considerable internal autonomy. Modern historians call aspects of this arrangement the millet system, though it would continue evolving over centuries. It certainly did not create equality by modern standards. Muslims generally enjoyed greater political privilege. Non-Muslims paid additional taxes, including the jizya. Yet compared with many contemporary states demanding religious conformity, the Ottoman approach proved unusually flexible. Practicality once again shaped imperial policy. Empires rarely survived 600 years without learning the value of compromise. Trade became the empire's lifeblood. Stand for a moment inside the Grand Bazaar, or rather, its earliest beginnings during Mehmed's reign. The building would continue expanding for generations. Already, however, merchants from every direction crowd beneath covered streets. Silk from China, velvet from Italy, spices from India, amber from the Baltic, coffee from Yemen, furs from Russia, glass from Venice, silver from Central Europe. The sounds blend together beautifully. Coins clink across wooden counters. Carpets unfurl in clouds of dust. Merchants enthusiastically insist that today's price is absolutely the lowest possible. It almost certainly isn't. Some traditions truly are timeless. The Ottoman Navy also expanded rapidly. Mehmed recognized that controlling Constantinople meant controlling waterways. Shipyards multiplied along the Golden Horn. Carpenters shaped enormous timbers into elegant warships. The smell of pine resin, tar, fresh-cut oak, and sea salt filled the air. Naval power would become increasingly important. Not today, not tomorrow, but very soon. Because every successful empire eventually discovers the same truth. Roads matter. Rivers matter. Seas matter even more. Meanwhile, Europe watched with mixed emotions. Some rulers viewed Mehmed with fear. Others admired his abilities. Italian artists became fascinated by the Ottoman court. In fact, years later, the famous Venetian painter Gentile Bellini traveled to Istanbul to paint the Sultan's portrait. Imagine that meeting. A Renaissance artist from Venice, painting the Muslim conqueror of Constantinople. History delights in unlikely encounters. Civilizations rarely remain as isolated as textbooks sometimes suggest. Trade continues. Ideas travel. Artists cross frontiers even while armies defend them. Of course, Mehmed did not stop conquering simply because he had acquired Constantinople. Far from it. Serbia gradually came under firmer Ottoman control. The Despotate of Morea eventually fell. The Empire of Trebizond, the last independent remnant of the Byzantine world on the Black Sea, was conquered in 1461. Imagine being among the citizens of Trebizond. For centuries, your rulers claimed descent from the old Byzantine emperors. Your city overlooked the sea from magnificent mountain slopes. You believed your little empire might somehow survive. Then Ottoman banners appeared beyond the walls. Another chapter of Roman history quietly closed. One by one, the last fragments disappeared. Further campaigns carried Ottoman influence into Bosnia. Albania resisted fiercely under the remarkable leadership of Skanderbeg. For decades, this brilliant commander frustrated repeated Ottoman invasions. Mountain warfare favored defenders. Local knowledge proved invaluable. Mehmed respected him greatly, even while attempting repeatedly to defeat him. Their struggle became legendary. Sometimes history remembers not only the victors, but those who made victory extraordinarily difficult. By the late 1470s, the Ottoman Empire had become unquestionably one of the great powers of the world. Its armies were feared. Its bureaucracy functioned efficiently. Its capital dazzled visitors. Its economy prospered. Its ruler dreamed constantly of even greater achievements. There were rumors he considered invading Italy permanently. Indeed, Ottoman forces briefly captured Otranto in southern Italy in 1480. For a moment, Europe imagined the impossible. What if the conqueror of Constantinople crossed into the Italian peninsula? What if Rome itself faced an Ottoman siege? The possibilities seemed endless. History, however, had other plans. In 1481, while preparing yet another campaign, Mehmed II died suddenly. Perhaps illness, perhaps natural causes. Some later whispered of poison. Historians remain uncertain. He was only 49 years old. His death echoed across continents. The man who had transformed a frontier dynasty into an imperial superpower was gone. When news spread through Istanbul, construction paused. Markets quieted. Courtiers lowered their voices. An extraordinary reign had ended. Looking back, it is tempting to remember Mehmed only as the conqueror who captured Constantinople. That achievement alone would have secured immortality. Yet his greater accomplishment may have been something less dramatic. He changed the Ottoman Empire's identity. No longer merely warriors of the frontier. No longer simply heirs to Turkish principalities. They had become emperors, builders, administrators, patrons of learning. Successors, at least in their own minds, to Rome itself. The little Beylik founded around campfires in northwestern Anatolia had become a civilization. But every civilization eventually reaches a moment when it must answer a difficult question. Can greatness survive its greatest ruler? Soon, another generation of sultans will attempt to answer exactly that. Some will succeed brilliantly. One, in particular, will lead the empire into what historians still call its golden age. His name is Suleiman. And under his rule, the Ottoman world will stretch farther than Osman could ever have imagined beside those lonely frontier campfires nearly 2 centuries before. The Magnificent Age, when the Ottoman Empire reached its zenith. The morning begins with the sound of water. Not battle, not marching boots, not the thunder of cannons. Just water. It trickles through marble fountains hidden inside peaceful palace courtyards. It splashes gently beneath stone bridges crossing narrow garden channels. Beyond the palace walls, the Bosporus glitters beneath the first light of dawn as merchant ships slowly unfurl their sails. The air smells of jasmine, orange blossoms, fresh bread, sea salt. A gardener carefully trims rose bushes while peacocks wander lazily through the grass, entirely unconcerned with affairs of state. Inside Topkapi Palace, scribes are already awake. Their reed pens glide across parchment with astonishing speed. Orders are copied. Taxes recorded. Diplomatic letters translated. Maps updated. Somewhere nearby, a young prince studies Arabic grammar while another practices archery. In another courtyard, cooks begin preparing breakfast for several thousand people. Several thousand. Because Topkapi is not simply a palace. It is a small city. And from this quiet collection of courtyards overlooking the Bosporus, one man will soon govern the most powerful empire in the Mediterranean world. His name is Suleiman. History remembers him as the Magnificent. The Ottomans simply called him Kanuni, the lawgiver. Curiously enough, that second title may tell us even more about the man. When Suleiman inherited the throne in 1520, he was 26 years old. Young, highly educated, confident, and remarkably prepared. Unlike many princes who stumble unexpectedly into power, Suleiman had spent years learning how an empire functioned. He studied history, military strategy, Islamic law, poetry, languages, administration. He accompanied experienced officials, observed court politics, learned the delicate art of listening before speaking, which, as countless rulers throughout history have demonstrated, is an astonishingly rare skill. His father, Suleiman I, known as Selim the Grim, had expanded the empire dramatically. During his brief but explosive reign, Selim conquered Syria, Palestine, Egypt, The holy cities of Mecca and Medina came under Ottoman protection. The Mamluk Sultanate disappeared. The Ottoman treasury overflowed with new wealth. The empire now controlled some of the richest trade routes on earth. It was an extraordinary inheritance. Though inheriting a great empire comes with one rather awkward expectation. People generally assume you'll make it even greater. No pressure. Suleiman seemed perfectly comfortable with that challenge. Within a year of becoming sultan, he turned his attention toward one of Europe's strongest fortresses, Belgrade. For decades, Belgrade had stood as a barrier against Ottoman expansion into Central Europe. Its walls overlooked the meeting of the Danube and Sava rivers. A strategic masterpiece. Earlier Ottoman rulers had failed to capture it. Suleiman intended to succeed where others had not. In 1521, after a determined siege, Belgrade fell. Church bells across Europe rang with concern. Once again, the road into Hungary lay open. Only a year later came another astonishing achievement. The island of Rhodes, home of the Knights Hospitaller. These warrior monks had spent generations harassing Ottoman shipping throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Their fortress was among the strongest in Europe. Its walls had survived repeated attacks. Its defenders were experienced, disciplined, fearless. The siege lasted months. Cannons thundered. Mines exploded beneath walls. Counter-mines collapsed tunnels. The fighting became desperately close. Imagine living inside Rhodes during those final weeks. Every building trembles from artillery. Dust fills the streets. Churches overflow with the wounded. Every sunrise brings another assault. Every sunset another repair. Eventually, even the magnificent fortress could endure no longer. The knights surrendered with honor. Suleiman allowed them to leave peacefully. A surprisingly generous decision. The surviving knights would eventually settle on Malta, which, as we shall discover later, will become rather important. History enjoys reintroducing familiar characters. Meanwhile, Istanbul flourished. Walk through its streets during Suleiman's reign, and the city feels almost limitless. Perhaps 500,000 people, possibly more. One of the largest cities on earth. Imagine beginning your morning near the spice market. The air itself seems edible. Cinnamon, pepper, cardamom, saffron, nutmeg, frankincense. Merchants from Venice argue cheerfully over silk prices while Arab traders inspect Persian carpets. Greek fishermen sell fresh mackerel beside Armenian jewelers displaying necklaces that sparkle beneath the afternoon sun. Jewish physicians hurry toward wealthy patients. Students carrying heavy books weave between camel caravans. The sounds never truly stop. Coins clink. Donkeys bray. Children laugh. Imams call the faithful to prayer. Shipbuilders hammer oak planks together along the Golden Horn. The city breathes constantly, like a living organism. Every street an artery. Every market a beating heart. Suleiman admired beauty almost as much as conquest. Architecture became one of his greatest passions. And for that, he found perhaps the greatest architect in Ottoman history, Mimar Sinan. Curiously, Sinan began life not as an architect at all. He entered Ottoman service through the Devshirme system and trained as a military engineer, building bridges, roads, fortifications. Only gradually did his astonishing talent reveal itself. Soon, he transformed the skyline of the empire. Mosques, schools, hospitals, aqueducts, bathhouses, bridges, hundreds of magnificent structures. Imagine standing before the Suleiman Mosque shortly after its completion. Its great dome rises gracefully above the hills of Istanbul. Slender minarets reach toward an impossibly blue sky. Inside, light pours through dozens of carefully positioned windows. The vast space feels almost weightless. Quiet, balanced, peaceful. Sinan reportedly wanted visitors to experience harmony itself. Stone arranged into serenity. Centuries later, people still do. Yet Suleiman earned the title lawgiver for reasons extending far beyond architecture. The Ottoman Empire had become enormous, stretching from the gates of Vienna to the deserts of Arabia, from North Africa to the mountains of the Caucasus. Administering such diversity required consistency. Suleiman expanded and organized legal codes governing taxation, land ownership, trade, criminal justice, provincial administration. These regulations complemented Islamic law rather than replacing it. Together, they provided stability across territories containing millions of people. Modern governments often take legal bureaucracy for granted. In the 16th century, creating predictable administration across 3 continents bordered on miraculous. Ordinary people benefited enormously. Merchants preferred reliable laws. Farmers preferred predictable taxes. Judges preferred clear procedures, even if they occasionally complained about them, which humans have always managed remarkably well. Of course, no discussion of Suleiman would be complete without mentioning one woman, originally known as Roxolana, or Hurrem Sultan. Her story begins far from Istanbul, likely born somewhere in what is now Ukraine. Captured during one of the countless slave raids that scarred the region, sold into the imperial palace. By every conventional expectation of the age, her future should have remained invisible. History had other plans. Hurrem possessed extraordinary intelligence, charm, political instinct, humor. Contemporary ambassadors repeatedly commented on her remarkable personality. Some admired her, others feared her. Quite a few underestimated her. That proved unwise. Suleiman fell deeply in love with her. Not merely affection, love, enough to break centuries of Ottoman custom. Instead of treating her as one among many concubines, he married her, officially. The decision astonished foreign observers. An emperor marrying a former slave? Unthinkable. Apparently. Entirely thinkable, if you happen to be Suleiman. Hurrem became one of the most influential women in Ottoman history. She sponsored charitable foundations, hospitals, schools, mosques, corresponded with foreign rulers, participated in palace politics with remarkable skill. Naturally, rumors followed her constantly. Successful women in positions of power have rarely escaped gossip. Some things never change. While the palace buzzed with intrigue, Suleiman continued expanding his empire. In 1526 came one of history's most decisive battles. Mohacs. The Kingdom of Hungary assembled its army to confront the Ottoman advance. The young King Louis II personally led his forces. The battlefield became a sea of mud after heavy rain. Imagine armored knights struggling through soaked fields, horses slipping, cannons sinking into soft ground, visibility reduced beneath dark storm clouds. The battle lasted less than 2 hours. 2 hours. Centuries of Hungarian power effectively ended before lunchtime. King Louis drowned while attempting to escape. Whether trapped beneath heavy armor or thrown from his horse remains uncertain. His body was discovered later in a marsh. A tragic end. The victory opened Central Europe to Ottoman influence. Buda eventually fell. Much of Hungary became Ottoman territory. The empire now stood closer than ever to the heart of Europe. Only 3 years later, Suleiman marched toward Vienna. Imagine the anxiety spreading through Europe. The conqueror, who had taken Belgrade, Rhodes, Hungary, now approached one of the Habsburg Empire's greatest cities. Church bells rang continuously. Walls were strengthened. Civilians prepared desperately. Would Vienna become another Constantinople? History balanced on a knife's edge. As autumn rains arrived, however, the campaign faltered. Supply lines stretched too far. Roads dissolved into thick mud. Heavy artillery became nearly impossible to transport. The defenders resisted stubbornly. Eventually, Suleiman withdrew. The siege had failed. Not dramatically, not catastrophically, simply practically. Even great empires occasionally discover that weather can become a more stubborn enemy than armies. Rain has humbled more conquerors than history sometimes remembers. As evening settles over Istanbul, lanterns begin appearing along the palace gardens. The Bosporus reflects hundreds of tiny lights dancing gently upon dark water. Poets recite verses beneath flowering trees. Musicians play soft melodies inside marble pavilions. Somewhere, Sinan studies another architectural drawing. Elsewhere, Hurrem reads letters from distant provinces. In the imperial council chamber, officials debate tomorrow's decisions. Outside the palace walls, merchants close their shops while sailors tie ships securely before nightfall. The empire seems invincible, confident, orderly, rich, powerful beyond imagination. And perhaps, that is precisely why history is already preparing its next lesson. Because no empire remains at its peak forever. Even the most magnificent sunset eventually gives way to night. An empire at the height of the world. There is a certain kind of afternoon that only exists beside the Mediterranean. The sea is almost impossibly blue. Sunlight dances across gentle waves, making the water look as though someone has scattered thousands of tiny pieces of silver across its surface. A warm breeze carries the scent of salt, citrus groves, and distant pine forests. Seagulls drift lazily above bustling harbors where sailors shout in Turkish, Greek, Arabic, Italian, and Spanish, each language blending into the next until they become part of a single melody. Somewhere, a blacksmith is repairing an anchor. Nearby, children dive from wooden docks into crystal-clear water. An old fisherman patiently untangles his nets, grumbling quietly that the sea was far more generous when he was young. History changes. Fishermen, apparently, do not. This is the Mediterranean in the middle of the 16th century. And almost everywhere you look, the Ottoman Empire is present, sometimes as conqueror, sometimes as trading partner, sometimes simply as an unavoidable fact of life. The empire has reached its greatest age, yet greatness carries an unexpected burden. The larger an empire grows, the more difficult it becomes to hold together. By the 1530s, Suleiman ruled territory stretching farther than any Ottoman sultan before him. From the snowy mountains of Hungary to the deserts of Arabia, from the valleys of Iraq to the shores of Algeria, millions upon millions of people lived beneath the authority of Istanbul. Imagine trying to govern such a realm. A letter sent from Yemen might take months to reach the capital. A rebellion in Hungary could begin and end before the Sultan even learned it had started. Weather mattered. Roads mattered. Couriers mattered. An empire this large depended less upon dramatic victories than upon reliable communication. It was, in many ways, an enormous conversation stretching across 3 continents. One that never truly stopped. The Ottoman government developed into one of the most sophisticated bureaucracies in the world. At the center stood the Imperial Council, the Divan. Picture a long chamber inside Topkapi Palace. Sunlight filters through intricately carved windows onto polished carpets. Senior officials sit quietly, discussing taxation in Egypt, trade disputes with Venice, road repairs in Anatolia, military supplies for the Balkans, appointments of provincial governors. The Sultan does not always sit among them. Often he listens unseen through a screened window, watching, evaluating, allowing ministers to speak freely without realizing they are being observed. It is an unusual arrangement, perhaps slightly unsettling. One imagines choosing words rather carefully, just in case. At the heart of this administration stood the Grand Vizier. If the Sultan was the sun, the Grand Vizier became the moon, reflecting imperial authority across the empire. Among the greatest was Pergali Ibrahim Pasha. Originally born a Christian in the Greek town of Parga, Ibrahim entered Ottoman service while still young. He became Suleiman's closest friend, trusted advisor, military commander, diplomat. For years, the two men seemed almost inseparable. Foreign ambassadors frequently remarked upon Ibrahim's astonishing influence. He negotiated treaties, directed campaigns, oversaw administration. At times, outsiders wondered whether they were meeting the empire's second ruler. Power, however, has a curious habit of becoming dangerous, especially when it begins looking too comfortable. Gradually, Ibrahim's confidence grew. Some contemporaries believed it grew into arrogance. Stories spread that he referred to himself with titles suggesting almost royal authority. Whether true or exaggerated, they reached the palace. One morning in 1536, Ibrahim attended dinner with the Sultan. Everything appeared perfectly normal. That night, he was quietly executed. No public trial. No dramatic confrontation. Simply gone. The man who had stood beside Suleiman for nearly 2 decades vanished into history. The lesson echoed throughout the court. In the Ottoman Empire, even the most powerful servant remained exactly that. A servant. While politics unfolded inside marble palaces, another kind of empire expanded across the sea. The Ottoman Navy. If Suleiman wished to dominate the Mediterranean, he required someone extraordinary. He found him in an unlikely place. A man history remembers as Hayreddin Barbarossa. His nickname came from Europeans. Red Beard. Though ironically, it originally belonged to his older brother. History occasionally misplaces details like a distracted librarian. Barbarossa had begun life as a sailor, then a privateer, then something occupying the wonderfully blurry line between naval commander and pirate, depending upon whom you asked. To the Ottomans, he was a brilliant admiral. To many Europeans, an absolute menace. Probably both descriptions are accurate. Imagine seeing Barbarossa's fleet appear on the horizon. Dozens of sleek galleys cutting through calm water. Bright red banners fluttering in the wind. Hundreds of oars rising and falling in perfect rhythm. Drums echo across the sea, keeping time. The ships move almost like a single living creature. Disciplined, fast, unervingly graceful. Barbarossa understood the Mediterranean better than almost anyone alive. He knew hidden coves, seasonal winds, dangerous currents, safe anchorages. His knowledge became as valuable as any army. In 1538 came the Battle of Preveza. The Holy League assembled a formidable coalition. Venice, Spain, the Papal States, Genoa, several Italian powers. Together, they expected to crush Ottoman naval dominance once and for all. Instead, Barbarossa outmaneuvered them brilliantly. His victory established Ottoman supremacy across much of the eastern Mediterranean for decades. European merchants adjusted accordingly. When the sea belongs to someone else, commerce learns humility rather quickly. Not all conflicts occurred with Christian Europe. Far to the east stood another great Muslim empire, the Safavid Empire of Persia. The rivalry between Ottomans and Safavids extended beyond territory. It involved religion. The Ottomans were predominantly Sunni. The Safavids championed Twelver Sharia Islam. Political competition intertwined with theological disagreement. The result proved explosive. Campaigns stretched across Armenia, eastern Anatolia, Mesopotamia. The city of Baghdad changed hands. Fortresses rose. Frontiers shifted. Unlike many European wars, however, these conflicts rarely captured widespread attention in the West. Yet for the Ottomans, the eastern frontier remained just as important as Vienna, perhaps more so. Empires seldom possessed the luxury of worrying about only one direction. Life for ordinary people varied enormously across the empire. A shepherd in Bosnia experienced Ottoman rule differently from a spice merchant in Cairo. A fisherman in Greece lived differently from a camel trader in Damascus. Still, certain rhythms united them. Markets opened with sunrise. Taxes arrived reliably. Religious festivals marked the passing seasons. Roads carried merchants astonishing distances. A trader might leave Aleppo with silk, travel through Anatolia, cross into the Balkans, continue toward Budapest, then perhaps onward to Venice. Imagine the conversations during such journeys. Stories from India exchanged for rumors from Germany. News of Persian wars traded for gossip about French kings. Ideas traveled almost as efficiently as merchandise. The Ottoman Empire became one of history's great crossroads. Not merely of goods, but of knowledge itself. Coffee houses began appearing throughout the cities. At first glance, they seemed rather harmless. People gathered, drank coffee, played chess, read poetry, discussed politics. Actually, perhaps harmless was optimistic. Governments throughout history have tended to become slightly nervous whenever large groups of people gather to discuss politics over caffeinated beverages. The Ottoman authorities were no exception. Occasionally, coffee houses faced restrictions. Occasionally, those restrictions quietly disappeared. It proved rather difficult to persuade people to abandon good conversation and excellent coffee. Some battles simply cannot be won. Meanwhile, Europe itself was changing rapidly. The Renaissance transformed art and science. The Protestant Reformation fractured Western Christianity. Martin Luther challenged the authority of Rome. Kings and princes chose sides. Religious wars erupted. The Holy Roman Empire struggled with internal division. France competed fiercely against the Habsburgs. Curiously, these conflicts often benefited the Ottomans. A divided Europe possessed fewer opportunities to unite against Istanbul. Politics creates unusual friendships. At one point, Catholic France even cooperated diplomatically with the Muslim Ottoman Empire against the equally Catholic Habsburgs. If medieval schoolchildren had attempted predicting that alliance, their history teacher might have expressed concern. Reality, however, rarely consults expectations. Suleiman himself aged gracefully. The energetic young conqueror gradually became an experienced emperor. His beard turned white. His face grew more lined. Yet he remained intellectually restless. He continued writing poetry under the pen name Mehmed. Beloved. Thousands of verses survive. Many concern love. Some reflect upon power. Others meditate quietly upon mortality. One poem observes, "The people think of wealth and power as the greatest fate. But in this world a spell of health is the best state." Remarkably sensible advice, especially from someone ruling one of the richest empires on earth. Perhaps greatness occasionally provides perspective. As evening falls over Istanbul, the city glows beneath hundreds of oil lamps. The great dome of Hagia Sophia reflects moonlight. The newly completed Suleiman I Mosque rises proudly above the hills. Ships rest quietly in the harbor after another day connecting 3 continents. Somewhere inside Topkapi Palace, the aging sultan walks slowly through moonlit gardens. The fountains still murmur. The roses still bloom. The empire appears stronger than ever. Yet age comes for rulers just as surely as it comes for ordinary fishermen mending their nets beside the sea. And soon, the greatest sultan the Ottomans will ever produce will ride once more toward a battlefield. Not because he needs another victory, but because emperors sometimes find it impossible to imagine life away from the road. It will be his final campaign, his final sunrise. And with his passing, the long afternoon of the Ottoman Empire will slowly begin its journey toward evening. The long sunset begins. The autumn mist hangs low over the Hungarian plains. It settles gently across vineyards stripped bare after harvest. Thin branches sway in the cold wind, and somewhere beyond the fog, church bells echo faintly through quiet villages that have seen armies come and go for generations. The roads are muddy again. History, it seems, has an odd affection for muddy roads. They slow supply wagons. They trap cannons. They frustrate generals. And they quietly remind emperors that nature has never been particularly impressed by human ambition. Across one of those muddy roads rides an old man. His beard is now completely white. His back is no longer as straight as it was at Mohacs. His movements are slower. His physicians worry about him constantly. Yet his eyes remain remarkably sharp. This is Sultan Suleiman, nearly 72 years old. He has ruled for almost 46 years. Most men his age would gladly spend their mornings beside a garden fountain, reading poetry, while grandchildren chase peacocks across palace courtyards. Suleiman, naturally, has decided to lead another military campaign. Because of course he has. Some habits become impossible to abandon. The target is the Hungarian fortress of Sigetvar. On a map, it appears insignificant. A relatively small stronghold surrounded by marshland. Hardly the sort of place one expects an emperor to spend his final days. Yet history repeatedly demonstrates that seemingly unimportant places often become unforgettable. Its commander, Nikola Subik-Zrinski, understood perfectly that he could never defeat the Ottoman Empire outright. His task was simpler. Delay them. Hold as long as possible. Buy time. Sometimes courage is not measured by victory. Sometimes it is measured by refusing to surrender when victory is impossible. The siege begins in August 1566. Ottoman artillery pounds the fortress day after day. Smoke drifts across the wetlands. Cannons echo endlessly. Archers exchange fire from wooden towers. Inside the fortress, defenders ration food carefully. Outside, thousands of Ottoman soldiers construct trenches ever closer to the walls. The routine feels strangely familiar. Dig, bombard, repair, advance, repeat. Empires may change. Sieges rarely do. Inside his great campaign tent, Suleiman grows increasingly ill. Some accounts suggest gout. Others point toward heart failure or severe exhaustion. Whatever the cause, his strength fades rapidly. Yet remarkably, the army continues operating almost as though nothing has changed. The Grand Vizier, Suleiman Pasha, carefully shields the truth from both soldiers and enemies. Morale must not collapse. Not now. Not with victory so close. Imagine the atmosphere inside the imperial camp. Messengers hurry constantly between tents. Doctors whisper urgently. Officials lower their voices whenever they pass the Sultan's pavilion. Everyone knows something is terribly wrong. No one says it aloud. On the night of September 6, 1566, Suleiman dies peacefully. The greatest Ottoman ruler is gone. Yet outside, the siege continues. The army does not know. The banners still fly. Orders continue arriving. Meals are prepared. Guards change shifts. The empire itself keeps moving. There is something profoundly symbolic about that. No matter how extraordinary one individual may become, the machinery of history never truly stops. His death remains secret for weeks. According to tradition, even the sultan's body undergoes an unusual journey. To preserve it during the long return to Istanbul, physicians reportedly remove certain internal organs for burial near the battlefield. His body continues home. His heart, in a sense, remains in Hungary. Modern archaeology has even uncovered evidence supporting the existence of the burial site centuries later. History occasionally leaves behind astonishingly tangible reminders. Just one day after Suleiman's death, Sigitvar falls. The defenders launch one final desperate charge. Nikola Zrinski leads them personally. They know they will not survive. They charge anyway. Imagine watching them emerge through smoke-filled gates. Armor blackened by weeks of fighting. Faces exhausted. Swords raised. One final cry before disappearing beneath overwhelming numbers. The fortress falls. But the delay proves significant. Winter approaches. The Ottomans abandon further advance. Vienna is spared, at least for now. It is one of history's curious ironies. Both commanders become legends. Both die. Neither truly wins. Sometimes battlefields produce only different kinds of tragedy. Back in Istanbul, the empire mourns. For 46 years, Suleiman has been the constant presence around which an entire generation organized its lives. Children born at the beginning of his reign are now grandparents. Merchants have spent entire careers trading beneath his laws. Architects have filled the skyline with monuments carrying his name. Poets have dedicated verses to his victories. To many people, the Ottoman Empire and Suleiman have become almost impossible to separate. Now another sultan ascends the throne. His son, Selim II. History remembers him rather differently. His nickname? Selim the Sot, which is less flattering than the Magnificent. Nicknames can be brutally honest, or brutally unfair. Sometimes both. Selim II lacks his father's passion for military campaigns. He prefers palace life, gardens, wine, music, conversation, delegating responsibilities to capable ministers. Now, to be fair, delegation is not automatically a weakness. Many successful rulers govern through talented advisors. And Selim is fortunate. His Grand Vizier, Sultan Mehmed Pasha, is one of the most capable administrators in Ottoman history. For years, he effectively keeps the empire running smoothly. Taxes continue arriving. Roads remain maintained. Diplomacy functions efficiently. The bureaucracy proves strong enough to compensate for a less energetic ruler. This reveals one of the Ottoman Empire's greatest strengths. It has evolved beyond dependence upon a single extraordinary personality. Strong institutions matter, perhaps even more than strong leaders. Still, subtle changes begin appearing. Princes no longer gain as much governing experience before inheriting the throne. Increasingly, they spend years inside the palace rather than administering provinces. Comfort replaces experience. Court politics become more influential. The imperial harem grows in political importance. Royal mothers, wives, daughters, and influential palace women begin shaping decisions behind the scenes. Modern historians often describe this later period as the Sultanate of Women. The phrase sounds dramatic. Reality is more complicated. These women were not merely manipulating powerless men. Many proved intelligent administrators, skilled diplomats, generous patrons of architecture and charity, and effective political figures in their own right. Figures such as Nurbanu Sultan, Safavi Sultan, and later Kozum Sultan would leave lasting marks on Ottoman history. Power, after all, rarely exists only where official titles suggest. Meanwhile, trouble begins brewing far from Istanbul. In the Mediterranean, the Ottoman navy remains formidable. Yet Christian Europe has not abandoned hope. Spain, Venice, the papacy, several Italian states. Together they organize another holy league. One more coalition. One more attempt to challenge Ottoman power at sea. History, apparently, enjoys rematches. The confrontation arrives in 1571. Near the Gulf of Patras, the Battle of Lepanto. Imagine dawn breaking across calm water. Hundreds upon hundreds of galleys stretch across the horizon. Thousands of oars dip rhythmically into the sea. Bright banners snap in the wind. Cannons wait silently. Priests bless Christian crews. Imams pray with Ottoman sailors. The entire Mediterranean seems to hold its breath. Then, the fleets collide. Wood splinters. Cannons roar. Ships crash together. Grappling hooks fly through smoky air. Instead of fighting across open water, soldiers battle almost as though standing on floating fortresses. Deck by deck. Sword against sword. Pike against shield. The sea turns red. Lepanto becomes one of the largest naval battles in history. The Holy League wins decisively. Hundreds of Ottoman ships are captured or destroyed. Tens of thousands perish. Across Europe, church bells ring in celebration. Artists paint enormous canvases commemorating the victory. Poets proclaim that the Ottoman tide has finally been turned. It certainly feels that way. Yet appearances can deceive. The following year, the Ottomans rebuild their fleet. Not gradually, not over decades. Within roughly a year, shipyards along the Golden Horn erupt into astonishing activity. Thousands of craftsmen work day and night. Forests supply timber. Foundries cast cannon. Carpenters shape hulls. When European observers discover that a new Ottoman fleet already sails the Mediterranean, many simply cannot believe it. The Venetian ambassador reportedly remarks, "You cut off our arm at Cyprus. We merely shaved your beard at Lepanto. An arm does not grow back. A beard does." Whether those exact words were spoken remains debated. The metaphor survives because it captures an essential truth. Lepanto damaged Ottoman prestige. It did not destroy Ottoman power. As the 16th century draws toward its close, the empire still appears magnificent. Its cities flourish. Its trade remains immense. Its armies inspire fear. Its architecture astonishes visitors. Yet beneath the polished marble, tiny cracks have begun appearing. Nothing dramatic. Nothing obvious. Simply the first quiet signs that every great empire eventually encounters. Corruption. Inflation. Administrative strain. Longer frontiers. More expensive wars. A changing world economy. No one notices all of them at once. History rarely announces the beginning of decline with trumpets. It whispers, softly, almost politely, and by the time everyone finally hears it, the process has usually been underway for years. As night falls over Istanbul, moonlight reflects from the domes built during Suleiman's glorious reign. The fountains still sing. The markets still bustle. The Bosporus still carries ships between continents. Everything appears eternal. But somewhere beyond the horizon, a new century is approaching. One filled with revolutions in trade, science, politics, and warfare. The Ottoman Empire has reached its greatest height. Now comes the far more difficult challenge. Remaining there, the cracks beneath the marble. Snow falls quietly over Istanbul. It settles on the domes of great mosques, softens the rooftops of crowded neighborhoods, and gathers in the branches of cypress trees that overlook the Bosporus. The sea itself has turned the color of polished steel beneath a heavy winter sky. Ferrymen pull their cloaks tightly around their shoulders as they guide passengers between Europe and Asia, while chimney smoke curls lazily upward into the cold morning air. From a distance, the empire still looks perfect. The skyline remains magnificent. The markets remain crowded. The treasury still receives caravans loaded with silk, spices, silver, and grain. Foreign ambassadors continue arriving, dazzled by the splendor of Topkapi Palace. To visitors, the Ottoman Empire appears almost eternal. History, however, has a habit of hiding its greatest changes beneath perfectly ordinary days. Empires rarely collapse because someone suddenly forgets how to govern. They change gradually, almost invisibly, like an old wooden ship. From the shore, it still appears magnificent. Only the sailors below deck hear the first quiet creaks. The 17th century begins with optimism. The Ottoman Empire remains one of the strongest states on Earth. Its territory stretches across 3 continents. Its population numbers in the tens of millions. Its bureaucracy continues functioning with remarkable efficiency. European kings still treat the Sultan with enormous respect, some with fear, others with cautious admiration. Yet beneath that confidence, new problems begin appearing. Not because the Ottomans suddenly become incompetent. Far from it. The world itself is changing, and the empire must somehow change with it. One of the greatest transformations arrives not on a battlefield, but aboard ships crossing the Atlantic Ocean. When Europeans establish vast colonies in the Americas, enormous quantities of silver begin flowing into Europe. At first glance, that sounds wonderful. Who doesn't like more silver? Merchants certainly don't complain. Kings smile. Miners celebrate. Economists, had they existed in their modern form, would have begun reaching nervously for very large notebooks. Because suddenly, there is far more money circulating than before. Prices begin rising. Inflation spreads across Europe, and eventually, across the Ottoman Empire. Imagine being an ordinary baker in Bursa. Last year, flour cost 1 silver coin. This year, 2. Next year, 3. Customers become angry. Suppliers become desperate. Workers demand higher wages. Taxes no longer stretch as far. Nobody necessarily understands the global forces behind these changes. They simply know life has become more expensive. Modern economists call this the price revolution. Ordinary people called it, everything suddenly costs too much. Some experiences truly transcend centuries. The Ottoman government struggles to respond. Tax systems designed generations earlier no longer produce sufficient revenue. Officials increase collections. Some governors become more aggressive. Others simply pocket extra money for themselves. Corruption, never entirely absent, begins spreading more noticeably. Now, every government in history has dealt with corruption. The difference lies in scale. A few dishonest officials create inconvenience. Thousands create instability. The Ottoman bureaucracy, once admired for its discipline, gradually becomes more uneven. Some provinces remain exceptionally well governed. Others, less so. Much less. Military changes present an even greater challenge. For centuries, the Janissaries have formed one of the world's finest fighting forces. Professional, disciplined, loyal. They had terrified European armies. Now, success begins creating unexpected problems. Membership in the Janissaries becomes increasingly desirable, not merely because of military prestige, but because of salary, benefits, political influence. Originally, strict rules prevented Janissaries from marrying or engaging extensively in business. Over time, those rules weaken. Many establish shops, families, commercial interests. Some continue training diligently. Others become more interested in protecting privileges than perfecting military skills. Imagine visiting a Janissary barracks in 1500. Constant drilling. Weapons practice. Rigid discipline. Now imagine returning a century later. The elite soldiers are still formidable. But alongside them, some members spend mornings negotiating textile prices before afternoon training. One cannot entirely blame them. People naturally pursue comfortable lives whenever possible. The difficulty comes when an army begins behaving more like a professional guild than a fighting force. At the same time, European warfare evolves rapidly. New firearms improve. Artillery becomes lighter and more mobile. Military organization changes. States such as the Dutch Republic and Sweden begin experimenting with tactics emphasizing flexibility and coordinated firepower. Standing armies become increasingly sophisticated. The Ottomans continue adapting, but not always quickly enough. History punishes hesitation rather severely. Meanwhile, the palace itself grows more complicated. Earlier Ottoman princes governed provinces before becoming sultans. They learned administration firsthand, negotiated with local leaders, commanded soldiers, made mistakes while relatively young. Future rulers arrived in Istanbul with practical experience. Gradually, this system changes. The succession struggles of earlier centuries had often ended in civil war. No one wished to repeat those disasters. So princes increasingly remain inside the palace. Protected, educated, isolated. The system becomes known as the caves. The cage. Not literally a prison with iron bars. Rather, a luxurious confinement. Imagine spending years inside one of the world's most beautiful palaces. Magnificent gardens surround you. Libraries overflow with books. Musicians perform. Teachers instruct you. Servants anticipate every need. And yet, you cannot leave. You cannot govern. You cannot truly experience the empire you may someday rule. Some princes emerge thoughtful and well-educated. Others, less prepared for reality. Power can be difficult enough without spending decades sheltered from the world. Despite these challenges, remarkable rulers continue appearing. Among them is Murad IV. Ascending the throne as a child in 1623, he initially watches powerful court factions struggle for influence. His mother, Kozum Sultan, governs as regent with considerable skill. She becomes one of the most influential women in Ottoman history. Diplomatic, intelligent, politically formidable. For years, she effectively holds the empire together while her son matures. Then, Murad grows up. Quite dramatically, he develops a reputation for extraordinary personal courage. Also, extraordinary severity. He patrols Istanbul in disguise at night, according to later stories, searching for corruption, crime, violations of his decrees. Some tales claim he personally executed offenders caught drinking alcohol or smoking tobacco. Historians debate how many of these stories are literal. Their persistence reveals something important. Murad wished to project absolute authority, and people believed him capable of almost anything. His military campaigns restore some confidence. In 1638, Ottoman forces recapture Baghdad from the Safavids after a difficult siege. The victory secures the empire's eastern frontier for generations. The subsequent Treaty of Zuhab establishes boundaries between the Ottoman and Safavid realms that resemble parts of the modern border between Turkey, Iraq, and Iran. Some diplomatic agreements quietly outlast countless battles. Yet Murad dies young, only 27 years old. Another energetic ruler disappears before fully reshaping the empire. History has always possessed unfortunate timing. As the century continues, another problem emerges. Revolts. Not dramatic attempts to overthrow the dynasty. More often, local uprisings, tax rebellions, provincial unrest. One series of conflicts, known as the Salali rebellions, devastates large areas of Anatolia. Imagine a farming village caught between government troops and armed rebels. Harvests fail because fields remain untended. Families flee. Roads become unsafe. Markets empty. For ordinary people, it matters surprisingly little which banner passes overhead. They simply hope someone restores peace. Eventually, even during these difficult decades, Ottoman culture flourishes. Poets continue writing. Calligraphers produce breathtaking manuscripts. Architects expand cities. Coffee houses multiply despite occasional official disapproval. Imagine stepping into one on a rainy evening. Steam rises from tiny porcelain cups. Storytellers entertain crowded audiences with tales of heroes, fools, lovers, and wandering dervishes. Backgammon pieces click softly across wooden boards. Someone argues passionately about politics. Someone else insists the coffee was stronger yesterday. The conversation continues late into the night. Empires may struggle. Human beings still gather to laugh. European travelers visiting Istanbul remain astonished. They describe broad avenues, grand mosques, bustling harbors, remarkable cleanliness in many districts, public fountains, bathhouses, libraries, hospitals. The empire has not become weak. Far from it. It remains immensely wealthy, immensely influential. Its difficulties are relative, compared to its own golden age, not compared to smaller neighboring kingdoms. This distinction matters. Decline is rarely immediate. Sometimes it simply means others are catching up. As another winter evening settles over the Bosporus, snowflakes drift past the illuminated windows of Topkapi Palace. Inside, scribes continue copying official documents by candlelight. Outside, merchants hurry home before the harbor freezes. Across Europe, scientists peer through newly improved telescopes. Engineers refine artillery. Bankers invent financial systems that would have baffled earlier generations. The world is accelerating. The Ottoman Empire is still enormous, still respected, still feared. But the pace of history is beginning to change. And soon, the empire will face a battle that historians often describe as the moment when expansion finally gives way to defense. The destination is familiar. The city is Vienna. Once again, only this time, the outcome will reshape Europe for centuries. The Second Siege of Vienna, the day the empire turned around. The first light of dawn spreads across the plains outside Vienna. A cool breeze moves through fields of wheat already turning gold beneath the late summer sun. Church bells ring softly inside the city, their familiar rhythm almost comforting despite the enormous army gathering beyond the horizon. From the city walls, the view is almost unbelievable. Tens of thousands of tents stretch across the countryside. Bright red banners ripple in the wind. Columns of cavalry move through clouds of dust. Engineers measure distances with careful precision. Artillery crews position heavy cannon. Camels kneel beside supply wagons while horses stamp impatiently against the earth. Smoke rises from thousands of breakfast fires. It resembles a city. Except this city has arrived to conquer another one. For the second time in little more than a century, the Ottoman Empire stands before Vienna. This time, however, the world is very different. The year is 1683. More than 150 years have passed since Suleiman first attempted to capture the Habsburg capital. The Ottoman Empire remains one of the largest powers on earth. Yet the balance of history has begun to shift. Western Europe has changed. Governments have grown stronger. Armies more disciplined. Financial systems more sophisticated. Scientific knowledge expands almost every decade. None of these changes appear dramatic in isolation. Together, they quietly alter the future. The Ottomans, meanwhile, still possess formidable armies, experienced commanders, vast resources. Many observers believe they remain unstoppable. One decisive victory at Vienna might restore the momentum of centuries. At least, that is the hope. The campaign is led not by the Sultan himself, but by the Grand Vizier, Mirzafan Lukara Mustafa Pasha, a capable administrator, an ambitious commander, a man who dreams of achieving what even Suleiman could not. Capturing Vienna would guarantee immortality. History remembers bold successes. It remembers bold failures even more clearly. The road toward Vienna is long. Imagine marching with the Ottoman army through the Balkans. Week after week, dust coats armor. Boots wear thin. Horses require constant care. Supply wagons stretch for miles. Blacksmiths repair broken wheels every evening. Doctors treat exhausted soldiers beneath canvas tents. The empire has become remarkably skilled at moving enormous armies across incredible distances. Logistics rarely inspire epic paintings. Yet without logistics, there are no victories. Only hungry soldiers wondering why nobody packed enough flour. Vienna itself prepares desperately. The city's commander, Ernst Rudiger von Starhemberg, knows reinforcements are coming. Eventually, the difficult question is whether the city can survive long enough. Workers strengthen walls. Citizens fill breaches with earth. Church bells summon volunteers. Students become soldiers. Merchants carry stones. Priests help distribute food. Imagine standing atop the ramparts. Every morning you awaken to another day of bombardment. Another explosion beneath the walls. Another assault. Another funeral. The defenders know they are outnumbered. They also know retreat is impossible. Sometimes courage consists simply of having nowhere else to go. The Ottomans begin digging tunnels. Mining has become one of the defining techniques of 17th century siege warfare. Engineers slowly excavate beneath defensive walls. Pack the chambers with gunpowder. Light the fuse. And wait. Above ground, defenders listen carefully. Imagine placing your ear against cold stone. At first, nothing. Then, a faint scraping sound. Someone is digging. Beneath your feet. Counter-miners immediately begin tunneling toward the noise. Sometimes the opposing groups meet underground. In total darkness. Fighting with knives and picks inside narrow passages barely large enough to stand. History contains many terrifying jobs. Underground siege warfare ranks surprisingly high on the list. Week after week, the siege continues. Food inside Vienna becomes scarce. Disease spreads. Buildings collapse beneath artillery fire. Smoke hangs over the city almost constantly. Still, the defenders refuse to surrender. Outside, Kara Mustafa remains confident. Perhaps too confident. He hopes to capture Vienna intact rather than destroy it completely. Its wealth would become an extraordinary prize. Consequently, he avoids the kind of overwhelming bombardment that might level large sections of the city. Reasonable. Understandable. Perhaps. Costly. History rarely announces which decision will later appear mistaken. Meanwhile, across Europe, something remarkable is happening. For generations, Christian kingdoms have argued with one another almost continuously. Catholics, Protestants, French, Austrians, Poles, Germans. It often seems easier to list the years they are not fighting. Yet Vienna changes the conversation. The possibility of the city falling convinces many rulers that cooperation has become necessary. Reluctantly, sometimes very reluctantly, an allied relief army forms. Its most famous commander is King John III Sobieski of Poland. Sobieski is already celebrated as one of Europe's finest military leaders. Experienced, calm, exceptionally skilled in cavalry warfare. Most importantly, he moves quickly. Imagine the relief army marching through forests north of Vienna. Church bells ring in villages as exhausted soldiers pass. Farmers watch silently from harvested fields. The army climbs the wooded heights of the Kahlenberg overlooking the city. From the summit, the view is astonishing. Below lies Vienna, smoke drifting above shattered walls. Beyond it, the enormous Ottoman camp stretching across the plain. Thousands of tents, countless banners, an entire empire waiting. One can almost feel history holding its breath. On the morning of September 12, 1683, the battle begins. At first, the fighting appears scattered. Imperial infantry pushes cautiously through vineyards and woodland. Ottoman troops respond fiercely. Cannons echo across the valley. Musket smoke gradually obscures portions of the battlefield. Hour by hour, the Christian coalition advances. Slowly, painfully, the Ottomans resist stubbornly. Nothing is decided. Then afternoon arrives. And with it, one of history's most famous cavalry charges. Imagine standing upon the slopes of the Kahlenberg. Below you, sunlight glitters across thousands of polished helmets. Then, trumpets sound. Nearly 18,000 cavalry begin descending the hillside. Among them ride the legendary Polish winged hussars. Their armor gleams brilliantly. Large wooden frames carrying decorative eagle feathers rise behind many riders, creating the illusion of wings. The exact purpose remains debated. Perhaps psychological, perhaps ceremonial, perhaps simply magnificent. Whatever the explanation, the sight must have been unforgettable. Thousands of horsemen gathering speed together, the earth trembling beneath pounding hoofs, dust rising into the warm afternoon air. The charge becomes irresistible. The Ottoman lines begin breaking, first gradually, then rapidly. Panic spreads. The vast camp collapses into confusion. By evening, the siege is over. Vienna has survived. Kara Mustafa retreats. His army remains substantial. This is not total destruction. Yet strategically, the consequences prove enormous. For the first time in centuries, the Ottomans have suffered a defeat carrying immense symbolic weight. Expansion into Central Europe has ended. The momentum has changed direction. History possesses moments that seem almost invisible while they happen. This is not one of them. Everyone immediately understands that something significant has occurred. Church bells ring throughout Europe. Celebrations erupt. Letters race between royal courts. Painters begin sketching heroic scenes before the battlefield smoke has fully disappeared. The victory becomes legend almost instantly. The Ottoman Empire still controls vast territories, still commands immense wealth, still fields powerful armies. Yet confidence has changed. The aura of inevitable victory has cracked. Neighbors grow bolder. Alliances strengthen. European governments increasingly believe the Ottomans can be pushed back. Belief, in warfare, often matters almost as much as weapons. Kara Mustafa returns to Belgrade. There, an imperial messenger arrives carrying a silk cord. Among the Ottomans, high-ranking officials were traditionally executed by strangulation rather than public beheading. The method reflected status. Cold comfort, perhaps. The Grand Vizier accepts his fate. According to later accounts, he asks only for time to pray. Then, his career ends quietly inside a room far from Vienna. History can be remarkably unforgiving toward failed commanders, especially those who nearly succeeded. The years following Vienna bring nearly continuous warfare. The Holy League expands. Austria, Poland, Venice, later Russia. Campaign after campaign pushes Ottoman forces backward. Fortresses that had stood under Ottoman banners for generations begin changing hands. Cities once considered secure suddenly required desperate defense. The empire discovers something unfamiliar. Retreat. Not everywhere. Not all at once. But steadily enough that maps begin looking different. In 1699 comes another milestone. The Treaty of Karlowitz. Imagine diplomats gathering around polished wooden tables instead of battlefields. Quills replace swords. Ink replaces blood. After years of exhausting conflict, the Ottoman Empire signs away large territories in Hungary and elsewhere. This is more than a peace treaty. It is a psychological turning point. For centuries, European powers negotiated from weakness. Now, the Ottomans negotiate from necessity. It is the first major territorial loss formally recognized through diplomacy. An empire built through expansion has entered a new age. The age of preservation. As winter settles over the Balkans once more, snow covers abandoned trenches outside forgotten fortresses. Rusting cannons slowly disappear beneath white drifts. Travelers pass old battlefields without realizing how many dreams ended there. Back in Istanbul, life continues almost normally. Coffee houses remain crowded. Ships still crowd the Bosporus. The call to prayer echoes across magnificent mosques built during brighter centuries. To ordinary citizens, the empire still feels immense. And it is. Yet somewhere deep beneath the marble floors of Topkapi Palace, the direction of history has quietly reversed. The Ottoman Empire is no longer asking, "What shall we conquer next?" Instead, a different question begins haunting every generation that follows. What can still be saved? The empire learns to change. Winter gives way to spring along the Bosporus. The first blossoms appear on the branches of almond trees overlooking the water. Fishing boats once again fill the narrow strait before sunrise, their lanterns glowing like scattered stars against the dark sea. The markets awaken slowly. Bakers stack warm loaves beside their doors. Porters begin shouting for space through crowded streets. Somewhere inside a neighborhood coffee house, an elderly storyteller is already halfway through an adventure before most of his audience has finished breakfast. Life continues. Empires often give the impression that history happens only inside palaces. It rarely does. History also happens when fishermen repair their nets, when children learn to read, when merchants decide which road feels safest, when farmers wonder whether this year's taxes will leave enough grain for winter. For most people, politics is simply weather with paperwork. You cannot control it. You simply hope it is gentle this season. The defeat at Vienna and the Treaty of Karlowitz had changed something profound inside the Ottoman state. For centuries, expansion had solved many problems. A successful campaign brought new land, new taxpayers, new resources. Victorious soldiers returned home rewarded. Governors gained opportunities. The treasury filled. Conquest acted almost like fresh wind filling the sails of a great ship. Now, the wind had weakened, not disappeared, simply changed direction. The empire would increasingly need to improve what it already possessed rather than constantly adding more. That proved surprisingly difficult. Building is almost always harder than conquering. The 18th century opened with uncertainty. The Ottoman Empire remained one of the largest states in the world. Its population was immense. Its cities continued thriving. Its trade routes connected continents. Yet European kingdoms were changing rapidly. Britain developed increasingly sophisticated financial institutions. The Dutch refined global commerce. Austria reorganized its army. Russia, under Peter the Great, began transforming itself into a formidable imperial power. The Ottomans could no longer assume that yesterday's military superiority would automatically continue tomorrow. History offers no permanent championships. Every generation begins at zero. One ruler recognized this changing reality more clearly than most. Mehmed III. He came to the throne in 1703 after another period of political unrest. Unlike some earlier warrior sultans, Mehmed possessed a quieter temperament. He appreciated poetry, gardens, architecture, conversation, books. Some later critics would dismiss these interests as signs of softness. That seems rather unfair. Curiosity is not weakness. Sometimes it is preparation. During Ahmed's reign emerged one of the most unusual periods in Ottoman history. Historians call it the Tulip Era. At first glance, That sounds delightfully harmless. Almost whimsical. How could flowers possibly become a historical period? Quite easily, as it turns out. Tulips became symbols of refinement, wealth, and sophisticated taste. Elite families competed to cultivate increasingly rare varieties. Palace gardens overflowed with carefully arranged flower beds. Evening gatherings featured poetry readings illuminated by thousands of candles reflected in ornamental pools. Imagine wandering through one of these gardens after sunset. Lanterns hang from flowering trees. Music drifts softly across the water. Gentle fountains sparkle beneath moonlight. Guests discuss philosophy while servants carry trays of sweet sherbet. Somewhere nearby, someone is passionately explaining why one particular tulip possesses superior petals. Human beings have always found wonderfully creative ways to become enthusiastic about hobbies. Yet the tulip era represented more than fashionable gardening. It reflected growing curiosity about Europe. Ottoman ambassadors traveled to Paris, Vienna, Warsaw. They observed foreign military academies, printing technology, urban planning, scientific instruments. They returned with detailed reports describing societies that were changing rapidly. One ambassador, Yermesek's Shalebi Mehmed II, wrote vivid accounts of France. He admired its gardens, its libraries, its engineering, its organization, not because he wished the Ottoman Empire to become France. Rather, because intelligent societies borrow useful ideas wherever they find them. One particularly significant innovation finally arrived: the printing press. Now, this often surprises people. Movable type printing had transformed Europe centuries earlier. Why had the Ottoman Empire waited? The answer is complicated. Religious concerns, economic interests, the highly respected profession of manuscript copyists, technical challenges involving Arabic script, all played roles. Eventually, in 1727, Ibrahim Bouteflika established one of the first officially recognized Ottoman Turkish printing presses. Imagine entering his workshop. The smell of fresh ink fills the air. Metal type rests carefully arranged beside heavy wooden presses. Sheets of paper hang drying from ropes stretched across the room. Workers inspect newly printed maps, dictionaries, histories, and scientific texts. It may seem ordinary today. At the time, it represented a quiet revolution. Knowledge could now travel more quickly, more cheaply, to more people. Ideas have always been remarkably difficult to contain once they discover faster transportation. Not everyone welcomed these changes. Some feared foreign influence. Others worried about losing traditional professions. Many simply disliked rapid change. Again, this is hardly unique to Ottoman history. Every society argues about modernization, usually loudly, usually with great confidence, and almost always while misunderstanding at least part of what is actually happening. The Tulip era eventually ended dramatically. In 1730, a former sailor named Patrona Halil led a rebellion in Istanbul. His supporters accused the government of extravagance, luxury, neglecting ordinary people while elites admired flowers and fountains. The uprising spread quickly. Crowds filled the streets. Palaces were attacked. Many elegant gardens were destroyed. Tulips, rather unfairly, acquired a political reputation they had never requested. Ahmed III was forced to abdicate. The age of candlelit garden parties ended. History can be surprisingly unforgiving toward interior decoration. Yet beneath the political turmoil, something important had already happened. The Ottoman Empire had begun looking outward differently. Earlier generations had often viewed Europe primarily as an opponent. Increasingly, officials also viewed it as a source of techniques worth studying. Military organization, engineering, medicine, cartography, education. This subtle shift in attitude would shape the next 2 centuries. Learning from rivals is not an admission of weakness. It is often the beginning of survival. The military became the first major focus. New artillery schools appeared. Foreign experts received invitations to train Ottoman officers. Engineers studied fortification design. Maps became increasingly accurate. Mathematics gained practical importance. Imagine a classroom inside one of the empire's new military academies. Young cadets lean over wooden tables covered with measuring instruments. An instructor demonstrates geometry. Another explains ballistics. Outside, traditional soldiers practice archery. Inside, Future officers calculate cannon trajectories. The old world and the new coexist awkwardly beneath the same roof, neither entirely replacing the other. Not yet. Meanwhile, a new rival grows steadily stronger to the north. Russia. For centuries, the Black Sea had functioned almost like an Ottoman lake. Now Russian armies pressed southward. Russian shipyards produced increasingly capable fleets. Russian diplomats became increasingly active throughout the Balkans. The two empires would spend much of the 18th century testing one another's strength. These conflicts proved exhausting, expensive, and increasingly difficult for the Ottomans. Because Russia was learning quickly, very quickly. Still, visitors to Istanbul remained astonished. Imagine arriving by ship on a clear summer morning. The city's skyline rises gradually from the water. Hundreds of domes, slender minarets, palaces gleaming white beneath the sun, gardens spilling down hillsides toward the Bosporus. Ships from every corner of the Mediterranean crowd the harbor. The city remains among the greatest on earth. Its beauty untouched by diplomatic setbacks. Its energy undiminished. It is entirely possible for a civilization to appear magnificent while quietly wrestling with profound questions beneath the surface. Human beings often do exactly the same thing. As evening settles across the Golden Horn, lamps begin reflecting upon calm water. Printers carefully clean their presses before closing for the night. Students leave new military academies carrying geometry books beneath their arms. Gardeners trim the last tulips of the season. Merchants count coins from another successful day. The empire still stands proudly between Europe and Asia. Ancient, powerful, respected, but the pace of the world has quickened once again. Soon, the Ottomans will face an opponent unlike any before. Not merely another empire, not simply another king, but a revolution. One that begins in the streets of Paris and eventually reaches the gates of Istanbul. Revolution, Napoleon, and the New World. On a warm summer evening, the Bosporus is almost perfectly still. The water reflects the fading colors of the sky, deep orange melting slowly into violet. Small rowing boats glide silently between the shores of Europe and Asia, while fishermen sit patiently beneath weathered wooden piers, waiting for one last catch before darkness settles over the city. Somewhere in Istanbul, a calligrapher carefully finishes the final stroke of a Quranic manuscript. Elsewhere, a young officer studies geometry by candlelight. A merchant counts silver coins from today's sales. Children chase each other through narrow streets until their mothers call them home. The empire feels timeless, as though tomorrow will resemble yesterday, as though the rhythm of life has settled into something permanent. History smiles gently whenever people begin believing that, because somewhere far beyond the western horizon, France is about to explode. The year is 1789. Paris is restless. Bread grows expensive. The government struggles beneath enormous debts. Ordinary people grow increasingly impatient with privilege and inequality. Rumors spread faster than facts. Crowds fill the streets. The old order begins trembling. Then, the French Revolution begins. At first, few people inside the Ottoman Empire fully understand its significance. Another European political crisis? Europe always seems to have one. Kings quarrel. Nobles rebel. Orders change. Surely this is simply another chapter. It is not. This time, the ideas themselves become the revolution. Liberty, equality, citizenship, national sovereignty. Words that had once belonged mostly to philosophers now become political weapons. Pamphlets spread across Europe. Governments panic. Kings grow nervous. Ordinary people begin asking uncomfortable questions. Who should rule? Why? Can ancient traditions simply disappear overnight? The Ottoman court watches carefully, curiously, cautiously. No empire enjoys watching another society reinvent politics, because ideas have an unfortunate tendency to ignore borders. Unlike armies, they rarely stop at customs checkpoints. Then comes a young artillery officer, ambitious, intelligent, restless. His name is Napoleon Bonaparte. Few people outside France initially consider him particularly remarkable. History has introduced many ambitious officers before. Most disappear quietly. Napoleon, however, has other plans. Within only a few years, he dominates French politics. His victories astonish Europe. Armies that had confidently marched against revolutionary France now retreat in confusion. Military textbooks become unexpectedly outdated. One imagines several elderly generals staring at maps while muttering, "Well, this is new." In 1798, Napoleon makes a decision that shocks almost everyone. Instead of invading Britain directly, he sails toward Egypt. At first glance, the choice appears unusual. Why Egypt? The answer lies in geography. Britain's wealth increasingly depends upon trade with India. Egypt occupies one of the world's great crossroads. Control Egypt. Threaten Britain's eastern lifeline. At least, that is Napoleon's calculation. History rarely offers simple plans. Only interesting complications. Imagine standing on the shores of Alexandria as strange sails appear upon the horizon. Hundreds of French ships gradually emerge through the morning mist. Their white sails gleam brilliantly beneath the Egyptian sun. Soldiers crowd the decks. Cannons line the gun ports. Drums echo faintly across calm water. Within hours, French troops begin landing. For local residents, the scene must have felt almost surreal. An army from Europe had arrived not merely to raid or trade, but to conquer. Egypt, though technically part of the Ottoman Empire, is governed largely by powerful Mamluk elites. Their cavalry remains famous throughout the region. Magnificent horsemen, splendid armor, centuries of military tradition. Napoleon respects them greatly. Then he defeats them. At the Battle of the Pyramids, French infantry forms disciplined squares against repeated cavalry charges. Imagine those squares. Rows of soldiers standing shoulder to shoulder. Bayonets pointing outward in every direction. Cannon positioned at the corners. The Mamluk horsemen thunder forward with astonishing bravery. Again and again, each charge crashes against disciplined musket fire. The battlefield demonstrates something increasingly obvious. Modern organization is beginning to outweigh individual courage. A difficult lesson, but an important one. Napoleon enters Cairo. The city is stunned. He publicly declares respect for Islam, attempts to reassure local religious leaders, issues proclamations in Arabic. Some people remain skeptical. Quite understandably, conquerors have always promised peaceful intentions. Results matter more than speeches. Yet Napoleon has brought something rather unusual. Not only soldiers, scientists, engineers, artists, linguists, botanists, astronomers. More than 100 scholars accompany the expedition. Imagine their excitement. Ancient temples, unknown plants, mysterious monuments, endless opportunities for study. One officer later remarked that it seemed France had invaded Egypt with both an army and a university. Remarkably accurate. During this expedition comes one of archaeology's greatest discoveries. Near the town of Rashid, known to Europeans as Rosetta, French soldiers uncover a dark stone covered with inscriptions. 3 different scripts. Hieroglyphics. Demotic. Greek. At the time, nobody fully appreciates its importance. Decades later, scholars use the Rosetta Stone to finally decipher ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. An empire invading another empire accidentally unlocks the language of a civilization dead for nearly 1,500 years. History enjoys these unexpected side effects. Meanwhile, the Ottoman government reacts quickly. The invasion of Egypt cannot be ignored. An Ottoman province has fallen. The empire joins Britain and Russia in an unlikely alliance against France. Politics continues producing fascinating friendships. Yesterday's rival becomes today's ally. Tomorrow, who knows? Diplomacy rarely stays loyal to yesterday's map. Then comes one of the most decisive naval battles in history, the Battle of the Nile. British Admiral Horatio Nelson locates the French fleet anchored in Abu Qir Bay. Night approaches. Most admirals might wait until morning. Nelson attacks immediately. Imagine darkness falling across calm water. Then, cannons erupt. Flames spread from ship to ship. Masts collapse into the sea. Smoke hides entire squadrons. One enormous explosion shakes the night as the French flagship, L'Orient, erupts in spectacular fashion. The blast becomes legendary. Witnesses report seeing burning wreckage raining from the sky. When dawn arrives, the French fleet has effectively ceased to exist. Napoleon remains trapped in Egypt, victorious on land, isolated by sea. Unable to secure lasting control, Napoleon eventually abandons his army and secretly returns to France. His soldiers continue fighting. Eventually, they surrender. Egypt returns to Ottoman authority. At least officially, the invasion has failed. Yet its consequences linger. The campaign demonstrates something deeply unsettling. European armies can now project power astonishing distances. Science accompanies warfare. Engineering accompanies conquest. Knowledge itself has become a strategic weapon. The Ottoman leadership notices. How could they not? Back in Istanbul, a remarkable sultan has already begun contemplating reform. Selim III. Unlike many earlier rulers, Selim openly acknowledges that the empire requires modernization, not superficial change. Fundamental reform. He reorganizes diplomacy, establishes permanent embassies in European capitals, expands military education, studies foreign technology. Most controversially, he creates a new army, the Nizam I said it, the New Order. Its soldiers drill using modern European methods, wear updated uniforms, train with contemporary weapons. Some observers applaud enthusiastically. Others feel threatened, especially one group, the Janissaries. For centuries, the Janissaries have enjoyed enormous prestige, political influence, economic privilege. Now they watch new soldiers receiving fresh equipment, modern training, royal attention. Imagine being an aging Janissary officer. You devoted your entire life to the empire. Your institution helped build its greatness. Suddenly, younger recruits wearing unfamiliar uniforms claim they represent the future. One can understand why tensions rise. Progress often creates winners. It also creates anxious people wondering where they fit inside tomorrow. As another evening settles over Istanbul, rain begins falling gently upon the palace gardens. Drops ripple across marble fountains built during Suleiman's glorious reign. Inside military academies, young cadets study European engineering manuals translated into Ottoman Turkish. Outside, veteran Janissaries gather in coffee houses, quietly discussing unsettling rumors. The empire stands between two worlds, one foot planted firmly in tradition, the other cautiously reaching toward modernity. Soon, those two worlds will collide, and the struggle over the empire's future will no longer remain a debate inside classrooms or council chambers. It will spill into the streets of Istanbul itself. With deadly consequences, the empire reinvents itself. The rain has finally stopped. Morning sunlight filters through the cypress trees of Topkapi Palace, leaving tiny drops of water sparkling like glass on every leaf. Beyond the palace walls, Istanbul is already awake. Bakers slide fresh bread from glowing ovens. Boatmen ferry passengers across the Bosporus before the day's winds begin to rise. Shopkeepers lift heavy wooden shutters while the familiar chorus of merchants calling out prices echoes through the Grand Bazaar. From the outside, the city still appears timeless. The domes still dominate the skyline. The Bosporus still carries ships between continents. The call to prayer still rolls gently across the hills. Yet beneath that familiar rhythm, the empire is approaching one of the most dangerous moments in its entire history. Not because a foreign army has arrived, but because the greatest battle is about to take place inside the empire itself. Sultan Selim III genuinely believes reform is no longer optional. For years he has watched Europe modernize. French armies move faster. British industry expands. Russian artillery improves. Austrian military academies produce increasingly professional officers. The Ottoman Empire cannot continue relying entirely upon methods perfected 2 centuries earlier. History has changed. Whether anyone approves of that change is largely irrelevant. The difficult question is no longer, should we modernize? It has become, can we modernize quickly enough? Selim's reforms reach almost every corner of government. New military schools open. European languages receive greater attention. Foreign experts help train artillery officers. Maps become increasingly precise. Engineers design stronger fortifications. Even the treasury undergoes reorganization in hopes of funding these expensive improvements. Each reform seems reasonable when viewed individually. Together, they begin reshaping centuries-old institutions. And institutions, much like old trees, rarely enjoy having their roots disturbed. The greatest resistance comes from the Janissaries. Once the finest infantry in the world, they have gradually become something much larger than an army. They are now an economic force, a political force, a social force. Many own businesses. Many possess influential family connections. Many sincerely believe they are protecting the traditions that made the empire great. To them, the new order feels less like progress and more like replacement. Imagine an elderly janissary sitting in a crowded coffee house. His beard has turned white after decades of service. He remembers stories of Mohawks, of roads, of the great victories under Suleiman. Now young officers speak enthusiastically about French drill manuals and Austrian artillery techniques. One can almost hear him sigh. So now foreigners are teaching us how to be Ottomans. It is not a foolish question. It is the question every civilization eventually asks when confronted with rapid change. In 1807, the tension finally breaks. Janissaries revolt. Crowds gather in Istanbul. Government buildings are attacked. Officials associated with reform become targets. The streets that had echoed with merchants only days before now fill with angry shouting. Smoke rises above neighborhoods near the palace. The rebellion spreads quickly. Selim III, the man who had tried to prepare the empire for a changing world, is forced from the throne. His cousin, Mustafa IV, becomes sultan. The new order appears finished. For a brief moment, it seems tradition has won. History, however, rarely ends after the first act. Only a year later, another provincial leader marches toward Istanbul. His name is Alemdar Mustafa Pasha. He intends to restore Selim. But events move faster than armies. Before Alemdar reaches the capital, Selim III is murdered inside the palace. A reformer dies not on a battlefield, but in his own home. One cannot help noticing how often history treats visionaries rather harshly. There is, however, one surviving prince, Mahmud. Still young, still alive. Legend tells that loyal servants hide him among the rooftops and inside the palace itself, while assassins search desperately through the corridors. Whether every detail is true hardly matters. The image remains unforgettable. A frightened prince slipping through hidden passages while the future of an empire hangs by a thread. Eventually, Mahmud survives. He becomes Mehmed II. Few people realize it then, but he will become one of the most transformative rulers in Ottoman history. Mahmud learns an important lesson from Selim's failure. Reforms cannot succeed while powerful groups retain the ability to destroy them. Before changing the empire, he must first change who controls it. For years, he waits patiently. He strengthens alliances, builds loyal military units, expands his support among provincial governors. Outwardly, he appears cautious, quiet, almost passive. Appearances can be wonderfully misleading. Then comes June 1826, one of the most dramatic days in Ottoman history. The Janissaries once again rebel against proposed military reforms. Perhaps they expect another compromise. Perhaps another frightened sultan will retreat. Instead, Mahmud acts. Immediately, the imperial standard of the Prophet Muhammad is raised, a powerful signal calling loyal Muslims to defend the state. Artillery is positioned around Janissary barracks. The order is given. Cannons fire. Imagine standing somewhere nearby. The deafening roar echoes across Istanbul. Stone walls collapse. Smoke pours into the sky. Buildings burn. Thousands of Janissaries perish during the fighting. Others flee. Many are later captured. The Janissary Corps, after nearly 5 centuries, ceases to exist. The event becomes known as the Auspicious Incident. The name sounds almost cheerful. The reality, far less so. For the Ottoman government, however, the destruction of the Janissaries removes the single greatest obstacle to modernization. One chapter ends violently. Another begins immediately. Mahmud wastes little time. A completely new army emerges. European instructors assist with training. Modern uniforms replace older styles. Military bands adopt Western instruments. Officers study mathematics, engineering, and logistics with increasing seriousness. The changes extend beyond the military. Government ministries expand. Postal services improve. Roads receive greater attention. Civil administration becomes more centralized. Mahmud even changes official clothing. The large traditional turban gradually gives way to the fez, which he views as simpler, more practical, and symbolic of a modern state. Imagine waking one morning to discover that even hats have become political. History possesses an astonishing talent for turning ordinary objects into passionate debates. Yet reform cannot erase every problem. Across southeastern Europe, nationalism is spreading. For centuries, the Ottoman Empire governed people speaking dozens of languages and practicing many religions. That diversity had long been one of its strengths. Now, inspired partly by the French Revolution, many communities began imagining independent nation-states. Serbs revolt. Greek intellectuals dream of reviving an ancient homeland. Bulgarian cultural movements quietly gather momentum. The empire faces something new. Not merely rebellion against taxes, but rebellion inspired by identity itself. Ideas, once again, prove extraordinarily difficult to defeat with armies alone. The Greek War of Independence begins in 1821. Imagine a quiet mountain village in the Peloponnese. Church bells ring. Local leaders gather secretly. Old hunting rifles emerge from hiding places. Ancient stories of Sparta and Athens mingle with hopes for a modern nation. The rebellion spreads. The fighting becomes brutal. Massacres occur on both sides. Villages burn. Families flee across the sea. The violence shocks Europe. Artists, poets, writers, many become passionate supporters of the Greek cause. One of them is the English poet Lord Byron. He travels personally to Greece, hoping to assist the struggle. Instead, he dies of illness before seeing the outcome. Sometimes history remembers those who never reached the battlefield. The conflict gradually becomes international. Britain, France, Russia, all intervene. In 1827, Allied fleets meet the Ottoman Egyptian Navy at the Battle of Navarino. The result is catastrophic. Within a single afternoon, much of the Ottoman fleet is destroyed. Imagine standing along the shore. The sea burns. Ships explode into towering columns of flame. Smoke hides the horizon. The sound of cannon fire echoes across the bay for hours. When silence finally returns, centuries of naval tradition lie shattered upon the water. For the Ottomans, the loss is devastating. Yet another reminder that the military balance has changed. Mahmud refuses to surrender to despair. Instead, he accelerates reform. Military academies expand. Medical schools open. New bureaucratic institutions emerge almost yearly. European books are translated. Young officials increasingly travel abroad. The empire is slowly attempting something extraordinarily difficult: to modernize while preserving its identity. To embrace innovation without abandoning tradition. There is no instruction manual for such a task. Every step involves uncertainty. Every success creates new questions. As evening falls over Istanbul, gas lamps begin appearing in neighborhoods where only oil lanterns had once burned. Young officers wearing newly tailored uniforms cross paths with elderly men still dressed as they had been under Suleiman centuries earlier. Steam-powered ships occasionally join traditional sailing vessels upon the Bosporus. The old world and the new sail side by side. For a little while. Soon, another generation of reformers will attempt something even more ambitious. Not merely modernizing the army, modernizing the entire empire. They will call it the Tanzimat, and they hope it can save a state that has stood for more than 500 years. Whether hope alone is enough remains to be seen. The Tanzimat, the empire tries to save itself. The morning fog rises slowly from the Golden Horn. For a few quiet moments, the domes of Istanbul seem to float above the clouds. The masts of anchored ships emerge one by one as the sun climbs higher, until the entire harbor comes alive with movement. Steamships whistle impatiently beside old wooden sailing vessels. Horse-drawn carriages rattle across cobbled streets while telegraph wires, thin, almost invisible, begin stretching across parts of the empire like delicate threads connecting distant worlds. The city feels different now. Not completely different. Just faster. History is beginning to move at a pace that even empires struggle to match. By the middle of the 19th century, the Ottoman Empire faces a truth that can no longer be ignored. Europe is changing more rapidly than ever before. Factories roar day and night. Railways slice across landscapes that once required weeks to cross. Steam engines replace wind. Industrial production replaces traditional workshops. Banks finance projects so enormous they would have seemed unimaginable only a generation earlier. Science transforms medicine. Engineering transforms transportation. Communication itself accelerates. A message that once traveled for weeks can now arrive in days. Soon. Hours. The Ottoman Empire understands that surviving this new century requires more than winning battles. It requires reinventing government itself. In 1839, shortly after the death of Mehmed II, a young sultan ascends the throne. Abdülmecid I, only 16 years old. Imagine inheriting an empire stretching across 3 continents while still technically young enough to be worrying about examinations rather than diplomacy. It is not an enviable position. Fortunately, he inherits more than territory. He inherits experienced reformers determined to continue Mahmud's work. Together, they begin one of the most ambitious transformation programs in Ottoman history. The Tanzimat, the reorganization. The name sounds almost administrative, almost boring, as though someone had simply decided to reorganize a filing cabinet. In reality, it represents an attempt to rebuild an empire from within. Everything begins in the gardens of the Topkapi Palace. On November 3, 1839, officials, diplomats, military officers, religious leaders, and foreign ambassadors gather beneath autumn trees overlooking the Bosporus. The sea is calm, the air cool, leaves drift gently onto carefully tended paths. Then, a document is read aloud. The Hadai Serif of Gulhane, the Gulhane Edict. Its promises are remarkable. Every subject of the empire will receive greater protection for life. Honor, property, taxation will become more regular. Military service more organized. Justice more consistent. The government publicly commits itself to legal reform. Imagine hearing those words as an ordinary merchant, or farmer, or craftsman. Would you believe them immediately? Perhaps not. Promises are easy. Keeping them, history has always found rather more difficult. The Tanzimat seeks something unprecedented: to transform a medieval imperial system into a modern state without destroying its foundations. Officials establish new ministries, new courts, new schools, new provincial governments. The bureaucracy expands enormously. Paperwork multiplies. Scribes who once copied elegant handwritten orders now process mountains of official forms. One suspects the invention of bureaucracy has always guaranteed excellent employment for people with exceptionally neat handwriting. Education becomes a central priority. Traditional religious schools continue operating. Alongside them emerge entirely new institutions: military academies, medical schools, engineering colleges, teacher training institutes. Students learn mathematics, chemistry, geography, European languages, modern medicine. Imagine entering one of these classrooms. Blackboards replace older teaching methods. Maps cover the walls. Globes sit upon wooden tables. Young students discuss Newton alongside classical Islamic scholars. Old knowledge and new knowledge begin sharing the same room. Sometimes comfortably, sometimes rather awkwardly. The legal system changes as well. Commercial courts expand. Criminal procedures become increasingly standardized. European legal concepts influenced new regulations. Perhaps most significantly, the government attempts to reduce distinctions between Muslim and non-Muslim subjects. This becomes especially clear with the Hadai Humayun of 1856. The document promises greater equality before the law regardless of religion. Again, implementing these ideals proves enormously complicated. Many Muslims fear traditional privileges may disappear. Many Christians doubt the reforms will be fully enforced. Both concerns contain elements of truth. Reforming society is rarely as simple as writing new laws. Human habits usually require considerably more persuasion. Meanwhile, the empire becomes increasingly connected to the outside world. Railroads begin appearing. Not everywhere. Not immediately, but steadily. Imagine boarding one of the first trains operating in Ottoman territory. Steam hisses. Metal wheels clatter against iron rails. Villages that once required days to reach now pass by within hours. For older passengers, the speed must have felt almost magical, or perhaps slightly alarming. The 19th century possessed an extraordinary talent for making yesterday's miracles become tomorrow's ordinary commute. Telegraph lines spread even faster. Messages race across provinces at astonishing speed. Governors receive instructions almost instantly compared to earlier generations. Military commanders coordinate campaigns more effectively. Merchants learn prices before caravans even arrive. Distance itself begins shrinking. Empires had always depended upon communication. Now communication begins outrunning horses. A revolutionary development. One difficult to overstate. Yet modernization proves expensive. Very expensive. Railroads require steel. Telegraphs require infrastructure. Schools require teachers. Armies require modern rifles. Steamships require factories. Factories require investment. The Ottoman treasury struggles to keep pace. Increasingly, the government borrows money from European banks. At first, loans seem manageable, entirely practical. Build today, pay tomorrow. Governments have always found this arrangement appealing. Tomorrow, unfortunately, eventually arrives. Then history presents another crisis. The Crimean War. The year is 1853. Russia seeks greater influence over Ottoman territories and claims a role in protecting Orthodox Christians within the empire. The Ottoman government resists. War begins. Imagine the Black Sea during winter. Gray waves crash against rocky shores. Snow falls upon soldiers digging trenches. Steam-powered warships patrol waters once dominated entirely by sailing vessels. The conflict feels strangely modern. Photography documents portions of the war. Telegraphs report news rapidly. Newspapers carry battlefield updates to readers hundreds of miles away. War itself is changing. Something remarkable happens. Britain and France join the Ottoman Empire. Yesterday's rivals become today's allies. Together they oppose Russian expansion. One imagines diplomats quietly pretending they had always been close friends. Politics possesses an exceptionally flexible memory. The fighting centers largely around the Crimean Peninsula. The siege of Sevastopol drags on for nearly a year. Disease claims more lives than bullets. Again, some aspects of warfare remain stubbornly consistent. Hospitals overflow. Supply systems collapse. Winter proves merciless. Into this suffering steps Florence Nightingale. She arrives not carrying weapons, but determination. Her work, transforming military nursing, saves countless lives and permanently changes medicine. History often celebrates generals. It should remember nurses equally well. The war ends in 1856 with the Treaty of Paris. The Ottoman Empire survives. Russia temporarily retreats. European powers formally guarantee Ottoman territorial integrity. At first glance, this appears a diplomatic triumph. And in many ways, it is. Yet beneath the celebration lies an uncomfortable reality. The empire increasingly depends upon European support to preserve its position. Once, other nations feared Ottoman intervention. Now, the Ottomans increasingly require foreign alliances. The balance has quietly shifted. Still, Istanbul flourishes. Imagine strolling through the city during the 1860s. Elegant European-style buildings appear beside centuries-old mosques. Steam ferries cross the Bosporus carrying businessmen, diplomats, students, and travelers. New newspapers circulate daily. Bookstores display translations of European novels alongside Persian poetry. Photographers establish studios. Pianos appear inside wealthy homes. Coffee houses remain crowded. The aroma of roasted beans remains unchanged despite everything else transforming around them. Modernity does not erase tradition. Instead, the two begin living together, occasionally arguing, frequently borrowing from one another. Much like neighbors who insist they have nothing in common while quietly sharing recipes over the garden fence. As twilight settles across the Bosporus, gaslights flicker to life one by one. A steam locomotive whistles somewhere beyond the city. Telegraph operators finish transmitting the day's final messages. Students carrying engineering textbooks hurry home past ancient Roman walls that have stood for nearly 1,500 years. The empire has changed enormously, yet the greatest challenge still waits ahead. Because modernization raises a dangerous question. If governments can change, should ordinary people also have a voice in how they are governed? Soon, young Ottoman intellectuals will begin asking exactly that. And the answer will lead the empire toward constitutions, parliaments, political parties, and a future far more turbulent than anyone standing beside the quiet Bosporus can yet imagine. The last great gamble. Constitutions, revolution, and an empire under pressure. A cold wind moves across the Bosporus. The water is darker now than it seemed only a generation ago. Steamships cut through the waves with steady determination, leaving long trails of white foam behind them. Telegraph poles stand beside ancient stone roads. Railway stations echo with the whistles of locomotives. The skyline of Istanbul remains breathtaking, its domes and minarets still catching the morning light. But beneath that familiar silhouette, the empire has become a place of restless conversation. Coffee houses no longer host only storytellers. Now they host journalists, law students, army officers, teachers, young men with newspapers folded beneath their arms. Everyone seems to have an opinion, which, history repeatedly demonstrates, is both a wonderful and dangerous thing. By the 1860s and 1870s, a new generation has come of age. These are not men who remember the conquests of Suleiman. They remember railroads, telegraphs, European universities, scientific journals, constitutional governments. Many have studied French political philosophy. Others admire British parliamentary traditions. Still others look toward Germany's rapidly modernizing state. They remain loyal to the Ottoman Empire. At least, most of them do. Their disagreement lies elsewhere. They ask a question that previous generations rarely dared to ask. Can the empire survive without changing how it is governed? These thinkers become known as the Young Ottomans. The name is slightly misleading. Some are not especially young. History has never been particularly strict about labels. They include journalists like Namık Kemal, intellectuals such as Ziya Pasha, and reform-minded officials who believe that constitutional government and Islamic tradition can exist together. Contrary to later stereotypes, they are not attempting to destroy the empire. Quite the opposite. They hope to save it. They argue that citizens who possess legal rights will become more loyal, that representative government will strengthen rather than weaken the state, that modernization requires political reform as well as military reform. It is an ambitious vision. Whether it can actually work remains uncertain. Meanwhile, the empire's financial situation grows steadily worse. Years of modernization have proven enormously expensive. Railways, schools, telegraphs, military equipment, government ministries, war debts from the Crimean War. The bills continue arriving. The treasury struggles. Loans from European banks become larger. Interest payments consume increasing portions of government revenue. Imagine a merchant who repeatedly borrows money hoping next year's harvest will solve everything. Eventually, the harvest disappoints. The debt remains. Empires, unfortunately, obey mathematics just as stubbornly as ordinary shopkeepers. Then disaster strikes. In 1875, the Ottoman government announces that it cannot fully repay its foreign debts. The financial crisis sends shockwaves across Europe. Investors panic. Governments become nervous. Foreign creditors begin demanding greater influence over Ottoman finances. Money, once again, proves capable of conquering territories that armies cannot. At almost the same moment, violence spreads through the Balkans. Bosnia, Herzegovina, Bulgaria. Nationalist uprisings erupt. Some seek independence. Others demand greater autonomy. The Ottoman response varies from province to province. In several places, the fighting becomes exceptionally brutal. News spreads rapidly through European newspapers. Stories, some accurate, others exaggerated, many emotionally charged, reach London, Paris, Vienna, and St. Petersburg. Public opinion turns sharply against the Ottoman government. Diplomacy becomes increasingly difficult. The crisis reaches Istanbul itself. In 1876, within only a few astonishing months, 3 different sultans occupy the throne. First, Abdulaziz is deposed. Shortly afterward, he dies under mysterious circumstances. Officially, suicide. Many contemporaries suspect otherwise. The truth remains uncertain. Then comes Murad V. Intelligent, well-educated, supportive of constitutional reform. But tragedy intervenes. The strain of political turmoil appears to trigger a severe mental breakdown. After only 93 days, he too is removed. Imagine the atmosphere inside Topkapi and Dolmabahce Palace. Ministers whisper behind closed doors. Guards watch one another with suspicion. Every corridor carries rumors. Every messenger seems to bring another astonishing piece of news. The empire has entered one of its most uncertain moments in centuries. The throne finally passes to Abdul Hamid II, only 33 years old. Calm, highly intelligent, extremely cautious. He promises to support constitutional government. Many reformers feel hopeful. Perhaps this is the beginning of a new age. In December 1876, the Ottoman Empire adopts its first constitution. Imagine the excitement. For the first time, a parliament, an elected chamber, written constitutional principles. Representatives from across the empire gather in Istanbul. Turks, Arabs, Greeks, Armenians, Kurds, Albanians, Jews, Muslims, Christians. The diversity is remarkable. For a brief moment, the empire attempts something extraordinary: to unite dozens of peoples beneath shared citizenship rather than conquest alone. It is a bold experiment. History quietly watches. Unfortunately, history has terrible timing. Even as the new parliament begins meeting, war approaches once more. Russia declares war in 1877. Officially, the conflict concerns protection of Christians in the Balkans and unresolved regional disputes. Unofficially, it reflects centuries of rivalry finally erupting again. Russian armies advance through the Balkans. Others move south through the Caucasus. The fighting is fierce. Ottoman resistance proves stronger than many European observers expected. At places like Plevna, Osman Pasha conducts one of the most impressive defensive campaigns of the 19th century. Imagine the trenches surrounding Plevna. Rain transforms the ground into thick mud. Artillery pounds defensive positions day after day. Soldiers endure hunger, cold, disease, repeated assaults. Again, the greatest enemy often proves exhaustion itself. Osman Pasha holds for months against overwhelming odds. Across Europe, military observers study his defenses with admiration. Even in defeat, professional excellence commands respect. Eventually, however, numbers prevail. Russian forces continue advancing. By early 1878, they approach the outskirts of Istanbul itself. For the first time in centuries, the imperial capital genuinely fears invasion. Imagine standing along the Bosporus watching anxious crowds gather near the waterfront. Rumors spread hourly. Will Russian troops enter the city? Will the empire survive? Foreign warships anchor nearby. Diplomats rush between embassies. The atmosphere becomes almost unbearable. Peace finally arrives. The Treaty of San Stefano initially grants enormous advantages to Russia and creates a massive Bulgarian state. Britain and Austria-Hungary immediately object. The balance of power appears dangerously unstable. So Europe gathers once more. This time, in Berlin. The Congress of Berlin in 1878 redraws much of southeastern Europe. Independent Romania, independent Serbia, independent Montenegro, a smaller Bulgaria. Austria-Hungary occupies Bosnia. Britain assumes control of Cyprus. The Ottoman Empire remains vast. Yet another portion of its European territory quietly disappears from the map. Not all at once. Not dramatically. Simply, one border after another. Abdul Hamid II draws a powerful conclusion from these crises. Constitutional politics, he believes, have produced instability. Foreign interference. Danger. In 1878, he suspends parliament. The constitution technically survives. Barely. Real political power returns firmly to the palace. For the next 3 decades, Abdul Hamid governs with extraordinary centralization. Critics later describe him as an autocrat. Supporters argue he prevented complete collapse. Perhaps, both contain elements of truth. History rarely offers leaders entirely clean report cards. Yet Abdul Hamid is far from inactive. He expands schools dramatically, builds railways, strengthens telegraph networks, promotes industrial development. One of his most ambitious projects is the Hejaz Railway. Imagine trains carrying pilgrims toward Medina across landscapes where caravans had traveled for over 1,000 years. Steel rails crossing ancient deserts. Steam engines replacing camel caravans. Modernity arriving one whistle at a time. He also emphasizes the role of the Ottoman Sultan as caliph, leader of the wider Sunni Muslim world. As nationalism weakens imperial unity in the Balkans, Perhaps shared religious identity can strengthen loyalty elsewhere. It is a thoughtful strategy. Whether it will succeed remains another question. As night settles over Istanbul at the end of the 19th century, electric lights begin appearing beside older gas lamps. Photographers capture images that painters once spent weeks creating. Newspapers arrive daily from Paris, London, Cairo, and Vienna. Students debate constitutional theory inside crowded cafes. Secret political societies quietly recruit members. Railways continue extending across Anatolia. The empire still lives, still reforms, still dreams. But beneath the calm surface, another generation is preparing to challenge the palace. They call themselves the Young Turks. And unlike the young Ottomans before them, they are willing to risk revolution. The final chapter of the Ottoman Empire has begun. The Young Turks and the empire's final dawn. The first rays of sunlight spill across the Bosporus as the 20th century quietly begins. The water is busier now than ever before. Steam ferries crisscross between Europe and Asia every few minutes. Long columns of smoke rise from factory chimneys on the city's outskirts. Electric streetlights stand beside centuries-old stone fountains. Horse-drawn wagons compete with the occasional motor car, whose noisy engine startles both pedestrians and the horses themselves. Somewhere, an elderly man pauses to watch the strange new machine rumble past. He shakes his head. Perhaps he mutters that the old ways were better. His grandson, standing beside him, stares in fascination. The future often arrives exactly like that. One generation sighs. The next cannot wait to climb aboard. The Ottoman Empire has now entered the 20th century. It is more than 600 years old. It has survived crusades, plagues, civil wars, Mongol successors, Persian rivals, Russian invasions, European coalitions, financial crises, palace revolutions. Against almost every prediction, it still exists. Yet survival has become its full-time occupation. Expansion is no longer the dream. Preservation is. At the center of this aging empire sits Sultan Mehmed II. He has now ruled for more than 30 years. His government is efficient in many ways. Railroads continue expanding. Schools multiply. Telegraph lines connect distant provinces with remarkable speed. Hospitals improve. Administrative reforms continue. Yet another reality exists alongside these achievements. The palace grows increasingly suspicious. Censorship expands. Secret police monitor conversations. Newspapers operate carefully. Books are examined before publication. Imagine being a young journalist in Istanbul around 1900. You finish writing an article criticizing inefficient local government. Then you pause. Read it again. Perhaps remove a paragraph. Then another. Maybe that sentence could be misunderstood. Better change it. Self-censorship becomes almost instinctive. No government needs to silence every voice if enough people begin silencing themselves. Not everyone accepts this atmosphere. Across the empire, especially among younger army officers, frustration grows. These men have attended modern military academies, studied engineering, read European political philosophy, learned constitutional law. Many sincerely admire the reforms of earlier generations. Yet they believe the empire cannot survive without restoring representative government. They begin organizing secretly, meeting quietly inside apartments, coffee houses, army barracks, using coded messages, false names, whispered conversations. History has always had an unfortunate tendency to drive political debate underground whenever it cannot happen above ground. One of these organizations gradually becomes the most influential, the Committee of Union and Progress, usually known simply as the CUP. Its members become famous as the Young Turks. The phrase eventually enters many languages as a description for energetic reformers challenging established authority. Most of these young officers are patriots. They are not plotting to destroy the empire. Quite the opposite. They believe they are its final hope. Whether history ultimately agrees is another matter. Their movement gains particular strength in Salonika, today known as Thessaloniki. At the time, one of the Ottoman Empire's most cosmopolitan cities. Imagine walking through its streets. Turkish merchants bargain beside Jewish shopkeepers. Greek fishermen unload the morning's catch. Bulgarian craftsmen work in open workshops. French newspapers arrive daily. Railroads connect the city with Central Europe. Ideas travel almost as quickly as trains. Salonika becomes a laboratory of modern politics, a place where old identities and new ideologies constantly collide. Among the officers stationed, there is a young man with piercing blue eyes and extraordinary self-confidence. His name is Mustafa Kemal. History will later know him as Ataturk. For now, he is simply another ambitious officer studying military strategy and quietly questioning whether the empire can continue as it has. He is not yet the central figure. That moment lies years ahead. Still, one can already glimpse the determination that will eventually reshape an entire nation. The crisis finally arrives in 1908. Rumors spread that European powers intend further intervention in Ottoman affairs. Young Turk officers decide they have waited long enough. Several leave their posts and disappear into the mountains of Macedonia. Others quietly join them. Instead of suppressing the rebellion, many soldiers refuse. Support spreads rapidly. Imagine telegram offices suddenly becoming the most important buildings in the empire. Messages race between cities. Military commanders demand instructions. Provincial governors wait nervously. Every hour seems to bring contradictory reports. Has the revolution succeeded? Has it failed? Nobody knows. Then, Abdul Hamid makes a remarkable decision. Rather than risk civil war, he restores the Constitution of 1876. Parliament reconvenes. Political prisoners are released. Censorship briefly relaxes. Celebrations erupt across the empire. In Istanbul, crowds flood the streets. Muslims embrace Christians. Jews embrace Armenians. Students sing patriotic songs. Fireworks illuminate the Bosporus. For one extraordinary summer, many genuinely believe the empire has rediscovered its future. Imagine standing among those crowds. The warm evening air filled with laughter. Flags waving from balconies. Bands playing late into the night. Hope possesses its own unmistakable sound. Unfortunately, hope alone cannot solve 6 centuries of accumulated problems. Within only a year, another crisis erupts. In April 1909, elements of the military and conservative religious groups stage a counter-revolution in Istanbul. They demand restoration of stronger Islamic rule, oppose aspects of the constitutional movement. Violence spreads through portions of the capital. Once again, the streets echo with gunfire rather than merchants. From Salonika, the so-called Action Army marches toward Istanbul. Its mission is clear: restore constitutional government. The force enters the capital after limited fighting. The counter-revolution collapses. Parliament acts decisively. Abdul Hamid II is deposed. After 33 years upon the throne, he quietly leaves the palace. Imagine the old sultan taking one final look across the Bosporus. The city he had ruled for a generation continues bustling almost normally. Ships still cross the water. The call to prayer still echoes from the minarets. Life continues. Even after emperors depart, his younger brother becomes Mehmed II. Unlike previous powerful sultans, real authority increasingly belongs to parliament and, behind it, the leaders of the Committee of Union and Progress. The empire has entered constitutional politics at last. Though constitutional politics, as many nations eventually discover, remain perfectly capable of producing arguments, rivalries, and spectacular disagreements. Democracy has never promised tranquility, only participation. Yet before the new government can fully establish itself, disaster arrives from another direction. Again, in 1911, Italy invades Ottoman Libya. The war is brief. The empire struggles to defend such distant territory. Libya is lost. More worrying still, young officers serving there, including Mustafa Kemal, gain valuable combat experience. Experience that will soon become desperately necessary. Barely has that conflict ended when another begins. The Balkan Wars. Then 1913. Imagine opening a newspaper in Istanbul during those months. Every edition brings worse news. The Balkan League, Bulgaria, Serbia, Greece, and Montenegro attack simultaneously. Ottoman armies retreat. Ancient cities fall. Refugees flood eastward. Families abandon homes where generations had lived. The empire loses almost all of its remaining European territories within months. Salonika, gone. Monastir, gone. Nearly everything west of the narrow region around Istanbul disappears. It is one of the greatest territorial collapses in European history. The emotional impact proves enormous. For centuries, the Balkans had been the heartland of Ottoman expansion. Now, they are slipping away almost overnight. Imagine the refugee caravans arriving outside Istanbul. Ox carts piled high with blankets. Children clutching family heirlooms. Old men carrying keys to houses they will never see again. Women looking back toward distant mountains slowly disappearing beneath the horizon. Empires are often described through maps. Ordinary people experience them through memories. A changing border on paper becomes an entire lost childhood. A vanished hometown. A cemetery left behind forever. By 1914, the Ottoman Empire still stretches across Anatolia, much of the Arab world, and a small corner of southeastern Europe. It remains significant, still proud, still determined, but exhausted, financially strained, politically divided, surrounded by increasingly powerful rivals. As another peaceful evening settles across the Bosporus, the lamps of Istanbul shimmer upon dark water exactly as they had for centuries. Couples stroll along the waterfront. Fishermen cast their final nets before nightfall. The city itself seems strangely calm, almost sleepy. It has no way of knowing that, only weeks from now, a gunshot in a distant Balkan city will ignite the largest war humanity has ever seen. And that war, the First World War, the empire's final march. On the morning of June 28, 1914, the streets of Sarajevo are unusually bright. Sunlight reflects from shop windows as horse-drawn carriages move slowly along the narrow roads. Street vendors arrange fresh fruit beneath striped awnings. Children chase one another through quiet alleyways. The Miljacka River flows lazily beneath its bridges, utterly unaware that history has chosen this ordinary summer day for something extraordinary. There is something strangely haunting about mornings like these. The birds still sing. The coffee still brews. People still complain that the weather is too warm. No one knows the world they woke up in will no longer exist by sunset. A motor car rolls through the streets. Inside sits Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the throne of Austria-Hungary. The visit is already tense. Nationalist groups resent Austrian rule over Bosnia. Security arrangements are imperfect. Nervous officials watch every crowd. Earlier that morning, one assassination attempt has already failed. Most people would probably have canceled the remaining schedule. History, however, has always possessed a remarkable talent for ignoring sensible advice. The Archduke's driver takes a wrong turn. Quite literally. One wrong turn. The car slows. Standing nearby is a young Bosnian Serb named Gavrilo Princip. Moments later, two shots echo through the street. The Archduke dies. His wife, Sophie, dies beside him. The crowd freezes. For a few terrible seconds. Silence. Then confusion erupts. No one standing there can possibly understand what those gunshots have just begun. Within weeks, Europe transforms into a machine that no one can stop. Austria-Hungary declares war on Serbia. Russia mobilizes. Germany mobilizes. France prepares. Britain enters the conflict. Treaties activate like rows of falling dominoes. Governments issue ultimatums. Telegrams race across continents. Railways carry millions of soldiers toward borders. The world descends into war with astonishing speed. One historian later observed that Europe had spent decades preparing for precisely this catastrophe. Almost as though everyone had built enormous stockpiles of gunpowder while sincerely hoping nobody would ever strike a match. At first, the Ottoman Empire remains neutral. Its leaders hesitate. The government knows the empire is exhausted. The Balkan Wars have only recently ended. The army is still recovering. The treasury struggles. The people are weary. Few desire another conflict, especially one that already appears unimaginably large. Yet neutrality proves difficult. The empire occupies one of the most strategic positions on Earth. The Dardanelles, the Bosporus, the gateway between the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. Every major power understands their importance. Soon, everyone begins courting Istanbul. Germany offers military cooperation. Britain and France make promises of their own. Diplomacy becomes an elaborate game of persuasion. Behind polite conversations, each side quietly asks the same question. Whose side will the Ottomans choose? Influence from Germany has been growing for years. German officers have helped modernize the Ottoman army. German engineers have assisted railway construction. The ambitious Berlin-Baghdad Railway symbolizes increasingly close relations. Many Ottoman military leaders admire German organization. Among the most influential is Enver Pasha. Young, charismatic, confident, perhaps a little too confident. He believes Germany will almost certainly win the coming war. Many intelligent observers share that opinion. It does not seem unreasonable in 1914. History rarely provides advance copies of the ending. Then comes one of the most dramatic diplomatic episodes of the war. Two German warships, the battlecruiser Goeben and the light cruiser Breslau, pursued by British naval forces, race across the Mediterranean. Imagine watching from the shore. Great columns of black smoke rise above the horizon. Steel warships surge eastward at remarkable speed. British vessels follow. Everyone wonders, will they escape? They do. The ships reach the Dardanelles. Officially, Germany sells them to the Ottoman Empire. The crews simply change uniforms. Mostly, one suspects everyone involved politely pretended not to notice certain obvious details. In October 1914, Ottoman warships attack Russian ports in the Black Sea. Russia declares war. Britain follows. France follows. The Ottoman Empire enters the First World War. Its final great gamble has begun. The empire now fights across an astonishing number of fronts. The Caucasus, Mesopotamia, Palestine, Arabia, the Dardanelles, Persia, the Red Sea. Thousands of miles separate these battlefields. Imagine trying to command armies across such enormous distances. Telegrams help. Railroads help. But mountains remain mountains. Deserts remain deserts. Geography has always enjoyed reminding ambitious governments who truly controls the map. The first major campaign ends disastrously. Enver Pasha launches an ambitious winter offensive against Russia in the Caucasus. His objective appears bold, perhaps brilliant. On paper, reality proves considerably colder. Imagine marching through snow-covered mountains in December. The wind slices through heavy coats. Ice forms inside soldiers' beards. Supply wagons become trapped beneath deep snow. Many soldiers possess inadequate winter clothing. Temperatures plunge far below freezing. Before even reaching the battlefield, thousands begin dying from exposure. The Battle of Sarıkamış becomes one of the greatest military disasters in Ottoman history. Entire units vanish beneath snowstorms. By the campaign's end, perhaps 60,000 or more Ottoman soldiers are dead. Many never fired a single shot. Winter itself became the enemy. Nature has defeated countless armies. It remains undefeated. The catastrophe produces terrible consequences. The Ottoman leadership increasingly suspects elements of the empire's Armenian population of collaborating with advancing Russian forces. Some Armenian volunteer units are indeed fighting alongside Russia. Many Armenian civilians are not. Fear, suspicion, military panic, political extremism. These forces combine into tragedy. In 1915, the Ottoman government orders the mass deportation of Armenians from eastern Anatolia. What follows remains one of the darkest chapters in the empire's history. Hundreds of thousands of Armenians perish through massacres, starvation, disease, exhaustion, and violence during forced marches toward the Syrian desert. Many historians describe these events as the Armenian genocide. Others, including the modern Turkish state, reject that legal characterization while acknowledging immense suffering and loss of life. What is beyond serious dispute is that an enormous human catastrophe occurred. Ancient communities that had lived in Anatolia for centuries were devastated. Families disappeared. Churches stood empty. Entire villages vanished from history. War has an extraordinary ability to convince ordinary people that unimaginable cruelty has somehow become necessary. It never truly is. Meanwhile, another campaign begins far to the west, one that will become legendary, the Gallipoli campaign. If the Allies capture the Dardanelles, they can reach Istanbul, knock the Ottoman Empire out of the war, supply Russia through the Black Sea. It seems like an elegant plan, as military plans often do, before meeting reality. In April 1915, Allied soldiers land on the Gallipoli Peninsula. British, French, Australian, New Zealand, Indian, Newfoundland. Troops from across the British Empire. Imagine the beaches before dawn. The sea almost perfectly calm. Landing boats drift silently toward shore. Then, rifle fire erupts from the cliffs above. The calm disappears forever. The campaign becomes a nightmare of trenches. Heat, flies, thirst, disease. Endless artillery bombardments. Progress is measured not in miles. Sometimes only in yards. Sometimes not at all. Among the Ottoman commanders is a colonel already familiar to us. Mustafa Kemal. His leadership proves extraordinary. When retreating soldiers tell him they have no ammunition left, legend says he replies, "I am not ordering you to attack. I am ordering you to die." Whether every word is exact hardly matters. His determination inspires exhausted troops. Again and again, Ottoman forces hold the heights overlooking the beaches. Months pass. The Allies cannot break through. Eventually, they withdraw. Gallipoli becomes one of the Ottoman Empire's greatest defensive victories. For Australians and New Zealanders, it becomes a defining national memory. For Mustafa Kemal, it becomes the foundation of legendary status. The man who defended Gallipoli will soon defend something even greater. Yet victories cannot erase the empire's growing exhaustion. Every battlefield demands more men, more rifles, more food, more horses, more money. Every month becomes harder than the last. Still, the empire continues fighting, because surrender seems unthinkable, and because history has not yet finished writing its final pages. In the deserts to the south, another revolt is quietly beginning, one that will tear away the Ottoman Empire's Arab provinces and change the modern Middle East forever. The Arab Revolt and the empire's last sunset. The desert wakes long before the sun. For a brief hour before dawn, the sands of Arabia are cool beneath bare feet. The stars still linger overhead, brighter than anywhere in Europe, scattered across the sky like countless tiny lanterns. A camel caravan moves silently through the darkness, guided by men who know every ridge, every well, every patch of rock that breaks the endless sea of sand. Then, the horizon begins to glow. Orange, gold, white. Within minutes, the desert transforms into an ocean of heat. By noon, the air itself seems to shimmer. It is a beautiful place, and an unforgiving one. Empires have crossed these deserts for centuries. Very few have ever truly controlled them. When the First World War began, the Ottoman Empire still ruled most of the Arab world. From Damascus to Baghdad, from Jerusalem to Medina, from the mountains of Lebanon to the shores of the Persian Gulf. The provinces differed enormously in language, customs, and local traditions. Some regions had been Ottoman for 400 years. Others retained strong tribal identities that had long existed before the first Ottoman soldier ever arrived. Most of the time, the arrangement worked well enough. Local leaders governed local affairs. The empire maintained order. Taxes were collected. Pilgrims traveled safely to Mecca. Life continued. But war changes relationships, especially relationships built upon compromise. The Ottoman government now asks more from its provinces than ever before. More taxes, more food, more soldiers. Railroads carry supplies toward distant fronts. Telegraph lines transmit urgent orders day and night. Young men leave villages wearing Ottoman uniforms. Many never return. Across the empire, the strain becomes visible. Families wait anxiously for letters. Merchants struggle with shortages. Farmers watch armies consume harvests meant for winter. No government, however capable, can ask endlessly without eventually hearing people answer. We have nothing left to give. Meanwhile, Britain searches for another way to weaken the Ottoman Empire. Attacking fortified cities proves expensive. Marching across mountains proves slow. Perhaps, someone inside the empire might fight alongside them instead. British diplomats begin corresponding with Sharif Hussein ibn Ali, the Hashemite ruler of Mecca, guardian of Islam's holiest city, a respected descendant of the Prophet Muhammad. The conversations are careful, deliberately vague. Britain suggests that if Arab leaders rise against Ottoman rule, support will follow, perhaps even independence after the war. Promises made during wartime often sound wonderfully clear. They tend to become considerably blurrier afterward. In June 1916, the Arab Revolt begins. Imagine standing outside the holy city of Mecca before sunrise. The silence breaks with rifle fire. Cannons echo across the surrounding hills. Ottoman garrisons suddenly find themselves under attack by forces that had, until recently, served the same empire. The symbolism is enormous. The revolt spreads. Not everywhere. Not immediately. Many Arabs remain loyal to the Ottoman government. Others stay neutral. History is rarely as neatly divided as later maps suggest. Communities often disagree, even while sharing the same language and religion. Civil conflicts usually prove far more complicated than patriotic songs later remember. Among the most famous figures connected with the revolt is a British officer, Thomas Edward Lawrence, better known simply as Lawrence of Arabia. Few individuals have acquired such an extraordinary legend. Lawrence is intelligent, unusually well-educated, fluent in Arabic, deeply fascinated by the cultures of the Middle East. He serves as liaison between British commanders and Arab forces. Later books and films transform him into an almost mythical hero. Reality, as usual, proves more complicated. Lawrence himself repeatedly insisted that the revolt belonged to its Arab participants, not to him. He understood something many storytellers later forgot. History rarely belongs to a single person. Imagine Lawrence riding across the desert beside Arab fighters. The sun burns relentlessly overhead. Water must be rationed carefully. Every well becomes strategically important. The landscape appears empty, yet experienced guides read it like a familiar book. Every hill, every dry riverbed, every distant mountain carries meaning. Conventional European armies struggle in such an environment. Small mobile forces do not. The revolt increasingly relies upon speed rather than large battles. Railway sabotage, surprise attacks, rapid withdrawals. The vast desert itself becomes an ally. One target proves especially important: the Hejaz Railway. Only a few years earlier, it had symbolized Ottoman modernization. Now, it becomes a vulnerable lifeline. Imagine a lonely train crossing the desert. Steam rises into the clear blue sky. Passengers gaze peacefully through open windows. Suddenly, an explosion. Rails twist violently upward. The locomotive leaves the tracks. Smoke fills the air. Within minutes, mounted raiders appear from seemingly nowhere. The attack ends almost as quickly as it began. Then, silence returns. Throughout the war, repeated sabotage forces Ottoman engineers into an exhausting routine of constant repair. Sometimes winning a war means preventing your enemy from ever enjoying a full night's sleep. Farther north, the city of Medina remains loyal to the empire. Its commander is Feridun Pasha. History remembers him as the Lion of the Desert. His determination becomes legendary. Despite isolation, despite dwindling supplies, despite repeated attacks, he refuses to surrender. Imagine Medina during the siege. Food grows scarce. Horses disappear from the streets. Gardens become precious sources of vegetables. Soldiers repair defenses beneath the blazing sun. Months become years. Even after the Ottoman government signs an armistice ending the war, Feridun initially refuses to believe it. He insists Medina must continue resisting. Only after his own officers finally arrest, whether one views him as heroic or stubborn, his loyalty remains impossible to question. Elsewhere, British General Edmund Allenby advances steadily through Palestine. His army includes soldiers from Britain, Australia, New Zealand, India, and many other parts of the empire. The campaign unfolds methodically. Unlike Gallipoli, preparation is thorough. Supply lines improve. Railways extend behind advancing troops. Airplanes increasingly scout enemy positions. War itself has evolved again. The skies, once occupied only by birds, now carry machines. Imagine an Ottoman soldier hearing aircraft overhead for the first time. The sound must have seemed almost unreal. History had reached the age of flight. In December 1917, Allenby enters Jerusalem. He deliberately dismounts from his horse before passing through the city gates. A gesture of respect. The symbolism is carefully chosen. Jerusalem has changed rulers many times. Each arrival carries enormous meaning. For the Ottoman Empire, The loss of the city after 4 centuries is deeply painful, not merely strategically, emotionally. Another thread connecting the empire to its past quietly slips away. The final campaign comes in 1918, the Battle of Megiddo. British forces launch a carefully planned offensive that overwhelms exhausted Ottoman armies in Palestine. Imagine the roads leading north, columns of retreating soldiers, broken wagons, abandoned artillery, dust rising beneath thousands of weary feet. Some units maintain discipline, others simply try to survive. The empire's southern front collapses with astonishing speed. Damascus falls. Aleppo soon follows. One by one, cities that had flown the Ottoman flag for centuries pass into other hands. Back in Istanbul, the atmosphere grows increasingly heavy. Food shortages worsen. Coal becomes scarce. Hospitals overflow with wounded men. Influenza spreads across the world in the terrible pandemic of 1918, adding another layer of suffering to an already exhausted population. Imagine walking through the city. Queues outside bakeries. Black mourning clothes visible in almost every neighborhood. Newspapers announcing defeats with increasingly careful wording. Everyone senses the truth. Few wish to say it aloud. Then, on October 30th, 1918, representatives of the Ottoman government signed the Armistice of Mudros aboard a British warship anchored in the Aegean Sea. The guns fall silent. For years of relentless warfare come to an end. The Ottoman Empire has lost. After more than 6 centuries, the empire that had once stood before the walls of Vienna, that had ruled 3 continents, that had terrified kings and inspired travelers, now waits uncertainly to discover what peace will demand. As evening settles over the Bosporus, the water remains as beautiful as ever. The seagulls still circle above the harbor. Fishermen still cast their nets. The call to prayer still echoes across the city's ancient skyline. Nature, as always, seems wonderfully indifferent to politics. But history is not finished, because peace will prove almost as devastating as war. Foreign armies will soon enter Istanbul. The empire will be partitioned, and from its ashes, a soldier named Mustafa Kemal will begin one final struggle, not to save the Ottoman Empire, but to create something entirely new. The last sultan and the birth of a new nation. The morning mist hangs low over the Bosporus. It curls gently around anchored warships whose dark silhouettes seem strangely out of place against the familiar skyline of Istanbul. British battleships, French cruisers, Italian destroyers. Their enormous steel hulls rest silently upon the water, but their presence speaks louder than cannon fire ever could. The empire has not simply lost a war. It has lost the freedom to decide its own future. Imagine standing on the waterfront in November 1918. The streets are unusually quiet. Shopkeepers still open their doors. Ferries still cross the Bosporus. The baker still pulls warm bread from his oven before sunrise. Life continues. It always does. Yet everyone keeps glancing toward the harbor, toward the foreign flags now flying where Ottoman ships had once ruled. Sometimes defeat announces itself not with explosions, but with silence. On November 13th, 1918, Allied fleets enter Istanbul. More than 50 warships pass slowly through the Bosporus. Imagine the scene. The thunder of naval guns is absent. No battle takes place. Instead, the occupation arrives with quiet confidence. Steel giants glide beneath the city's ancient skyline. The domes of Hagia Sophia and the Blue Mosque reflect in calm water alongside the gray hulls of modern dreadnoughts. 2 worlds seem to face one another across the harbor. One 6 centuries old, the other unmistakably 20th century. Among those watching is Mustafa Kemal. He stands overlooking the occupied strait. According to later accounts, he quietly says, "They will leave as they came." Whether those exact words were spoken is impossible to know with certainty, but they capture something essential. Unlike many around him, he refuses to believe the story has ended. The Ottoman government faces impossible choices. The elderly Sultan Mehmed VI inherits a throne surrounded by disaster. His empire has collapsed. The army has been defeated. Foreign troops occupy the capital. The treasury is nearly empty. His ministers argue endlessly. Some believe cooperation with the Allies offers the only hope. Others demand resistance. Neither option promises success. History often judges leaders harshly. It rarely asks whether any good choices actually existed. Meanwhile, the victorious powers begin discussing the future of Ottoman lands. Britain seeks influence in Iraq and Palestine. France looks towards Syria and Lebanon. Italy hopes for territory in southwestern Anatolia. Greece dreams of expanding into Western Asia Minor. Maps are unfolded across polished conference tables in Paris and London. Colored pencils draw new borders. Entire provinces change hands with the movement of a pen. It is surprisingly easy to redraw maps. Living inside those new lines, that proves considerably harder. Then comes one decision that changes everything. On May 15, 1919, Greek troops land at Smyrna. Today we know the city as Izmir. Imagine standing on the waterfront that morning. The sea sparkles beneath a cloudless sky. Ships crowd the harbor. Greek soldiers begin marching through the streets. Some local residents welcome them enthusiastically. Others watch with growing fear. Within hours, celebration gives way to violence. Shots are fired. People die. The occupation immediately becomes more than a diplomatic arrangement. It becomes deeply personal. For families, for neighborhoods, for an entire generation. The news spreads rapidly across Anatolia. Many Ottoman officers conclude that waiting for foreign negotiations will accomplish nothing. Resistance begins forming. Not yet a formal government. Not yet a national army. Simply scattered groups determined to defend their homes. Among them, Mustafa Kemal. Officially, he is assigned to inspect military units in eastern Anatolia. On May 19, 1919, he arrives at the Black Sea port of Samsun. To later generations of Turks, this date becomes almost sacred, not because a battle is fought there. None is. But because it marks the beginning of something entirely new. Imagine Mustafa Kemal stepping onto the dock. The morning air smells of salt and wet timber. Fishing boats bob gently against wooden piers. No cheering crowds greet him. No grand ceremony awaits. Just another officer arriving in another provincial town. History often disguises its turning points as ordinary Tuesdays. From Samsun, he begins traveling inland, meeting local officials, army commanders, village leaders, teachers, merchants. Everywhere he goes, he hears similar concerns. Foreign occupation, uncertain borders, fear. Yet he also finds determination. Many people remain willing to fight, if someone can organize them. During the summer of 1919, two important meetings take place. The Erzurum Congress, then the Shivas Congress. Imagine delegates arriving after days of difficult travel. Some on horseback, others by wagon. Many carrying little more than notebooks and hope. Inside simple meeting halls, they debate for hours, sometimes days. Arguments grow heated. Voices rise. Coffee grows cold. Yet gradually, a shared vision emerges. The Turkish-speaking heartland of Anatolia must remain independent. No foreign occupation. No partition. The struggle is no longer about restoring the Ottoman Empire exactly as it had been. Something different is taking shape. A national movement. Back in Istanbul, the Ottoman government becomes increasingly alarmed. Mustafa Kemal is ordered to return. He refuses. Then he resigns from the Ottoman army altogether. Imagine making that decision. The institution that shaped your entire adult life. Your rank, your salary, your career, your identity. Gone. Because you believe loyalty to the nation now requires disobeying the government. Such moments rarely feel heroic while they are happening. They mostly feel frightening. In April 1920, Mustafa Kemal establishes the Grand National Assembly in Ankara. Not Istanbul, Ankara. At the time, a modest Anatolian town far from the glamour of the imperial capital. An unexpected choice, precisely because it is difficult for occupying powers to control. Imagine the contrast. Istanbul possesses magnificent palaces, ancient monuments, busy harbors. Ankara offers dusty streets and practical government buildings. One represents the empire's glorious past, the other, its uncertain future. That same year, the Allies present the Treaty of Sèvres. Its terms are devastating. Large portions of Anatolia are assigned to foreign influence. Independent Armenian and Kurdish states are proposed. Greece receives control of Smyrna and surrounding territory. The Ottoman military faces severe restrictions. Many observers assume the empire has effectively ceased to exist. The treaty appears final, permanent. History enjoys making such assumptions look foolish. Mustafa Kemal rejects the treaty completely. So do his supporters. Negotiation gives way to war. Again, the Turkish War of Independence begins. Imagine villages across Anatolia. Farmers exchange plows for rifles. Former Ottoman officers reorganize scattered volunteers into disciplined units. Women transport ammunition by ox cart across muddy roads. Children gather supplies. Everyone contributes something. Wars are never fought only by soldiers. Entire societies carry them upon their shoulders. The fiercest fighting comes against Greece. The Greek army advances deep into Anatolia. For a time, victory seems possible. Then the advance slows. Supply lines lengthen. Resistance hardens. In August 1921, the Battle of Sakarya begins. For 22 days and nights, the fighting continues almost without pause. Dust fills the air. Artillery echoes across dry hills. Positions change hands repeatedly. Exhausted soldiers sleep wherever they collapse, sometimes for only minutes. Mustafa Kemal famously declares, "There is no line of defense. There is only an area of defense." The army holds. Barely, but it holds. The momentum finally begins shifting. 1 year later, in August 1922, the Turkish offensive begins, known simply as the Great Offensive. The Greek front collapses. Within weeks, Turkish forces enter Smyrna. The city soon becomes engulfed in one of the greatest tragedies of the war. A catastrophic fire destroys much of the city. Thousands perish. Hundreds of thousands become refugees. Greeks, Armenians, Turks. Communities that had lived beside one another for generations scatter forever. History rarely grants uncomplicated victories. Even triumph often leaves ashes behind. The military struggle is over. Now comes the political conclusion. On November 1st, 1922, the Ottoman Sultanate is officially abolished. Pause for a moment. Think about that. 623 years. 36 sultans. Countless victories. Countless defeats. An empire that once stretched from the gates of Vienna to the deserts of Yemen. Gone. Not destroyed in one spectacular battle. Not consumed in a single revolution. Simply ended by a parliamentary vote. History occasionally closes enormous chapters with surprisingly quiet sounds. A chairman's gavel. The scratching of a pen. The turning of a page. A few weeks later, the last sultan, Mehmed VI, quietly leaves Istanbul aboard a British warship. Imagine the scene. No grand procession. No cheering crowds. Only a small group watching as the vessel slowly pulls away from the shore. The palace where generations of his ancestors ruled fades into the distance. The skyline remains unchanged. The domes still rise above the city. The Bosporus still sparkles beneath the afternoon sun. Only the empire has disappeared, as if 6 centuries had dissolved into the water itself. Yet endings are curious things. They almost always disguise beginnings. The Ottoman Empire is gone, but in its place, a new republic is preparing to be born. One that will carry echoes of the old empire while deliberately choosing a different path. The next sunrise over Anatolia will no longer belong to sultans. It will belong to citizens. And with that sunrise, the echoes of an empire, a quiet goodbye. Night settles gently over Istanbul. The last ferries glide across the Bosporus beneath strings of warm yellow lights. The call to prayer drifts softly across the water, echoing between hills that have watched empires rise and disappear for nearly 3,000 years. Seagulls circle lazily above the harbor before finally disappearing into the darkness. Somewhere inside a narrow side street, a coffee house remains open just a little longer. A kettle whistles softly. Porcelain cups clink together. Someone tells an old story that has probably been told 100 times before. Outside, the city breathes. Exactly as it always has. Empires come and go. Cities remember. On October 29, 1923, the Republic of Türkiye is officially proclaimed. Its first president is Mustafa Kemal Ataturk. The old Ottoman Empire has ended. A modern nation-state has begun. The transition is astonishing. Within only a few years, reforms reshape nearly every aspect of public life. The capital moves from Istanbul to Ankara. Religious courts disappear. A new civil legal system emerges. Education is reorganized. Women gain expanding legal and political rights over time. The Arabic script is replaced by a Latin-based Turkish alphabet. Traditional clothing gradually gives way to more European styles. The Ottoman calendar gives way to international standards. Even family names become legally required. Imagine being an elderly shopkeeper who had lived under 3 different political worlds. Born beneath a sultan, survived World War, now living inside a republic. The street outside your shop is the same. The language you speak is the same. The smell of fresh bread every morning is the same. Yet almost everything else has changed. History rarely asks whether anyone feels ready. For some, the end of the empire feels like liberation. For others, it feels like mourning. Both emotions can exist simultaneously. An empire that had ruled for more than 6 centuries left behind millions of memories. Families whose ancestors served as soldiers, officials, merchants, craftsmen, poets, farmers, imams, teachers. For them, the Ottoman Empire was never merely an entry in a history book. It was simply home. The empire itself disappears. Its legacy does not. Even today, traces of Ottoman history stretch across 3 continents. Walk through the old streets of Sarajevo, and Ottoman fountains still flow. Visit Mostar, and its graceful stone bridge still arches across the river. Stand inside the markets of Damascus, despite the tragedies of recent decades, and the layout still reflects centuries of Ottoman administration. In Jerusalem, old city walls restored during Ottoman rule continue welcoming pilgrims from every faith. Travel through the Balkans, across Anatolia, into the Middle East. North Africa, you will find bridges, caravanserais, mosques, bathhouses, schools, clock towers, libraries, roads. Entire neighborhoods still shaped by decisions made hundreds of years ago. Empires vanish politically. Architecturally, they are remarkably stubborn. Consider the food. Sometimes history survives most successfully on a dinner plate. A cup of thick Turkish coffee, fresh baklava layered with pistachios, borek wrapped around warm cheese, dolma filled with fragrant rice, kebabs cooked over glowing charcoal. Many nations proudly claim these dishes today. Often, several nations claim the same dish. Food has always ignored political borders far more effectively than diplomats. One family recipe, quietly crossing generations, often preserves history better than an official archive. Music carries the empire's memory as well. Listen carefully across southeastern Europe or the Middle East. Certain melodies feel strangely familiar. The instruments change. The lyrics change. The languages change. Yet somewhere beneath the surface, shared rhythms remain. Centuries of neighbors borrowing from one another have created cultures too deeply intertwined to separate neatly. History prefers tangled roots, not straight lines. Language itself remembers. Modern Turkish contains Persian words, Arabic words, Greek words, French words, Italian words, countless others. The languages of the Balkans contain Turkish vocabulary woven naturally into everyday conversation. Arabic preserves Ottoman administrative terms. Even English borrowed words that traveled through Ottoman trade routes. Every borrowed word is a tiny souvenir left behind by history. Most people use them without ever wondering how they arrived. Then there is the question historians continue debating. Why did the Ottoman Empire fall? It is tempting to search for one dramatic answer. One terrible decision. One disastrous battle. One incompetent ruler. History almost never works that way. The Ottoman Empire did not collapse because of a single mistake. It slowly encountered a world changing faster than any government could comfortably manage. Industrialization, nationalism, global capitalism, modern warfare, scientific revolution, mass politics, colonial competition. The empire attempted to adapt, sometimes brilliantly, sometimes too slowly, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. No civilization, however powerful, receives permanent immunity from change. Perhaps that is the greatest lesson. The Ottomans themselves had once transformed the medieval world. They mastered gunpowder warfare before many rivals, built efficient institutions, protected trade across continents, created one of history's most sophisticated multicultural empires. For centuries, they represented the future. Eventually, they found themselves trying to catch it. There is something profoundly human about that. Every generation believes it understands the world. Then the world quietly changes again. And yet, reducing 6 centuries to decline alone would be deeply unfair. The Ottoman Empire gave the world remarkable architecture, sophisticated law, administrative innovation, medical institutions, literature, poetry, art, music, diplomacy, cuisine, scholarship, cities that still inspire millions of visitors every year. Its history contains conquest and tolerance, beauty and brutality, wisdom and arrogance, compassion and cruelty. Like every great civilization, it was never only one thing. Perhaps, after all these hours together, we should return to where we began. Picture once more that small frontier town in northwestern Anatolia. A few wooden houses, a modest marketplace, a young chieftain named Osman looking across uncertain hills, possessing little more than ambition and opportunity. Could he possibly have imagined what would follow? 6 centuries, 36 sultans, 3 continents, millions upon millions of lives forever connected by a story that had not yet even begun. Probably not. History is generous in that way. It allows ordinary people to create extraordinary futures without first revealing how enormous those futures will become. Now imagine the Bosporus once again. Not in 1453. Not in 1683. Not during the First World War. Tonight, the water still moves quietly between Europe and Asia. Ships still pass beneath the same stars. The moon still reflects across gentle waves exactly as it did when Ottoman fishermen cast their nets 500 years ago. The skyline has changed. Yet somehow, it has also remained the same. The great domes still rise. The minarets still point toward the heavens. The evening breeze still carries the scent of salt water through ancient streets. If you listen carefully enough, perhaps you can almost hear distant footsteps. A janissary crossing a courtyard before dawn. A merchant opening his shop. An architect studying unfinished blueprints. A sultan walking silently through palace gardens. A sailor tying his boat to the dock after months at sea. None of them know they will become history. They are simply living another ordinary day, as all history once was. And perhaps that is the quiet comfort hidden inside every fallen empire. Nothing truly disappears. The people leave. The governments change. The flags are lowered. But stories remain. Bridges remain. Songs remain. Recipes remain. Languages remember. Cities endure. And somewhere, long after the last emperor has vanished into memory, a child still walks across an old stone bridge without realizing whose engineers first imagined it. A family still shares coffee prepared the same way their ancestors did centuries ago. A traveler still pauses beneath the great dome of a mosque and instinctively whispers, "How did human hands build something so beautiful?" The empire no longer answers. It doesn't need to. Its work is already woven into the world. So now, the lamps along the Bosporus grow fewer. The ferries make their final crossings. The coffee houses empty. The city grows quieter. The sea keeps moving. As it always has. As it always will. Thank you for walking through 6 centuries of history together. And now, the Ottoman Empire, at last, can finally sleep.